Hello, Caesar. How are you? If I may ask, how long did you like to go? Absolutely. And specifically, what do you think that um, your audience will find most interesting? Is it futurology? Is it ufology? Is it my project? What specifically do you think they found most interesting? Mostly. Yeah. So, if you don't mind, just a couple of outline of I'll give an introduction of you and what I do. We talked a little bit about futurology and a little bit about so I cover within futurology, life extension technology, and manipulating technology. And we can certainly go into some of the more spiritual aspects of humanity and what we believe is Jews and what perhaps just overall from a humanitarian standpoint or human standpoint is believed. And then we uh, so specifically, if I may ask, do you ever get into ufology? Okay, absolutely. And um, because I do cover that quite a bit with the course of what I discuss. Um, and so kind of go down that road a little bit. Uh, that's an issue. Generally, what I get asked about a lot is alien disclosure from a perspective, and just a religious perspective. What happens when they have disclosure? How does it affect humanity? Maybe also people like that. Um, and um, we can certainly get into like what would happen if we had alien disclosure and give kind of a material speculative perspective of what that may be. And I also much like to, I'm a futurist, so I like to look at where we're moving towards in the future. So I don't know if that would interest your audience, but basically, I give an overall future outlook of where we're moving from a civilization standpoint. Perhaps things like mega projects that we may be seeing, what we're going to perhaps see from 2030 to 2050, 2050 to 2060 and beyond. Do you think they would plan to? Sure. Yeah, 2030 to 2040 to 2060. Is this a live podcast or is it? Okay, okay. And as I understand, using the return, uh, I stay in the room after we're done to let it up. I do my best for that. I will say this: I did get a reminder but it should be okay. It actually should be faster. But for any reason, I just I'll rejoin. Oh, one other thing: is it okay to try the artificial intelligence? I can't. No, I am ready. Everyone. And in my camera, do you see it correctly? Meaning like the writing is correct? Okay. And what's the correct pronunciation of your first name? Okay. No, some people have different words. That's really personal. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for 1 week, and it's a privilege to be here with you. Yeah, so in my dwelling, I have multiple cameras that are streaming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, for world peace. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, but essentially, I give an audience a 360-degree view of what my life is like on a daily basis. We've seen over the course of the last more than 4 years that I've been doing this, the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is really like a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. And I think that it's an interesting project. In the past, I might have been a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But in the modern age, I have the opportunity to utilize video as my medium, which I do, to give people not just a portal into what my life is like currently, but I think that I am telling a story not just about my life, but about human existence that may be studied by the people of the future. I would say that I'm conscious of the fact that I am streaming. But in terms of wasting time, I think that even that may be of interest to future generations of people. I don't rush anything necessarily, and give people really a 24/7, 365 view into my life. Just like I would have understanding as a viewer that things don't always happen as quickly as we want. I have that within my own life, and thus you see all the good and the bad that happen with an individual, whether it's laughing and happiness or sadness and frustration. I give the world my best view of what life is like in 2026. And it's not just a story of my life. I 24 hours a day keep a radio on in the background that documents human events, world news, so that you can literally go back to any moment within the last 104 years and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in the world events. So it's essentially like a timeline or a time capsule. Oh, absolutely. I think that's a phenomenal. I think it would be beneficial for you, beneficial for your audience. You would basically be documenting life as someone experienced it, and the wisdom that perhaps would be lost would be preserved in your podcast because you have the foresight to be able to archive. And especially today with data centers and servers throughout the world, the odds are that this type of information may be able to be saved indefinitely, which is really an exciting premise. In the past, much of the archives of human history had to be like what you're saying on stone or on metal or something that was perhaps able to undergo fire and theft and perhaps some types of breaking or other types of environmental stresses. And we've only gotten a snapshot of what life was like in ancient times and since then. But with the advent of video and the ability to archive data, the opportunities are endless. And to be able to preserve that wisdom, not just the 21st century, but in centuries beyond, which I think is a really exciting premise. So um, I, I would say I think that you should do that in addition to the normal podcast that you do. I think that you'll find a lot of value in preserving wisdom that would otherwise be lost. Well, perhaps not some people do some things on that like heard like seed phrases for cryptocurrencies that are not metal, but certainly have huge amounts of documents generated with paper or now the digital page. And it's not example to be able to source that, those types of material and to be able to preserve them. You just think if you wanted to write an entire book on red stone or metal, you'd have to store it. And eventually commodity and storage could become an issue. But with the idea of scanning it or archiving it from a digital sense, the opportunities are endless, especially with the growth of the digital world. As I understand, digital data out uh, exceeded analog data in about the year 2002. So basically, 2002 is very important in and around then, where the digital, the amount of data that we take digitally actually surpassed what we have from the analytical aspect. And many people consider that to be the digital age. So those are arguments neither here nor there. That is an important event where more data was archived from a digital standpoint, right an analog standpoint, and then ever since then, we've only seen a major expansion of the digital standpoint. Now, 99% of most all data is digital. 30 years ago, it was not true. Well, that's an excellent question. How are these things presented? So we have certainly organizations like Google, software services that have servers that have redundant backups. So there are different locations around the world that these servers are located. So in case there's any kind of major function or a war or perhaps a major environmental issue or even perhaps a meteor impact, if one of these server uh, facilities were to one or destroyed for whatever reason, there are redundant backups in the world. So really, it would almost take or something catastrophic occurring. And um, I'm someone who I have certifications in data and specifically from Amazon Web Services. I'm quite impressed with the amount of redundancy that these organizations have created in case anything ever happens, which inspired my project as well. Uh, I'm not satisfied with just having one stream going at any given time. I have up to 25 streams, 24 hours on multiple platforms, including Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble, and Twitter, you name it. Essentially, if you can click on there, I am doing so that I also have redundant streams that are preserved for future generations. If any one of my cameras goes out, I have backups. If any of my devices need to update or I use power to one of them, I do my best to have backups. If for any reason, let's say the internet goes out, or something like that occurs, I have GoPros that I can archive long periods of time if I like needed as backups as well. And I have a collection, a large collection of terabyte backups of hard drive, SD card that I have over the course of the last half decade that I also have to be as a backup from a digital standpoint. And uh, just just like I need to have redundant backups for my streams, these large organizations do as well. And then we don't run into an issue like perhaps the Library of Alexandria, where much of the known knowledge of the world and scholars in particular were burned. And this has happened at different points in human history where major secrets and mysteries of not just human but Earth's history may have been lost. It seems as if we've been able to hopefully overcome that from a practical standpoint and be able to now, in the modern age, preserve much of this information definitely. That's correct. Much of it is mystery. We do have some Egyptian history, religion texts that were able to but many of the scrolls that were not. In fact, there have been other fires that have occurred in major libraries, specifically in Jamaica and Greece, where fire actually has helped to preserve the documents, and that would be if we have kind of documentation on stone tablets, fire tends to harden. So in some ways, fire can actually help to preserve, but generally it's destructive. But really, the questions that the world primarily in some of the ancient libraries may have been lost, may have been lost forever, or at least within the foreseeable future. And it's a shame. And that's why with any type of data that we have, or any kind of important document or project, it's great to have redundancy and backups. And it does seem like with the modern server system this is done. Servers are located on different continents. They at no time when even like they're backed up or they have uh, information being transferred generally, it's not done on multiple servers simultaneously. In case anything has occurred, the backups would be utilized as needed. And I think that that's really a wonderful way to be able to preserve this type of information to hopefully avoid any kind of data loss in the future that we have in the past. Well, certainly. So we call it the Hebrew Bible, and just to lend some clarification, uh, the, the book of Thomas or the Gospel of Thomas was discovered in Egypt in 1945. It was not part of the initial of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were discovered in the winter of 1926 to 1927. And this occurred along the northwestern shore of the Dead Sea, specifically. But the timeline is very close. So within about a year or so, we have the discovery of uh, which traditionally is the Gospel of Thomas, which is not from Christian which it's a not canonical Gnostic text. Uh, and then we have the Dead Sea Scrolls discovery um, which was based on life, which is it's an amazing story. But Bedouin goat herders, I just think that that's just a phenomenal idea that some goat herders in near an ancient settlement were able to bring Dead Sea Scrolls and then really be able to find some fragments of the Book of Enoch that they discovered. generally they're Aramaic, and uh, these are also in the Hebrew Bible, but he is uh, so generally excluded from the biblical canon, but nevertheless was an important discovery. And with what you're saying, these are discoveries that occurred within the last 100 years. And especially with the advancements in technology, with things like LiDAR or ground penetrating radar, there may be other secrets that still exist in some of these areas. And you brought up another really important point. Why weren't these included in traditional religious canons? Any of the reasons had to be diplomatic reasons, some of them had to do with reasons, um, some just really had to do with um, ensuring that a certain doctrine was followed. And what would be specific generally were the learned men, women were generally excluded from the profession. And it's unfortunate that it wasn't really a democratic process. It was very much either an aristocratic process or certainly a theocratic or body that made these decisions. And who's to say that they were the correct decisions to be made? And again, who's to say that many of these important documents don't still exist in some other, perhaps, cave somewhere or underground? And many of these areas where these items are preserved are either like UNESCO heritage sites or they're protected by one government body or another. And the ability for archaeologists to really look to find more similar documents is sometimes limited. And hopefully, in the next 100 years or so, if anything that still does exist, we would perhaps be able to discover it and share it with the world because it makes it very interesting. Well, the idea is that the traditional books, the traditional canon of both Bush and Christian or any other type of major religion um, to exclude it was basically in many ways due to the fact that there were already established practices and already established traditions. And while it is something that really mainstream Judaism, and really, as I understand, most Christian denominations shift from the biblical canon. It wasn't just for one reason. There's contested authorship and dating. So the give people an idea who is Enoch. This is the great grandfather of Noah. And there's the most. And so scholars agree that this book was perhaps compiled by multiple authors, don't know who they are, but generally between 300 before the Common Era and the century of before the Common Era. Perhaps there was some prophetic inspiration that was believed to have ceased, perhaps around 450 before the Common Era. Generally, these are Jewish perspectives excluded it. There are also doctrinal clashes. The book very famously describes fallen angels and terms of as watchers mating with human women to produce sons, which contradicts any ideas, particularly within both Judaism and well, but predominantly but some ideas of this. Um, it doesn't necessarily contradict the entirety of either Judaism or Christianity, but the idea, at least I read in Christianity, that angels being. There was some contradiction there. And then the idea also within the belief that the Christian standpoint that the early councils of the church did not view the book as divinely inspired, even though um, there are perhaps some sorts of prophecy within the religious texts of Christianity. Many of the councils determined that quoting a non-biblical text did not validate as scripture. So generally, it's considered apocryphal. And though there is what you were saying, one that does consider the Book of Enoch canonical scripture, and I believe correctly it's the Ethiopian Orthodox lend that credence to the Book of Enoch. But generally, within Judaism, it's it's not part of Hebrew Bible, and generally within most Christian denominations, it is not considered part of the canon. So some do consider at least apocryphal. Most certainly, there are some really interesting aspects of the origin of generally scripture would demon the book of authors origin story. Generally, it claims demonic spirits are disembodied the some considered wicked, cannibalistic tribes from the ancient Watcher. And, having been found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the, the complete text was brought to the rest of Europe until it was rediscovered in Ethiopia towards the end of the 18th century. And then to be able to find multiple fragments for the book in Aramaic among the Dead Sea Scrolls towards the mid 20th century provided uh, showed that it was immensely popular perhaps during the Second Temple period. Uh, he previously stated it are perhaps the quotes of it within some religious denominations, but really, at least as I understand, it is, aside from it is canonical. And the idea that we can perhaps get into of where the, the origin or where we get some of these, I would say the idea of fallen angels might be of interest. So at least I can speak on this from a Judaic perspective. Um, what we believe in our Tanakh, which is uh, the Torah, is Torah, the Bible, prophets, prophets, and writings. This is generally the idea of angel is generally understood as other being that abandons its proper role. It's a celestial being that rebels or deception properly, and a supernatural being associated with corruption. traditionally this is what we have. The concept didn't happen immediately, it develops gradually. The Tanakh really contains very little explicit expression. The the fullest Jewish fallen angel narratives do appear in literature, and rabbinic Judaism later de-emphasized these. So we first probably should just understand what are we talking about these angels in Judaism. So the Hebrew pronunciation is malach, it's translated as messenger or emissary. Generally, angels are seen as messengers of God. They they perform divine assignments. They're not independent gods, and they generally act according to divine will. The primary biblical passage we find in Genesis. Genesis. Um, so the passage is uh, it describes humanity multiplying on earth, the sons of God, seeing the daughters of humanity, marriages occurring between them. This is the appearance of the feeling and the existence of mighty men of renown. The verse bears 6:4, Genesis 6:11, were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came to the daughters of men, and they were old, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men of renown. So the idea in key terms of here are sons of renown. It's many times translated fallen ones. Those are the fallen giants. Traditional translation of violent ones. And the great question exists: who, but were the sons of God angels? Um, the ancient Jewish interpretations generally argue sons of God does mean angel, human women were the daughters of men, and the feeling with offspring. There is another view of this that this could be human. Many rabbinic authorities later argued that sons of God were rulers or nobles or judges. The biblical text never explicitly says because history. Most interpretations have existed historically, and debate continues until today. Now, as we discussed a little earlier about the interest in this in Second Temple Judaism, there's this idea of the development of the Watcher. So basically, when we talk about Second Temple Judaism, we're talking about between 500 before the Common Era and 700 of the Common Era, especially the fall of the Second Temple in Jerusalem. And if you reviewed Bereshit 6, Genesis 6, saying received expanded interpretation. There was detailed heavenly rebellion stories that emerged, and then this is where perhaps the Watchers were developed. And when we get into these Watchers are heavenly beings assigned to observe humanity. According to the book of God, they descend to earth, take human wives, they produce giant offspring to reveal forbidden. This is the closest Jewish equivalent of angels. These are not explicitly named in Genesis, but these are central figures in the unaltered literature. Within the book we have really an expansion of Bereshit in Genesis. So we have hundreds of Watchers that descend in the book of Enoch. Square notes together. Humanity becomes corrupted. The giants devastate the earth. Divine judgment follows. Again, this is not part of Jewish biblical canon, but it is extremely influential during the Second Temple period, and this information was exactly built in Genesis. So basically, there's a question: what did these Watchers teach? Allegedly, they taught metallurgy, so weapons, armor, military technology, perhaps occult practices, sorcery, divination, astrology, perhaps cosmetics, jewelry, ornamentation, beautification. These teachings symbolize corruption, and Enoch portrays knowledge being revealed improperly. The feeling within according to Enoch, these were the children of the Watchers and the gigantic beings, their violent rulers, their to pre-flood chaos. This interpretation primarily comes from Enoch. Genesis or Bereshit is far less detailed, and it's really not necessary to all Jewish traditions. Question: why does the flood occur? So the The Enochic expedition, corruption spreads, giants devastate humanity, watchers corrupt divine judgment. Really, Enoch connects the flood directly to the watchers and justice emphasizes human wickedness. Now, getting into the Dead Sea Scrolls, these were the ancient manuscripts that were discovered generally between 1947 and 1956. They helped to preserve the Enochic literature. They helped to preserve and confirm watcher traditions for Christianity. And really, the later Jewish view within rabbinic Judaism is a shift of emphasis toward human responsibility, moral choices, and ethical behavior. The fallen angel speculation became less important. Human wickedness became the focus in Parashut 6 or Genesis 6, and many rabbis preferred more neutral interpretations. Now, this does have an influence within Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism, which is many definitions of mysticism, things like Jewish mysticism discusses the spiritual worlds and celestial beings. It does not center on fallen angels. It focuses on divine emanation and emphasizes cosmic prepare. There's this idea that we have within Judaism, Tikkun Olam, which means prepare and fulfill. This is a major mystical concept and emphasizes restoration rather than rebellion. So, just from a Jewish perspective, kind of an overview of what we learned with fallen angel discussion. Judaism, um, does Judaism believe in fallen angels? Some ancient Jewish texts do, some later Jewish authorities do not. There's no doctrine. Who are the watchers? Names, really, it's Judaism's closest equivalent to fallen angels. Are fallen angels, question that's raised, are fallen angels in Tanakh, in the Bible? Not explicitly the idea developed for interpretation of the Genesis. Um, so that's basically an overview of some of those really interesting things that were found that you're referencing that were a 20th century phenomenon, at least discovery, or perhaps in addition to a late 18th century discovery in Ethiopia, that we really don't have perfect definition of. It still remains a mystery, but that's basically an overview. And to your point, there were other discoveries that occurred from an theological standpoint and archaeological standpoint, like the Book of Thomas around the same time. That really was a an interest in my mind, and I'm sure in other people's minds, what else could be out there? Just because we had the opportunity to perhaps discover some of these things doesn't mean that ancient mysteries still may remain in some other cave somewhere or underground somewhere or in some other hidden area. And what will we discover perhaps over the course of the 21st or even into the future that may perhaps give us more information of our own religions and how people interpreted religion in the past. Well, uh, we could say that, yeah, they're heavenly beings assigned to observe humanity. According to the Book of Enoch, they descend to earth to take human lives. They produce giant offspring and they reveal forbidden knowledge. Um, the closest Jewish equivalent that we have are fallen angels, but this is not explicitly named in Revelation or Genesis. But it is essential. They are central figures of Enochic literature. Well, first question uh, was Noah a British? Yes. So we should say he predates Abram. So he was polytheistic, and but that doesn't necessarily that he wasn't righteous. He's described as righteous and blameless among his contemporaries, and had uncorrupted character rather than necessarily a pure bird. Uh, the distinct biological bloodline. Some texts do suggest that his lineage was physically untouched and preserved from contamination by fallen angels or the now the Nephilim. I think the second part of your question was what are the Nephilim wiped out of blood? Is that your question? Excellent. So, according to the biblical narrative, all the Nephilim alive at the time of the flood perished in the waters. The Hebrew Bible notes that they appeared after the flood, leading to various theological theories on how they may have genetic traits returned, such as through the wives of the sons or new unions of fallen angels. There are different theories that emerge generally, like how giants reappeared in the Bible. Has been widely debated by theologians and scholars for centuries. Some of the theories are post-flood. In theory, this view suggests that additional fallen angels descended after the flood and inhabited the feeling there's a genetic carrier theory. Some scholars and commentators Noah's sons once carried the feeling genetics either actively or as dormant traits, which later manifested in subsequent generations. There's a legend or exaggeration theory. Some historians and biblical interpreters believe that Nephilim became a generic term for exceptionally large warriors, like the Anakim and the Goliath in later generations, which suggests that the fearful reported giants, specifically what we find in Numbers, perhaps exaggerated by Israelites, was discouraged the conquest of Canaan. There are some different interpretations on the idea, perhaps, of the survival of King Og. Some ancient Jewish traditions, including some commentaries, propose that King Og of Bashan physically survived the flood by clinging to the flood, or by having his stature so immense that the waters only reached his ankles. But generally, the idea is in feeling that we're alive perished in the waters. Of Noah, generally it's considered he was fully and Jewish, certainly was passing righteousness. Excellent. Okay. Well, I've been fascinated by these conversations as well and data in general. So, for anyone out there who wondered why would you archive your entire life and for what purpose? Go ahead. Oh, well, certainly. So, first and foremost, the easiest way to view my life 24/7 is to type Rabbi Rothschild, R-A-B-B-I, space Rothschile into YouTube and filter by live. I cannot emphasize that enough. You want to filter by live because then you can view many of my streams at once. It makes it multi-stream as opposed to just one angle. You can do that multi-stream 24 hours a day. Additionally, you can connect with me 24 hours a day in my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. I take questions on religion, on secular topics. I lend pastoral support to the community. I certainly help people with issues with employment, relationships, to cosplay. We play games. We a day, I will do my best to be of service to you in any way that I can help. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I mean it when I say it's arguable that I have more social media than any person. Over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 I go viral, God willing, I do. Anyone hears what I'm saying, including you, Caesar, and anyone else, I want to take away all of your problems, perhaps, if you've ever had them financially. I want to give you the opportunity to have generational wealth. I want to be able to monetize my streams and my social media and be a spokesperson for different organizations. Take all of that money and be able to give it back to individuals so that you have generational wealth, that you all are able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. And God willing, someday perhaps be able to ensure that your family never has to focus on that which they find to join them. Moreover, you can read my writings, which are available on my blog, which is rabbirothschild.com. I write certainly on religious topics, but really what a fascination to me is technology, is AI, is futurism, and even perhaps by teaching aspects of it. I love to talk about topics like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, technology like perhaps teleportation, telekinesis, telepathy, ideas like Santa Claus machines. Many people don't know what a Santa Claus machine is. It's actually a computer that you would see perhaps some type of dark episode that is a 3D printer essentially connected to all of the different elements of the world, um, of the known world, of the known universe, that can create anything that you can at the push of a button. So think of a 3D printer, but instead of using plastic, it can use anything. These are types of technologies that are being developed. Moreover, I like to talk about things like DXC. People don't know this, but the first de-extinction is already taking place from, depends how you want to define de-extinction, but what we're talking about is a type of species that was once extinct, and at least bringing it back to life or being able to hybridize it in some way to be able to at least take some of those once dominant genes and convert them into a living species. The successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Iranian ibex, which was a goat located in France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is going to use colossal bioscience. They've made it their goal that within the next year, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth to the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project, basically creating hybrids of the direwolf. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. And these are the types of events that I'm excited to be able to archive, in addition to the World Cup and America's bicentennial and the Olympic Games, certainly all of the other important aspects of history that, of course, in the last half of the video. So these are the types of really interesting human feats that I find to be of interest to be able to archive. Moreover, we're moving into a future where the average life expectancy for a Western individual is perhaps transitioning. What once was the average life expectancy rate, maybe perhaps 100, or pardon, age 80, is moving to age 100, perhaps in the future 120 or older. And types of technology like reverse aging, perhaps therapies are being utilized to make what was, say, an 8-year-old uh, today is was what a 50-year-old was yesteryear. meaning that people are able to stay more mobile at later ages of life and have their mental clarity preserved, and really moving into the world of transhumanism. Now, I've asked a lot, am I a transhumanist? I'm really neutral to the topic, but I am open-minded. So for anyone who hears what I'm saying, I don't want you to have to experience something that you don't. So consent is first and foremost very important. But for those of us who may want to perhaps consider life extension technology, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, plasma transplants, whole shot therapy, red light therapy, nootropics, peptides, to be able to extend the average life expectancy of the human from age 80 to 100, 120, I don't want to necessarily close the door. And then we're moving into a future of perhaps life extension technology through mind through other types of technologies that may be able to delay death indefinitely. When I talk about mind up technology, I'm talking about specifically technology like a CAT scan or an MRI, where we, with someone's consent, scan their brain into a computer, where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system, but later down as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, and a hero, whatever they want to be. But what I'm saying to you and saying to your audience is that within a generation or two, or perhaps within this generation, we may have some people who may have the opportunity to either delay death indefinitely or be able to preserve life and have some type of digital immortality, which I feel is a very exciting opportunity for those who want to experience it. For those who don't, I think that you should have the right to be able to live as long as you want without any type of force you to do anything that you don't want. But the idea, the thing is uh, that scientists have predicted that the first person to live past the year 200 has already been born, and perhaps much of this technology may be able to be used to allow them to avoid death definitely. And that too is a really exciting opportunity. Moreover, types of technology like revivification. What am I talking? What do I mean by revivification? I mean people who were once dead being able to use technology to perhaps bring them back to life. Now, some people may say, how is that going to happen? Their body's decomposed. Is it their real brain? Those are questions for the future. But essentially, the idea is that we may be able to reverse engineer someone's DNA and put it in a clone, and perhaps using either photography or video or even just audio, some type of recording of them, be able to create some type of version of what their personality would be, perhaps some of their memories, and be able to bring back what you would once have considered to be a dead individual into some type of living condition. Now, is it the same person? Is it the same soul? These are all questions that are not for me to decide, but um, these are opportunities that perhaps this generation and the coming generation will have to at least may have some experience with. We already see in small mammals memory transfer from one animal to another. Essentially, you could take mice, for example, and put them through a maze, a mouse maze. It's able to complete the maze correctly after a few attempts. And then using types of brain computer interfaces for um, really generally be able to take the memory of the neuron, the idea of the proper path through the maze and transfer that into mouse B. And mouse B is able to do the maze the first time exactly correctly. That's considered that is successful memory transfer. And if you do that with small mammals, who's to say we would be able to do that with humans in the future? We're really at the precipice of something really amazing where we are evolving from one type of tradition, Homo sapien, into some type of hybrid individual that is able to spend the normal life expectancy that plants have, that is able to perhaps death or reverse age, and be able to transfer memories, personality, and that's what we consider as human into another being, and perhaps be able to avoid death indefinitely, bring some kind of digital immortality. These are just extremely important questions that don't necessarily be asked, but don't hear being asked. Generally, people are more worried about how many Instagram followers they have, perhaps what their favorite restaurant is, that review of that. It's not it's the questions that we are asking ourselves in society. I feel are picking up. Some of these questions that I review on my streams and really talk about it on a daily basis are what I feel are important to humanity. So those are some of the ideas that I talk about and that I bring about. And so for anyone who's interested, discord.me is /rabbi, discord.me /rabbi. You can link to my Discord to connect with me 24 hours a day. And again, I want to emphasize, I'm here to know the person. You don't have to be Jewish, you don't have to be religious. All I ask is that you're an adult, and if you have any kind of question, if you have any kind of concern, come, let's talk it out. I want as good of a resource as for those who don't want to necessarily connect with me. They can always view my life live on YouTube. And for those who just want to read what Rabbi Rothschild.medium.com is where you can find that information. And so with that, I do want to just get into a few things of where I perhaps see humanity moving in the future, basically. So at least maybe for the next half century or so. What are we going to do? Would that be okay, Caesar? Absolutely. Go ahead. Yeah, so it's an excellent question. What we believe is that Mashiach Messiah, our Savior, has not yet arrived, and that when they do come, they will usher in a new world, essentially, known as the world to come, and the vivification of the dead will actually. For those people who have already passed, there is a period of cleanse that occurs for the first 11 months after death, generally. And from there, the interpretation vary, but generally, mainstream centrist orthodoxy believes that we are in some type of Gan Eden or Garden Eden state, perhaps eating and learning that is metaphorically known as the right hand of God. And the idea that perhaps the Messiah figure, which will one day deliver uh, humanity into this world to come, will essentially usher in a world that may be able to avoid death altogether, which would speak to exactly what you're saying there, some type of of indefinite future for humanity. And that's the traditional, from an Orthodox standpoint. There are also some ideas of this resurrection of the dead. The Orthodox perspective is that there will be, that there is perhaps a question of life after death throughout history. Um, not just within Judaism, but humanity in general. Once what happens to a person after they die. And generally, Judaism teaches that death is real, but it is not the ultimate conclusion of existence. We believe that our Creator, Krishna, who brought life into existence from nothing, has the power to restore life after death. And then the idea of a resurrection, a revival of the dead may occur in the future. This is part of the principles of faith of Rabbi Moses Moses, who was a rabbi from approximately 1138 to 1204. And he thought this idea was so important that 13 principles of faith that he discusses for Judaism, that this was essentially to the to now, there's an idea that we discuss about difference between an immortal soul and resurrection. Judaism does not only souls. Some philosophers teach that the body's temporary and soul alone matters, and physical existence is unimportant. Additionally, Judaism rejects this separation. We believe that the human being is unity between body, soul, consciousness, and all action. And Satan, Torah teaches that Hashem, God, created the human being as a complete person. The idea of the biblical foundations of the resurrection Daniel, one of the first references states that many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth will awaken. And there are perhaps books that their interpretation discusses future restoration, Ezekiel's vision of dry bones. Basically, there is a vision of dry bones. Ezekiel sees bones scattered in fellows, and God asks everyone the message is that God restores them. Prophecy symbolizes restoration and really a national event. The commentators, specifically also discuss in connection with the resurrection. The idea of a Talmudic human resurrection is perhaps debated, certainly, but the Talmud generally it teaches that denying resurrection is a serious theological error, and the rabbis of the Talmud consider resurrection a negative belief. So the idea is why we cannot resurrect the dead, because God is the source of life, and we in Judaism believe that God created life. Therefore, death is not beyond God's ability. To create a person from nothing, destroying a person is a greater challenge. And we think that resurrection has a relationship to divine justice. There's a problem with incomplete justice in life. A righteous person may suffer, a wicked person may prosper. But within Judaism, we learn that the story does not necessarily end with that. A resurrection demonstrates God remembering every person, that our moral choices matter, and that life has eternal significance. So, really, without going too much more in depth, Judaism does believe that there is something that occurs after death. There's certainly the idea of God Eden after a period of general 11 years for righteous people and perhaps slightly here for wicked. We do experience a type of state with God and God Eden, and we are all awaiting our Mashiach to come. But to usher in a world out and there are some changes for us that occur. Like animals may no longer break on each other. Death itself may many nations will come together, as well as the lost tribes within the religion. Judaism generally brought together, but without going into the specifics of what happens in the complex, Judaism does believe that something. Well, that's an excellent question. I don't necessarily see them as conflicting. The idea of a resurrection of the dead is very similar to when I discussed the implication of bringing back someone who was once dead back to life. The idea of the, uh, the unknown exists within a scientific as it does somewhat within a religious. The idea of having death as not necessarily the something that is that the end of has been contemplated from the scientific and theological standpoint, or that perhaps we don't necessarily have when our bodies have. There's, I would say, some major questions that exist in both religious standpoint and a secular standpoint, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it contradicts the idea of revivification of the dead can work within a religious standpoint and it can work within a scientific standpoint. Yeah, um, perhaps an idea of world peace is certainly a secular idea, but it's also a religious idea within there really isn't much in terms of conflict. Now, some may say, well, is this because of the idea of Shiite? Was it always about, or was this something that had been taught in a belief system post enough for after basically the Hebrew Bible? And um, there, the idea of Messiah figure within Judaism is not specifically stated. This is something that basically does come about in the writings of the and discussions of the rabbis after Tanakh. Now there are some perhaps hints on some of these ideas, and really when we talk about the Messiah from a religious standpoint, Mashiach, what does that mean? It means anointed. Um, so the idea is to anoint the poor, and there's an idea that Mashiach will be a king who will not be crowned by merely placing the crown on the head, but they will be anointed with sacred oil. And there have been other anointed people within the Bible, within the Hebrew Bible. Every Hebrew Israel is technically a Mashiach. So were some priests. Even a foreign ruler receives the title. Some examples are Aaron, the high priest, Saul, David, Solomon, and Cyrus the Great. A foreign ruler received the title. So Mashiach does not originally refer to one specific individual that it describes someone. Only later does Judaism speak of the Mashiach being the final king in the house of David. So I should clarify. Certainly within Tanakh there's the idea of Mashiach, an anointed one, but we're talking about a Messiah, one king from the house of David. And um, this idea is in line perhaps with some secular beliefs as well, that we could have a great leader on earth who unites the world and perhaps we move toward with an idea of world peace as a very peaceful leadership style. And that's a secular idea that has been around for generations as well. That we are moving perhaps towards a time of world peace. From a secular standpoint, we are, I talk a lot about the scientific future of humanity and getting off world and terraforming other planets. But in order to do those things, we on Earth, we can't be terraforming Mars while we have civil wars here on Earth amongst humanity. So there's the idea that perhaps we will have a leader in the future who is able to help to unite humanity peacefully so that we can again terraform other planets and just explore the interstellar system and outer solar system and eventually interstellar travel. So these are certainly scientific ideas that coincide with religious ideas as well. And the idea that Mashiach is really just an anointed person. There's an idea of what does Messianic age look like. And it is not necessarily portrayed in not or Hebrew Bible as an escape from the world, really not like the rule of the world. Prophets repeatedly describe flourishing agriculture, justice in the courts, peace among the nations, honesty in commerce, faithful worship, security in the land, and harmony between peoples. Those are all secular ideas that some might say we're moving toward flourishing agriculture with things like vertical farming and agricultural drones and perhaps floating greenhouses and saltwater greenhouses and perhaps hydroponics and cloud seeding. certainly justice in the courts with the International Criminal Court and um, peace among the nations with the United Nations. Right, honesty in Congress with uh, the just arguably more towards that. There are arguments against this as well, but security in the land and harmony between the people, these are all both religious and secular ideas that coincide. So, really, I personally see the idea of the world accommodated Messianic figure, or perhaps even the idea of how we have science and coincide. They don't necessarily. Does that answer your question? Great question. It depends how you explain it. To me, AI is a tool, just like fire. Fire can be used for good or bad. Fire can be used to cook, which is good, or burn, which is bad. The wheel can be considered great, good thing in terms of transportation, but also a bad thing in causing harm to someone or whatever. The same could be said about steam, electricity, and the computer. AI itself referred to as now, there's an argument to be made once AI is able to move from artificial narrow intelligence to artificial general intelligence and into artificial super intelligence. Does it become conscious? What does that mean for humanity? Should, should it be treated to have rights like a human? These are questions we can perhaps be able to discover. In terms of artificial super intelligence, a type of technology that far surpasses human intelligence. At what point do we consider it to be? It depends how you want to define God, and that's really a question that everyone has within themselves. I find a lot of people can get on board with my just very simple God, perhaps similar to a philosopher 400 years ago of Brooks. How does that if you want to get into more um, like those all perhaps ideas that people can debate, but a religion standpoint, people can agree that God is energy. And from a secular standpoint, they can believe that if you're going to refer to a God, then energy is a great word that you can use as a place. Does that mean that's all it is? No, it's really just a placeholder word. But that's a different being than AI. So AI, even if it becomes a, which it will, artificial super intelligence, it becomes this all-knowing being, at least within what we're doing on Earth. It doesn't mean that perhaps extraterrestrials or other species around not just the galaxy but the universe don't already have their own AI systems that are far superior than that. And that doesn't mean that they all can't coexist under what we consider to be energy or what we consider to be really a scientific type of God. This is the same, this Baruch Spinoza definition of God is what Einstein did. For those who Einstein believed that he believed in Spinoza's record for that saying that. And while I don't necessarily know exactly what that entails to me, the idea of energy that allows someone to appreciate a sunset or the beauty in their child's face or love of a spouse, whatever allows that to occur, that to me, that to me is really special. than what AI is. So the, the energy that allows AI to be powered and all of that, there's certainly some idea, but that doesn't mean that we've created a new God. We've just created a really powerful tool. And for those who would like more clarification of this, the true answer is we don't know. I don't know as a rabbi. No priest knows this. No imam knows this. No one knows. These are just the traditions that we've been taught. But in the end, we must remember that we have to be somewhat agnostic because no one really knows anything. And we have to be brave to be able to admit that. Yeah, I can understand. But can you unplug AI? Yes. Can you unplug God? Traditionally, no. So that's one major difference in it. Um, so the idea of at least the way that people we systematically understand is that AI is a tool that has been created by people, that has been created by other species around the universe, perhaps, that is able to be controlled. It can get to the point where it becomes perhaps conscious, and perhaps and for emotion and all of the other aspects that one considers to be a human. But does it need energy in order to run? Yes, generally. Uh, is it able to be stopped? Yes, generally. If a meteor, for now, but even if a meteor hits the data center wherever it's stored, generally, if it doesn't even done that, I should say all of those would like out, it ceases to exist. The idea of at least from an energy standpoint, seems to continue no matter what type of environment are brought to, into the scenario. And so, does AI have many like aspects, like omniscience, perhaps, or some types of difference? In, in some ways, yes. But even humanity, there's some characteristics that would make it not traditionally, and some aspects of AI are also reflective of, of God because it's really AI is a reflection of humanity itself. So we would expect it to have some of the same characteristics. But at the end of the day, can you unplug AI? At some point, yeah. Can you unplug God? Generally, both from a religious standpoint, no. And from a secular standpoint, the idea is, well, we don't know, and that's a completely honest take. And even for those from a scientific perspective, we're willing to say, if God exists, then we believe. If God exists, but we don't know. And it's something that we really can't, at least from a human standpoint, ever really understand completely. Uh, from that aspect, we, we, we don't know. It really gets to the philosophical idea. Can you really know anything? Um, it's very philosophical. And the idea is no. The more that you know, the less you know. It's very philosophical. And so if you can't really know anything, then the idea exists. You will never know if God exists. And then thus there's an argument to be made. You'll never know if AI is good because you can't really know anything. It's very paradoxical, but really to summarize, AI is a tool that humans have created. God, if God exists, which no one can prove, no one, at least from a humanistic standpoint, will ever be able to prove, and that's a very honest take, that we don't know. If God exists, perhaps God has powers beyond that of yeah. It depends how you look at it. The idea generally is creation, Genesis, really meaning that humanity was uniquely designed to reflect God's character, relational capacity, and purpose on earth. And this generally is the consensus that this represents a spiritual and moral awakening rather than a physical. So when we say we come to the we believe that God is incorporeal, like basically God doesn't have a body. But we still can understand that God created mankind in his own image. And in the image of God, he created us. And we goes into the idea of being that. However, as we can see in the Bible, that might be a limited scope. And if we really move into a world of the future, and someone can perhaps be a man for 100 years and then maybe want to upload their mind into a female equivalent of theirs, well, then perhaps that's some type of transhuman opportunity that wasn't foreseen in the Bible, and that the idea of the Bible may be for an epic or like a time, we have a time and place on earth, and may be well respected. But as we get off planet and as we begin to perhaps just explore the stars, the idea that the Bible will have necessary bearing on what it once did and would be interpreted as perhaps familiar tradition is yet to be decided. But as we have seen, the idea of God making man in his own image is that the human race was granted a particular likeness of God, but it doesn't mean that we were granted everything from God, just as a particular likeness. And that uh, many people type you know, the idea that Jacob uh, basically thought, as some people say, struggles with God, and they would be more metaphorical. Um, the idea is that it has could have been a not God necessarily God himself, perhaps messenger. But there's certainly the idea that the stranger was as, as Jacob was named, and by answering Jacob, he was essentially confessed that he was manipulative. There was a manipulative nature, and the figure, Jacob eventually realized it was God himself, gave him a new name, Israel. And so God explained that the new name meant he struggles with God, which is what Israel means. And the idea is because you, that's exactly right. Yeah. Israel means struggles with God. And the idea is because you have struggled with God and with humans have overcome, God will bless him with prayer from the. So the idea is could a human defeat God from a realistic standpoint? I mean, traditionally we would say that's impossible. God's all knowing and all powerful. So perhaps this is metaphorical. And is there was a exterior figure who Jacob eventually realized was God. It could be metaphorical as well. But yes, it's true. It's its name from this event. And certainly, it's up to um, this in Hebrew, the idea of and wrestling fights with God. It's metaphorical in some ways because could like really fight with God or struggle with God. Uh, Perhaps if the idea is that when going into the wilderness and the various beings that appeared and engaged with Jacob and to rest on that last all night uh, could be some type of internal struggle that Jacob is just really we're looking at documents that are thousands of years old and interpretations. But nevertheless, the idea that as Jacob approaches, the stranger, whatever it was, realized that he could not easily overpower Jacob, and basically touched Jacob's hip socket, dislocating it with a single touch, and the idea that this crippled Jacob, but Jacob refused to let his opponent go and demanded him not go unless she blitzed and demanded his blessing. And it's one of the reasons why the stranger thinks for the name. Jacob, he essentially confesses his manipulative nature, and the idea of Jacob, he'll grab over his secret. Uh, that name is then changed to Israel, struggles with God. And the idea of struggling with God is something that can be interpreted from a physical standpoint, as some understand the text to be, but also could be a metaphorical standpoint. There are people who have their own personal struggles with God every single day, or whatever they want to consider it. Struggles with life, struggles with themselves, and that's the name of a humanistic struggle with perhaps not in one way or another be apt or appropriate. Well, there's the idea, at least within an educated standpoint, that we have a soul, and this idea uh, it really it changes over. So the idea of a soul before someone was created gets into reincarnation. So it, so we believe that the soul does pre-exist. It is, but as would make sense with Israel being an ancient Near East and closer the Western, this idea of resurrection, pardon me, reincarnation does exist, but at least from the Buddhic, even within Kabbalah or Jewish mysticism, human souls are created by God before they are born and reside in a spiritual realm, many refer to as stuff or its a treasury of souls. And we hold that the soul is eternal and it's divided spark. Before birth, it exists in a pure spiritual state. When it is time for the person to be born, God places that soul into the physical body, giving it free will to make moral choices and accomplish purpose in the physical world. Now, the idea of how does this work with reincarnation, and perhaps the world to come. Um, the idea of reincarnation is a more it's a later developed idea. So, at least within ancient biblical Judaism, the focus, especially within the Tanakh, is primarily on this Jewish mysticism, what we formalized ideas and explores the concept of reincarnation. Um, Basically, it's an idea of cycling, and we traditionally believe that the purpose is that souls return to Earth to recognize past mistakes, fulfill specific commitments, or that were missed or assessed someone else. The concept is that a single soul can inhabit multiple successive bodies, so it completes its unique mission. And many people find comfort in this, that reincarnation is trying to ask for justice, offering an explanation for why good people suffer and providing a second chance to achieve spiritual perfection. That we talked about earlier, afterlife, basically the world to afterlife does have the idea of that God within what many people in other traditions would call heaven. Not exactly. It's really a realm where the soul enjoys unmatched spiritual closeness to God and reaps the rewards of good deeds. There is a refinement process of a state of spiritual cleansing that having lots of normal where the soul sheds its earthly attachments and the ultimate future, which is the resurrection of the dead. Now, at least the idea of the soul existing before the it enters the body, but it really is just general belief systems from what you're experiencing, your location of the soul existing before the body is existing. Well, I understand your thoughts on that. That generally goes against one of the 13 principles of faith. Rambam or Rabbi Rothschild doesn't have a corporate God is infinite. And generally, this was a major aspect of the Hamakara Jewish law to separate Judaism from the idea that uh, perhaps the Nazarene or perhaps any kind of messianic figure came about around 33 of the Common Era or so, and was interpreted to be the Son of God or other interpretations to really separate Judaism from that. And the idea that God is God and humans are humans and they're over there. Now, some people may say we're made in the image, of course, we believe from a religious standpoint, we're made in the image of um, that, that's really not disputed. But the idea that God could be part human Jews generally avoid that. And the reason is if God is part human and humans die, then does that mean God dies? And that goes against at least our traditional culture or Jewish law and Jewish teaching. We avoid having God dies, while other religions, or at least secular religions, tend to believe. So, you're certainly uh, it's an excellent, it's an excellent. Well, depends how you define spiritual dimension. What do we mean by that? Do we mean the consciousness? Like these are certainly questions that any person that uses the science for having brain watchers. I'm someone who thinks science can do, and when I say anything, if we can develop time travel, perhaps we can somehow take us meaningfully back to the times of the Hebrew Bible and know what was really interpreted then. There are other ideas. There are many ways to perhaps time travel, and time travel itself, without going into the major specifics because it's a big question, but I think it is perhaps important to have just for a moment. Uh, Time travel is something that is already possible. We already have it. And so, what do we need? Like special relativity. Traveling near the speed of light causes time to pass more slowly through traffic. This was proposed by Albert Einstein. Time dilation has been experimentally confirmed. Astronauts age slightly slower than people on Earth. Faster speeds create greater time differences, and this allows travel into the future, not necessarily the past. And then within general relativity, strong gravity slows time. Massive objects warp spacetime. Clocks run slower under strong gravity. GPS satellites already must account for this effect. Black holes create extreme time dilation, while future time travel becomes theoretically possible. Now, there are other ways to time travel, including black dilations and wormholes and cosmic strings and particular cylinders. I don't want to go into those. But what I am saying is that there may be a way to actually observe, perhaps, things that have already occurred. Now, take, for instance, the idea if we could ever travel faster than the speed of light, perhaps using a wormhole. If we could, imagine that we're able to outpace light as it is emitted from Earth and travel deep into the cosmos and be able to observe the initial creation of the Earth with a very long telescope. We could basically look back on Earth and fast forward up until, say, 3000 before the Common Era and actually see exactly what the interpretations that these ancient peoples would have in real time. Now, that's a very scientific aspect of how to be able to observe this, but the idea is we would be able to know were these fallen angels, were these giants, what is exactly being referenced. And if that is possible, and we could zoom in that much, there's a very good chance we can continue to zoom in and look at the DNA of these individuals and be able to at least take a snapshot of that DNA and perhaps create this DNA, or create this being, a clone of this being at a later time and have a one-to-one match of whatever was interpreted to be here on Earth thousands of years ago in the future. So I don't want to say that even that is necessarily impossible. With science, anything is possible. And that's the idea of perhaps being able to have interpretation of whatever ancient people's reference in the Bible is a possibility as I told you that I believe that Adam and Eve everything with what we find in the creation story would not be true. And any rabbi that you have is either being irrational or they're being untrue. So the way that I've heard this interpreted in class is, is that perhaps the idea of creation is metaphor, that creation occurs in seven days, and there are interpretations that perhaps Earth might be 7 billion years old or something. And that the ancient people, not to say it was a one-to-one correlation, but they were just doing their best to be able to give a story as to where they came. And they did not have the science that we have today to be able to understand evolution and common ancestry that are more scientific. So the idea of or story, anyone who tells you that's exactly how it happened is either being rational, of science, or they're lying to you. Now, do I know exactly what happened? No. At least from the traditional science perspective. We are Homo sapiens. We previously evolved from uh, erectus and back into a shared, perhaps, a mammal. All mammals can connect to a common ancestor. And then from there, common ancestors with birds and reptiles and amphibians, moving back even further back to common ancestors of prokaryotic bacteria, perhaps. But then, what I'm open to, and I don't hear it discussed very often, but especially with the scientific perspective and the certain certain elements of science, the idea of inspiration that perhaps light came to Earth off-site, either from a meteor or perhaps from another species of extraterrestrial origin. And this is something that I don't necessarily dismiss either. That Earth itself could be a zoo, just like we have zoos where we study animals or have animals in the wild and we tag them, have some type of extraterrestrial or multiple extraterrestrial species are doing the same with humans. And this is in line with really more modern with the book. One who I'll reference is Chaim Eshek. He, for those who don't know, Chaim Eshek was the former head of the Israeli space agency. And he disclosed in 2020 that there is a perhaps collective federation that alleges cooperation between terrestrials and humans and lends credibility with his background. He's not just a scientist, but he was also a future in Israel. He's one of the top 24 military officers within the entire Israeli Defense Force at one time. And he wrote a book in 2020 that references this story and that perhaps we aren't alone. And much of Israel is a secular country and has secular ways, and many people believe in this story or at least lending credibility to these claims, particularly because Chaim Eshek had nothing to lose in his 80s when he made these claims, and more recently, actually, up in June of 2026, still alive, 93 years old, did not refute anything that he had said. But he still believed these ideas that uh, perhaps there is a galactic federation and that multiple extraterrestrials belong being observed, and contact is limited because humanity is not ready. If that's the case, and perhaps humanity was seated here, something that's known as guided panspermia or there are other interpretations of what to name it, then the entire creation story someone has to become a metaphor. But that doesn't mean that it can't still be part of our family traditions or can't be part of what we understood ancient peoples to interpret where we are today or how we got to be where we were. If we didn't have an answer, we didn't have all of the knowledge of evolution, panspermia, any of these things. And our children ask us, how did we all start? The idea of Adam and Eve would be a completely whole beginning from a non-scientific perspective. But with the advent of science, and especially in a scientific mind, as I have in every other biblical context, in public and a much more growing contingent feels that much of what the best is either up to some extent has been interpreted as down um, and that much of it may be metaphorical. For those who believe that it is absolutely completely 100% truth, there are some what some people would refer to as some perhaps contradictions, and those are difficult to grasp, and there are paradoxes that are difficult to grasp. But one of the major paradoxes that exists within these ideas of God that I struggle with, but everyone should struggle with if there is God. That God is all powerful, that you're omnipotent. Could God create a rock so large that not even God could lift it? Because that's not the omnipotence. So let's think of it. God can do anything because of the power of God. So could they create a really large rock? Absolutely. Could they create the rock so large that not even they as God could lift it? It's one of those things where your mind goes does not compute. It's a paradox. You can't compute that. And so for the religious who want to believe that everything in Scripture is exactly true, you will run into paradoxes that cause your brain to at least have something. And some people may say that's some of the beautiful aspects within religion, within faith. At least within Judaism, we believe a lot of these questions will be answered within the Messianic age. And there will essentially be layers of mystery that will be peeled away almost like an onion so that we can get to the core aspects of truth of what was interpreted. And perhaps the creation story will be able to happen as well. And if anyone who's listening, I'm I'm not a Orthodox. In many ways, I consider myself post because I understand that the, these claims of time ahead of the Israeli Space Agency, this brings in a lot of questions that really are outside of traditional religious thought. But additionally, I am a member and captain of Hasidic dynasties as well. And Hasidic synagogues and rituals, including Chabad, which is probably the most public of these. And I brought these questions to my rabbinical colleagues, and they don't necessarily want to think that the Bible isn't all truth because that's a really nice thing that we believe on their existence and going back to our ancestry. But it doesn't have all of the answers for which we're looking. And science does have those answers for which we're looking. And there is a growing contingent that understands, and I've heard it within my own Orthodox synagogues, rabbinical colleagues stating that creation could be metaphor, and Yep. That's the question. That's the question. It's certainly something that's open to interpretation in someone's mind. Certainly, um, the idea that so, in answer to your earlier question, uh, the Bible may not contain all of the answers or other references. So, at least within rabbinic tradition, we explain that brothers, at least between good and evil, do not exist alone. Well, there's a question. Okay, well, these are brothers, they're like sisters. These are just ways to interpret this. There's the idea of we have a sister, Lima, or Yehuda, and Hebrews, and Israel, or Belief. And that those explicitly mean son of Adam, who's born after Abel's death. And generally within Jewish law, Seth was born with a face resembling Adam and considered the righteous ancestor from whom all future humanity is. There are also discussions of daughters of Adam. Even within very few projections, there's mention that Adam had other sons and daughters. Some rabbinic texts suggest Adam had as many as 33 sons and 23 daughters over his 930-year lifespan. But even that question of 930 years gives us, left some questionability of what was considered a year. Was it really 930 rotations uh, or revolutions around the sun? Um, and then even within ancient genealogy, within Genesis, there's a whole life of several descendants who had invented the foundation of human through the first known living tents and inventors of musical instruments and the first metal worker. And these aren't explicitly mentioned as to some of these interpretations. You're right to question these, these stories. I would say that the who, whoever you believe to have written the Bible from a Jewish standpoint, we believe it's Moses, who essentially received this from God. There are still questions that exist, and there isn't perfect. There isn't there are questions, there are mysteries that exist, and in many ways, from a religious standpoint, that we interpret this as either perhaps not everything was written, um, there were things that were to be assumed, or perhaps for whatever reason, perhaps to give religion or religion even more mystery than it already has, if they were, if some of these stories or some of these individuals were omitted. But in answer to your earlier question, do I or even any truthful and rational individual believe Adam and Eve is exactly how? Orthodox Jewish circles, and I would say uh, even if Moses is the person who wrote this, he was just doing his best, and perhaps God in the interpretation of Moses and when he was to Moses felt that going any more into specificity was beyond the knowledge base of what Moses could comprehend. Meaning, maybe Moses couldn't understand evolution and shared or common um, ancestors, and getting into perhaps the idea of transfer or whatever the interpretation is. The easiest way to do this is to say that Adam and Eve. Oh, absolutely, Caesar. I'd love to do. Yeah, that's Shaker. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and for anyone who is interested in speaking extensively on the kind of topic on another podcast that just aired last week or so, on the Jeff Mara podcast. So anyone just YouTube Jeff Mara podcast, you can see my discussion with Jeff uh, Joe. And I would love to, with this, you could go really in depth with that story because it's fascinating, including kinds that makes claims that the Trump administration believe that there's perhaps some kind of political federation, some of the ideas of what's going on that that's the book. He makes claims to the idea um, what's going on with others, perhaps. And pretty interesting, just happened last month. As I said, had, he basically went underground, so to speak, for like 5 years. And between December of 2020 and July of 2020, he recently had an interview with Uri Geller, with supernatural claims and but basically stated, kind of had stated that he was visited by some kind of red black figure, and basically could not because even at 87 years old, he decided that he was but apparently at age 93 or so, he was willing to talk about it. So, yes, I'd love to talk about that topic with you. Yes, whenever you'd like, feel free to contact me. We will make arrangements, and I would love to do this again. Susan. And before we close, go ahead. Before we close, do you mind if I remind people where they can find all of my social media and such? Excellent. Rabbi Rothschild, if YouTube filter by live, you will find more content there than any other creator. And I'm not just live 24/7 with one stream, nor two, nor 10, but at least 25 or so different streams. If you type in hashtag viral rabbi and put that in any social media and find more content than you will ever find on any ever, feel free to join me in my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. 24 hours a day, I'm there to provide pastoral support to both Jews and non-Jews, both the religious and the secular. I want to help people in as many ways as possible and give people a way to reach out to me and for me to give back to My writings can be found at rabbirothschild.media.com. And with that, Cedar, thank you so much for the time. I want to thank the audience for the opportunity, and I look forward to connecting with you again soon. I do as well. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Hold on. Just type in linktree.com, linktred dot com, and then /RABBI, and then my last name, Rothschild, Rothschild, Roths, and then yeah, and you should see like a pink thing. Yes, I put, yes, yeah. So I did that just as a joke. I did that as a joke. Yeah. So when I was a kid or like younger, being a pimp meant a cool person, and so perhaps that throws people off. But yes, it was always like a cool thing. Like a guy who was like almost like I could say warning rabbi is cool. I could put not warning either. That throws people up. It says warning, but then you get to know me, you recognize, oh, this person is really cool. They talk about religion, they talk about science, and from there you can okay, okay, excellent. Well, so sometimes YouTube gets rid of my students. Um, you see where it says more than it's the first link, more than 18 simultaneous 24/7 YouTube live streams archiving the life of Rabbi Rothschild. Okay, if you click that, and now look how many that will happen. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. I can do that, and perhaps to not throw people up. But that was always just kind of a funny thing that when I was a kid. That most of them. Now, that link that showed up, that first one that says more than 18 simultaneous 24/7 YouTube live streams, did that open up for you? Okay, now can you scroll? And that's okay. But if you scroll down, you see how many live streams are on. Like they're not just videos. They're, yeah, they're all live. Which name another creator that you know who's on live on more than one YouTube stream. It's really rare. So for me to be live on so many different live streams is really deep. And uh, I would say that there's a lot of different tools for success, almost 5 years. So, and you should know that. So you may be like, well, why do you use a YouTube stream? Which is a question. Because a live stream is life. A lot of times I get copyright strikes. I don't even mean to do it. Like, for instance, we had the World Cup final on Sunday. I need to watch the World Cup final. So I have to turn the sound down. But as I'm sure you're likely aware that YouTube has an algorithm, and if it can detect that you're playing copyrighted content, even though I'm not showing it on my screen, it's just in the background, I can get a copyright strike for that. And sometimes you don't even get three copyright strikes before they remove your content. It's just, you know. So in order Yeah. So in order to avoid that type of an issue, what I do is every 6 months or so, stop using most or all of my YouTube streams and kind of archive them and then start up brand new. Yeah. If I have like other YouTube streams. But yes, it is the largest compilation of human data in the history, and I really feel in my heart I continue to do this, and I continue to be on podcasts such as you, other people's. Somebody's going to hear what I say and say, you know what, I've never heard some of the things that that person's referencing, whether it be xenobiology or cause machines, and they're going to do what I do, and then it's going to be the biggest treasure hunt of global history because they're going to tell a friend, and that's going to tell a friend. It's going to be a global phenomenon. Look, I've been doing it almost 5 years now. Hopefully, I don't have to do it for 10 years. I have the plans, though, to do this for the rest of my life. And eventually, somebody's going to find out about what I do. And then they're going to basically find more data on a single individual than anyone, which is going to have major effect on AI because AI needs human examples on which to build its models, and I have more data for AI to be able to study than in history, which means I may have a major impact on AI, on biology, on aging, on micro behavior and just behavior in general, micro gestures on sleep, circadian rhythms, eating habits, sleeping habits, drinking habits, breathing habits, blinking habits, you name it. I feel like humanity will want to study at least with the data that I archive because I have it from so many different data over such a long period of time. So I think that you were brave to pick me on as a guest. I hope that your audience finds what I have to say to be interesting. And I think the world, when they find out about what I've done, will find this to be one of the great achievements of global history. Absolutely. Absolutely. As to others. So we'll get into Harlem Shake or anything else. If you think of something over the time, write it down or whatever. And before we meet, let me know if there's anything pressing that you want to review, and we will. I found our discussions on conscription quite interesting, especially with the influence of the Muhammad and different interpretations that we had. And I look forward to October. Do you want to put something on the calendar now, or oh, sure. Absolutely. And in the meantime, if there's anything that you need from me, please let me know. Reach out to me if you don't mind. I will send you my link if you could put them in the description so that you can have access to them directly. And again, if you need anything in the meantime, let me know. If not, let's plan on this tour, okay? Thank you. You too. Just so you know, Caesar, can you hear me? Oh man, it was great. Caesar, thank you so much. How funny is it that I'm a watch with another guy in season who I've done podcasts with, and we were supposed to do one. When were we supposed to do it? We were supposed to do one like a couple weeks ago. I've already done one with him, and so when you emailed me to watch this ever, I thought it was at that season. So with that season, I'm ready to talk about it. That's why I had to be so like, what, what people how did it go? I should have. happy? Yeah, good. And see, you should definitely do that podcast. That should be a thing. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's like before a person dies, well, it's like memory or something. Like after her life, yes, it's on different. Just find out. Oh, so what would you have done different? I should have known. But not on the good. I would think. But it's not because his email is like, I forgot about that explanation. But the other guy was like, hey, I can work them out. That's why, like, most people work with but yeah, dude, happy with how that went. If you're happy, well, good. If you're good, right. Talk about everything. Wait, no, good. Wait, are you okay? Yeah. We did the internet. Internet was good. I think you have to change. You're happy? Yeah, dog. Yeah. Because we back at it.
competition. Obviously, across the board, because try to get something done. Go ahead, try. Surprise. My buddy's the builder out there. He was there. I mean, you know what he does? They tie up so much. It's so hot. And that's what they said. They said, it's going to take 15 years. It's their city council. So it's Sacramento. So yeah, just so you were in LA, in freaking Texas. Yeah. It's just different. It's different. It's still a little bit up to town. So you went to LA and then you went to Baltimore. And you went to movies in Timonium, Maryland, sir. Not Baltimore. It's outside of Baltimore. Yeah, so these little constitutions. I was like, Timonium, what's up, man? You know, I was like, man, you have you all you have. That's where it's at, bro. 2 hours. Years ago, I was like trying to drink coffee, so I was kind of thinking they were 3-4 months, bro. That we were staying at the penny on the portal again. 4 months. We were in a thing. Shut up. Where them keep coffee? This is a good room, yeah, man. This is a good place. Usually, I'm joking before I was trying to like build those under fire or anything. This is the only weird. He said, "Gotta figure out a way to make me like. I want to hear about their stories." Just well, I talked about this before. He's a casual, but there's again, now you have to search for it. Search for it, but in the future, if you see COD, which is what they call it, usually has their COD. They just fucked up. Are you being facetious right now? No. Okay, so it's bright. It's bright. Why do you watch UFC? Can I just tell you the I do love them for doing this. Now, here's the thing. Was this done by mistake? So like, oh, UFC contract. Oh, shit. Or we're like, you know what? We go. That's UFC. OC. Yeah, dude. That's no problem. UFC, OCK, also UFC COD, which is all the stuff. So win numbers. But so for Team of Clyde, Tommy and Anderson from being savage. All young kids. Again, you're gonna have to look it up. Tommy Guns, you might have been familiar with. Fuck should know. Giving him the figure. He's Tommy. He made it fight. He was also. I was like, I was right there. I was like that. Just landed in the ground. So, and then they put you back. Talk shit now. Talk shit now. Check your fight. Yeah. So this kid is a he's fantastic. Just a gangster. Now, because he's been all like, he's not giving that Mexican kids, which is, next month. Give me the premium kids. It's your top boxes, all boxes, 35. 25. Wow, it's all boxes. It's a day with like you watch that. If you're UFC fan, we need shades. We usually not. Okay, need shades. Right, good. Right here. I'm gonna watch that. Right, this Now, let's see. And I personally, I'm always root for us. I'm always running into find a winner. With all due respect, Duplessis drives me nuts. His fighting style drives me nuts. I just find it clumsy. It's ugly. He gets the job done, but it's just it's like he kicks to the end of these kicks look awful. Those punches, he doesn't really know. It's like he looks slow. When he kicks, I'm like, oh, God, I just don't like looking at it. Right? Not the prettiest fight style. But he's goddamn effective. He's so good. He's tough. For Carl, it's just like, not only an 85, this guy's at 85, 205. Yes, he's huge. So, you go up to big guys, they're fighting that much. Something you get to see, right? DDP was 20 pounds at least. Nobody stepped in that. And just, so, why don't you just sit and trade with this huge man at 85? Oh, did you give me up 5 minutes? Wait. I'd love to know if they get two more games on these with stuff. Maybe their game plan was to wrestle, it just wasn't much problem. The game plan was to sit and trade with the KP. I think Usman shot it and he just he was like, there's nothing to be done here. This is not, I can't go shot. It's too expensive. Gotta see this. He can't shoot from the outside. Like, he's not like a hunter to shoot it off or out double. Yeah, yes, he get on the inside, get those big punches. It's like, he's not washed. I'll tell you that. He's one of the greatest. Well, no, but yeah, he can be the greatest. He's at 85. He's the greatest. He seemed, he's definitely looking slow. Also, just look at that neighbor. I don't know what he's doing. It's 170 pounds. Just like Connor is 155 pounder. Correct. Come on, but I don't, again, my deal was that the DB didn't say I come on, and I'm still something like that. He could do something with 70. Muhammad at 70, JM at 70, there's something like that. Is he really champion? Yeah. Did you watch? I think he put some better showing it from each other. He does DDP. I'd love to see 45. I'd love to see that region. And then you're not going to see why. Because he, just doesn't. If you beat JDM, then we're going to do a guess. They give him JDM, he beats him, and it's on my level. I'm down. Because they were thinking about doing it before it went up there, but they're thinking about getting Usman's already beat out of he's gonna stand up back. He's gonna handle it. I'll tell you what, this is 5 years ago. 5 years ago, because what do we say? Cole is right now. He's 5 years. He's 6. Listen, it's Monday. It's Monday, July 20th. It's 2020. I get a little steak. July 20th, 2021. By the way, 2021, yeah, 20. Don't you have a fucking time machine? It doesn't matter.
Hey, I was just thinking about you. How you living, man? What the fuck? Oh, morning. How you doing, good dog? Thinking about you.
I'm doing okay. I will be back at my house. My father last last chance last chance. Wait,
Okay, what do you mean?
and I want to try it again. What about
Okay, that's good. That's a smart move. How's work?
yeah?
How's work?
What
So here's what I would do if I were you. I would say to him, Dad, I just started a job. You know this. I'm in day two. I would like to pay you rent. If you tell me what you think is fair for rent, I'll give it to you. And you can
I
expect
have been saying
what's that?
I was fired.
Shut up. What happened?
It was happened like I was waiting for my problem with my schedule, so it's take me the time. They he thinks they thinks I was not speaking. I was
Did they tell you that today?
yes,
Okay, can you get your other job where you're working temporarily?
yeah,
They're gonna pay you for those 2 days you work.
yes.
Okay, so what happened? So what did they say to you? Were you late to work?
No. And they said I was. They said I came today because this is far away. So it doesn't matter.
Or you were just slow when you were there?
Yes,
Okay, why were you slow?
because I have been my doesn't work like they say. So I was near the mall and I got to school for this big long time.
I don't understand what you mean.
That scanner I had allowed
You mean
was not good.
you mean you were not fast?
Yeah, scanner was functions. And not me.
The schedule had misfunctions.
Spinner, spinner.
Oh, the scanner had malfunctions.
Yes, yes,
Did you tell them this?
yes,
Okay, so the scanner had malfunctions now. You were fast
yes.
and the scanner had a malfunction. Did you explain to them, hey, the scanner had a malfunction? They were like, fired?
Then there was a little bit better. So I did what I need to do. And after that, they said to me, it's not going to help it up.
Okay, but you can get your other job back when you were working nights or whatever.
I also,
Did you contact them? Did you say, hey, like to do that job again?
you know,
Why tomorrow?
because now it's like almost 10 p.m.
Okay. Are you going to ask your, where you spend the night tonight?
In my dad's house.
Is he going to let you?
Um,
Okay. Are you sure? Didn't he say that you had to get out?
yes, I'm Manano positive.
Okay. So are you at home?
I am in front door.
Okay. You go talk to him and then let me know what happened. Okay? It's okay. It's okay. You'll get your job back. Your other job. No big deal.
I'm very stupid.
Don't feel stupid. You have nowhere to go. You have nowhere to go.
He wins.
He doesn't
Like
win.
I would.
If you need to bet him. And then let me know because you're going to need support. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I I have a big contact with so much. I have no also police on main city.
To be a police officer,
Yes, of course.
you're not going to be a boss of police.
No, I really,
To be what?
I no job interview, podcast interview.
Oh, podcasting. Oh, that's a big thing. Okay. Okay, but let's not worry about podcasting. That's really cool. But let's not worry about that right now. Go beg your dad while he's still awake, and then let me know what happened. Okay?
I might gotta.
Yeah, your grandma's a bitch. But wait, let's just say this. I just said that to make you laugh. She has dementia. She can't control it. But that woman sucks.
Yeah.
Was she mean to you?
No, tomorrow was rush call.
Whatever. All right, go win your dad over. Come on. And then come back in here and let me know how it went. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
So,
God willing. Like, tell me.
He stopped those people. Was coming in, no doubt. That's how. These guys are great. I'm asking you. Did you reference right back and it started to down to that? You don't. If you did, I'm order these things. You don't order these things. Just what did you have? He's 39 right now. He's 39. Just got one of the all-time greats. One of the all-time greats. Arguably, know what I'm saying? Right. There's only these guys working with the whole time. You can say that. I'm saying it's strong. It's a strongly debate that he's maybe best one somewhere. Somewhere come over. That's fine. I don't. It's fine. We're talking about July 20th, 2027. Now, bring it up. Holy shit. Right? Because I just believe in the last dance. It's called the last dance. Last dance? I did see his last dance. You know, just little, yeah, there's life on it. There's like fun, and I think he, JDM, cut 70 for him now. He's been doing it for how long? He should be alright. What is he? Do you think he'll start being 85 or? He's gonna have to be 85 or? Just wait. What do I do? I'm on my social 230. I did 35. I did 80. Big clients, really. Big. Also, I did Michael Disney walks around. Michael's a big guy. Maybe. Let's go. Shift gears. They say Chris Cruz and the boys. Yeah. Friday, they were in Austin at Ways to Win. Saul Shader. Yeah. I can't really. I can't give the exact details on what Nick Sick told me. Yes. I'll tell you off there. You're going to love it. It's juicy. It's juicy. Oh, now, I want to just curious. Did you see? I'll say this. After Sweeky went to him, I would never bet against Strickland again. Ever again. Never bet on Strickland again. I never bet against Strickland again. It's like that's all. And to this day, never. It is juicy. Wait, oh, you're going to love it now. I can't wait to hear this now. I think that's coming back today. Wait, I want to ask you a question. Did you watch my boy Cody Chaos Covington on his So Armin okay. So he was like like Disneyland. So he played the game. Oh, man, it's different. It's style. We like those huge points taking it back versus stuff like that. Yeah. Folk wrestling. That's what he does. Like he was all American at Oregon State. No joke. Like Armin doesn't have an extensive background. That's interesting. Because Armin also she's a gold medalist in the Olympics. So I'm not going to matter. He's like he's in the Olympics. Yeah, his wrestling. No one's ever said that around me. Ever. So you know that. Right? Stand around you at the one time I'm all talking about it, right? You guys talk about the living dreams. Yeah, around me that conversation goes nowhere. Because it's not a fucking conversation. You shut it down just like that. Oh, I won't even guarantee. You know what I would do? I would leave the party. I'd go. Everyone's wrestling is supposed to be doing that. Oh, you guys what are you going to start to do? Don't feel like it's a cool English that is for casuals. And it would do really well. And I'm upset. Tune in breakdown for Ram Central. Learn something about the goddamn sport. Talk to about next time. This is getting it's so bad. No, listen, Armand gave it. I asked him the same question on Monday show. Do you guys have a time machine? He said, time machine. Now, this is a good argument because we can go back when he was 2 and start wrestling like those Olympians did, and he would probably be an Olympian. How would he? Hold on. Now, this is not hard. It's a tough word. It'd be tough. It's so hard. You guys don't have a time machine, just like Calendar. No, we don't. It's such a waste. So we gotta go back now. Where it says more casuals. We love it. That's fun. Now here is if you this idea, Shopify makes it easy to make happen. Everything you need is amazing and ready from day one. From the job. Your first customer is ready to pay. Shopify checks out, helps more of them finish their purchase, and they come back. Their details already saved on top and it's done. Just Shopify handles the setup and checkout. Remember to focus on growing your business and the tools to do it. Shopify powers millions of businesses worldwide from household names like Mattel, Gymshark, to small businesses just getting started. With Shopify, nothing stands between your idea and real business. One. Cha-ching! Start your free trial today at Shopify.com/fighter. That's your free trial at Shopify.com/fighter. I don't want you naked and afraid of what you're going in the jungle. And the fact that women are straight up anyway, I'm like, take her to that pussy. Well, kids will not even, they can be 20 feet. It's really weird. So on the inside, you can swim with a 20-foot kid. It's the small, they're pussy. Not small. Well, the ones on the small. We have a black caiman right now. We're talking about I feel the black. Yeah. We have a black caiman. Take a look at how it's stuck here. And I'll bring up, like, look at that thing right there. Why watch? Look at that. I'm talking about that's a black caiman, dude. That's how we add. That's how we get up. That's how alligator. Somehow they never threw an alligator to caiman. Well, caiman's not an alligator, found it. Well, it's almost the same thing. Two crocodile species that'll fuck it. It's like, what's that first crocodile? You have to be saltwater and you're not, and they will actively hunt you. And the crocodiles alligators, I guess, especially in Florida. You ever seen that video? American crocodiles will kill you. So the most notable difference is in the location. Alligators are native to the eastern United States. I didn't know that. They can't see. Kings are found in Central South America, such that they are not size. Most kings are relatively small, maybe from 3 to 8 feet long. And others are much larger. Like Florida's got the biggest one I've ever seen. Like alligators. They can put golf on the golf course out there and they just take fucking not people downtown. Really don't care if it's Jones and what you give them nothing more aggressive. Here's what makes a parking outlets and prosecutors. They will sit in your gun home once. They'll sit and they will wait. And then they're having no money. They'll literally wait almost a month sometimes before they hit you. Sometimes they'll just be like, I'm not going to get a phone. I'm not going to take you. But yeah, 4 years later, they do it. Cool. Pretty cool. Like how it's so much. They do. Skinny stupid pieces. Horrifying. Horrifying. Giant skulls. Yeah, I'm usually like dinosaurs. Yeah, man, they are. Look at the bullshit came right. Look at that wide body on the left. Nice wide body gator. Yeah. Oh, it's scary. I don't really fuck with gators much either. I mean, dinosaurs, gators. Sometimes you can kind of gotta be annoying. Yeah. They're pretty bad. A woman was jogging and put her leg over her neck, grabbed it, rolled her, and she was going to it. So, to the game. Yeah. They figured you go you're small. But the people when they're moving their dogs, sometimes they have to come up and grab the person. Yeah. Don't run that way. Yeah, I drive it up to the game, and then you get I like it. Yeah, Crocs. I'm just lucky. Crocs are just actively not your fucking They get fucking smart tech books. In Australia, we shut up. What are going to do? I teach jiu-jitsu. And I shot him. Yeah. Yeah. Wrestling. Too old to do that. Too old to take my two for that. But it's okay. Too old for some of those jiu-jitsu. These are the old, yeah. That's good. Some people are somebody right in your ass is yours. Yep, that's not money. Straight up. One time, my father told me when he was 15, he's hitchhiking out of a car and picked him up, put his hand on his thigh. My father said, I don't do that. An accident though. Just got to public Europe there's the open until 10 in the morning, so you can imagine we were pretty cooked up. And you didn't have to wear a shirt and long underwear, so I didn't know at 10 in the morning at our house I go up and we're leaving. We go to the phone to get school, it's getting me back because no one was getting me the mug. So this guy pulls up in a Jeep and my boy this guy said, I'll take us back. I was like, oh shit. Usually it's a fucking problem trying to get back here high as fuck, trying to get back home. And I'm sitting in the fucking thing, I'm just looking at these memories there. There's nothing communicating for a minute. But there's me and my shirt with me for just a good citizen. I looked at my name, he goes, yeah, so I was like, well, there's also yeah. It's fine, he's a great boy. And we started getting close. And he goes, so where are we going? And I went, yeah, so we had just been once he pulled over to our window, we were texting for him, he jumped the fuck out. Yeah. Get out. Well, he's not going to go first. Where are we going? I did. I'm so close over. I'm just annoyed with Americans. So good. Let me get your hot take on speaking Americans. And then we got another 4 years for you. I just, I listen to the guys who are, British soccer commentators, and he goes like this.
Yes.
You'd be like, are you out of your mind? He ran that type of shit. And it seems like whatever, because those guys were straight up doing crazy shit, like cheating. It's part of the game. Listen to these guys talk. They were like, that was way beyond the pale. It was a shit. He was like, man, you lost it. Did you see the guy who looked at you like a fucking are you kidding me? They go to the same fucking game. It's cool LeBron goes to. I can't stand it. It's really talking to me. Every time someone's good every 4 years. I'm super fun. Well, it is really for every year. Yeah, you get championships and all that. Well, there's that's South America, then there's European championships. But I'm rallying around. Yeah, yeah. America's people, not America. No, America's the only country that doesn't get that much of a shit. Yeah, but world's up. It's actually probably. Americans are at sports figure, but at the Americans in cricket. No. So we all we had a team, and our team basically beat them, which is the best team. And we all have a team. They all work at Oracle. They're not actually full-time professional athletes. Is it sports? Part-time Oracle employees. He's not sure 3.5 billion. It's cricket 3.5 billion. What? Yeah, cricket. That's crazy. That's what? How amazing that is. Cricket? Yes. But it's not interesting to me. You know, what interests me is hockey. I would never think about Russia. Russia's so big. Yeah. It's really. Tennis is everywhere. And it's here. They don't think it won't in Europe. That's why so many of them are like injuries and stuff. They burn out. I think it's Marina Vardy. She was the best in the world. She just went to 30. And she just kind of lost because she's still not she's still just going to be I'm talking about it. She hated it so much. Just being pressure all the time. Was the huge in tennis where like this person is so big at the by the time they're 37, 38, every Djokovic is still he's still number 3, 30. He's special. But Rafa, they were all the places. They were all yeah. Those are special guys. Yeah. But it's like you see when they become like the big or what they're still doing this. Really, because you get now the way they're hitting, with the speed and the way they're hitting now, it's like it's just a power. I feel like we should get it on cricket. I think you could say too. Those games go on for 3 days. That ball would go like I don't know. Yeah. Warning. Come on. Soccer in itself is interesting because it's not just about scoring goals. It's your touch. It's your touch. You play small, that's a touch. It's a feel. Like Messi's so good at putting the ball exactly where it needs to be for his player to head it in or something. And you also got to give the credit for the sport. But like, what is 40s for her? That's fucking insane. Yeah, what did you guys thought? I thought the NBA and yeah, it's kind of sad. At the same time, it was like Richmond was like Leonardo DiCaprio and he was like it was not. It was. What do you mean? It was so many times where he got so many times where he got yeah. He just got brutal. Like the fact that at a certain point, DDP was trying to take me down. Yeah. But in the first round, like like the judges keep to the judges. Only the last one. You know, the first round. So even in the last round, he was not even turn it up until the last 45. And that's what I was saying. I think he kind of beat up so bad that last round. It's like, oh, look, like good. They went. Yeah, he's still in her room a lot. It's just like, I guess you can his big brother. It was just too much. Wasn't my favorite fighter that I did. Tommy Guns. Like, I just kidding about Tommy Guns. That's a team. What's that guy named? Tommy yeah, maybe. Did you see? We were talking about Kobe Covington. So, and he is a big level wrestler. Wait, he's at Super Games. Yeah, I said that. He's good. But it's more like a world stage now, or divisional. But I think it's good for people to realize that. But that's my whole thing with like, they're striking like Justin Gage has world class boxing. He has world class takedowns. The term world class. Yeah, this looks like one All-American versus real hard. Like, it's good, but I don't think it's All-American. Mid-level wrestler. His coach is an Olympic medalist. He's been wrestling his whole life. You know, you think about it, you think this coach has to be because when you think about it, you think to yourself, what am I supposed to do? Because it's wrestling. You think it's wrestling. Why? Because he gave Makachev a hard time. I think Dagestani says the problem to solve is that wrestling, right? And that's why. Because he was like one of those guys who's really good at wrestling. I think that goes to a grand example. Would say people don't really they throw out world class sometimes. You see which is frustrating because they see what he just did. It would be so much worse with Kyle Dake than what did to Colby. That's horrible. You're talking Kyle Dake could do. It's Kyle Dake is but just watching fucking Jordan Burroughs is just on. It doesn't make me. I didn't know Jordan Burroughs was big enough to. Wow, this is when he arrested. I think he was somebody's way bigger. Burroughs are 50 pounds. How is somebody be 300 pounds? Burroughs versus Brady is like, oh, I'm not happy. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. Damn, Burroughs, he wants to see great. All right. 4. Fuck. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Nebraska. Joe Burrow, that's a huge size. Shot. There's no real reason. Now, have you seen what Jordan Burroughs does to people with that last stuff? It's that's not so it's first level 55 fish getting a class first. I'm like two-time Olympic gold medalist at 16 world champion. They do it for the few. I'm sure when I call him down for he's like, yeah, I can. Well, you know, this sounds like to me. Sounds like they just want to get the Jordan a lot. Yeah, so they just want to just put it with the name that you're going to know off the bat. If he comes from a wrestling background, I'm not reading. I'm not reading. He was a wrestler. That's not. Pennsylvania wrestling? I'm not impressed. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, college wrestling. To go break your legs, and y'all know my teeth are just ass guys. Always ready to break my teeth, which get my teeth. Recently, I heard about Maureen Code. Chewing down that ash makes your teeth stronger. Every time you use it, I said, say, Ash, what is this? It is free. Chewing up and using the same mineral your teeth are made of to support daily and annual health. I can't tell you how bad I need this, man. Maureen still makes this young. Because your boy needs it. I need my teeth to really up their game, man. I used to live chewing up, but I can't now. So I'm making a Maureen to get it done, man. It feels good to notice, making my teeth stronger. So don't wait for those things to make sure you're taking the best care of your teeth possible. Right now, Maureen is offering you 10% off at MyMaureen. That's LAMARINE.com/FATK. That's MyMaureen. Maureen is LAMARINE.com/FATK for 10% off. It's like this. Why are you it's Jordan? For us, that's a name that Jordan is going to just eat. They get the eyeballs from the MMA community. So they were like, he goes, Sean Brady, I want to. Who's this guy? And then they watch Jordan Burroughs' jobs. Yeah, I'm like, oh, that was dope. I like Jordan Burroughs. Wow. Burroughs versus me. Correct. That's what you want. Now, Sean Brady doesn't even have a high level presence. If we research this, It's at Oklahoma State. He would be fine. There's a world of difference from being on the Oklahoma State wrestling team and a Olympic. Yeah, I was watching that. Back in the miles. He was a medalist, and like it probably works for 190. It's their transitions. It's their like it's like water. You'll grab them and they're just gone. There's nothing you do. There's nothing easy. Could be like, oh, I want to go teach Jordan Rose, and easy just like that, and just laugh at his face. I think Tom said like that. Tom said that. Now, if it was, getting games submission, submission grappling, we had a problem. Because I've seen just not. If it's sorry, if it's honest, so you come up, it's so awesome to see. I think it's fine. We start out with that. Actually looking forward to wrestling. Crazy stuff. People are not the big UFCs, but like the Vikings, they're out. Yeah, I did it. His office had to go. Train with strict Russian. They do. It doesn't. Why? It's not competing. Just train like let's go to compete. That matters. There's no focus. Hopefully come up with that company. It's a tough part. It's not so it's just comprehensive. It's like combo. From Salvo to okay, so you can't. How nice was it? Like at like 4 in the morning. That was like watching first thing up to. Gets a lot. It just shows you just. It's like sometimes watching. That's how that goes. I said that. That's it. The guy versus the guy. Here is the quiet. Who else is nobody? Still just arguing with the machine. You're such a so I think you should go out by yourself. Now your friends. Exactly. Because when he went down and all his friends stopped. Stops. I just got knocked down on his feet. It was like a mortal moment. Yeah. That's how that goes. I can't. I can't love technically. He's going to try to take him. So that could be cool. It's right after someone with a regular finger just clocked him on the side of the mouth. That's how it's the problem with it. If you notice, it's not at the beginning he gets caught. He had a like no, they let him. He was just not. We don't know him. He luckily wrestling in the crowd. Basically, it wasn't too hard. You know, I just didn't wrestle really for the day. But what was up? So I didn't let small dude up. That was Yeah, so he's like, this is in Houston. It's not a philosophy. Some stuff is good to see. Destroyed. Destroyed. I've got a real boxer. He's still young. He's a young super. He's just getting so much. Yeah, that's what he does. He's in the bathroom. I think the kid was smiling, but this little kid is really crisp with his punches. Just like here, it's sensitive. And he's like, and it just grabs him on the body. And just spiked him. The kid was out. There is that attempt. Those are both two and three points. A lot of people with that. You're getting yeah, you're smart. Martin was like, I'm 260. I never. You can't fight. Yeah, that's why he's going to get behind you. He's going to do whatever he wants. He's going to it's like for us, it's a hobby. You got Democrat. Democrat's 200 pounds, 6'6", crazy strong. And for us, just what's called an ankle. Yeah, have you seen Mike Goose? Inside? Inside's a really big dude. I thought he was and anybody has how long it lasts. I don't even think he lasted 30 seconds before DJ had him in a triangle. A triangle from the top. Yeah, inverted triangle. But there's a few YouTube boxing events got tapped out to one of the greatest. If it was just the guy from Contender City, it's just what they do. It's like this man's friend get outshot by a professional sniper. Yeah, that's what they fucking do. You want to start them out. He has no technique. He's like, Yo, 17. I'm nowhere near. This is great. Let's go. Yes, I am absolutely I think it's really good as a man to go into a room if you've never trained before, whether it's a wrestling room, jiu-jitsu, or boxing, and just get humble. So your ego. I've done it with boxing. I've done it with jiu-jitsu. I've done it with wrestling. It's just a different thing. People treat that with wrestling back in the day, where you like won against school and you looked like Harry Potter. I went to Dan Gable's wrestling, and I would wrestle every summer. So when you go to Dan Gable's wrestling camp, you get these kids these small wrestling and enjoy that shit. Yeah. But then I mean, also look at me something else. Just like talk about stuff. I was like, oh my lord. But when you wrestle, you know that. You know where you are. It's a sports about that. It's amazing. All sports. Yeah. When you first started, was there ever something where you shoot that level? First started training? Boxer. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but it's like you would do this to Harold Clemens that it was a little bit. And you're like, life is up. But you're like, all right, there's a real thing. Smaller wrestlers. especially Jobs get humbled super fast. Those kids from Dade County. Yeah. Everybody's really just monsters. Go against kids from Pennsylvania, go against kids from New Jersey, and those kids are going to be humbled. So, yeah. And then sometimes it's a monster. It's tough to find someone to do. It's good for you. You learn how tough you're not, and you also learn how tough you are. You can work. Pretty soon you're way better than you were, and you can beat things you can beat. But the rest of it's in the off season, which I'm sure your kids are going to see when they get older. I'm going to camps outside of Texas, like going to it's not Eagles anymore, but they basically took it away. I forgot the name of the camp, but they say SEAL training, and then I went to a couple different in Pennsylvania, just as like a junior in high school, and going from being like ranked, and then going just getting destroyed by unranked people in Philadelphia was great. So it's good for you, because then you go back onto that against people, and so you're wrestling along. Yes. That's fun. Camps are still baseball, football, like do the LSU camp, next camp. That's when coaches get noticed. What's your for them? What's your like? Where do you want them to go? Is there one that don't decide to at least freshman high school? I thought they were a lot of older. You don't want to stick with a specific school to at least freshman. The problem is, like, you're so competitive, you gotta be a super ball in baseball. Two sports. So those can't sports that be a baseball. Don't go hand in hand with athletic ones. That's why it's good, because you're sports, right? Yeah. But also, if you want to take football seriously, your son's gonna be tall, guaranteed. But they're gonna start putting a whole muscle into that, which is not good when it comes to baseball. Your parents, you want your arm to move, you want your arms to move. Parents, it's not great. Because that number I can go for now. Because I showed up with the trade and stuff, like those days when they help you must go to baseball players, like you're just must. He doesn't very much. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's huge. Yeah, big cat. That was a giant position. So like they just a little bit of real happy because they want me to yeah. That's this guy who was a catcher of this. He's a pitcher. He's a pitcher. I mean, he's probably 6'2", 6'3", 250. He just picked up 7 pounds off the ground. He just deadly 7 pounds. But nobody would. Tyler O'Neill's 6'7", so great. He's 6'7". Aaron Judge. Tyler O'Neill's nice. He's 5'9". That big. He's the footballs. Footballs are still when he runs. Different though. He used to be. But now he's taller. And it's like watching, like, did you see the MMA robot fights? That's what it looks like watching. These guys are pretty rocked. You guys didn't see that? China had the first robot MMA fight. No, I do. I would like to see that. Oh, yes. I told you, show me too. When you see regular robots, when they're on the fall down, they should be able to do like, oh, robots was there to do all our housework too. And I'm in the practice. Oh, what? This is fucking hilarious. That's the most. There was like 2 people working the controllers, and then you see her here. Watching it, let's see where she my size. No, what they're saying is that we're already in the matrix. Like, we started that way. And we're this. So when you watch the UFC, you're watching the advanced version of that. Even. Don't like it. It's not out here 2 minutes. that crazy. This consciousness thing, witness this avatar going through all these things. Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? What is the consciousness? Where is the person watching you from? What is that? So you have a self. Both have will and self. Technically, it's in this cubic space. That's the avatar. This shit starts to mention the words. One example is that people who analyze music plays back. I have a friend that was in high school. He would have cheat at falling in his head and here down it's amazing athlete, amazing wrestler. But it's just like and that injury really you want to figure out the Yamanaka that's the crazy shit. Stem cells go back to their beginning and you actually you can create new cells in your eyes, your head, like so you're reversing blindness. They're doing it right now. I want a Nobel Prize, they're doing it right now. I found out that most blind people aren't completely, they don't just see black. It's not like them. Oh, really? Yeah, they see light. That's why they don't take your eyes out. They take your eyes out. Infections. Problem take your eyes out is the cones in your eyes regulate your circadian rhythm. So when you look at light, it tells you when it's time to go to bed and when it's so you need to be able to gauge light and dark, otherwise if it's too short a video where you cured 50 people. Yeah. People that matter. He's awesome. He cured 50 people. No, was it? No, he's just I can't put my finger. You don't like I don't know what. I don't know what it is. Like I see him. I like skip that one. Yeah. I don't know why, but it's great. I don't know what. I don't know what I agree with you, but in a way, I think he's a great person. Maybe. I think he does great things. Some of them, I don't know why. There's I don't know what it is. I don't know, man. Where it's basically like anything that happens to you makes you feel uncomfortable. I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. The reason you and I don't talk about fighting, okay? We talk about sports, you know what I'm talking about? Why don't we just have a conversation about levels? Because we all try hard to be good at something. When you see excellence, when you see real excellence, it takes things like dedication, learning how to talk to yourself, the years, talent, on. It somehow gets us very intrigued because we respect it. It's something that we have the best in humans. There's another side of life where some people are really good at manipulating the algorithm. They're really good at creating popular, good creators where the eye goes to. Could be Paris Hilton, could be stuff. And then he'll go out and do some games. I'm gonna give away this much money. Everything you had. That is not. That somehow is void of vision. It's not inspiring. It's void of the things that we really like, which is when you watch a great cop, you watch like Bill Burr, you go back to like how he wrote that. You know, we're always trying for something. When you see spectacle, when you see somebody who's very good at getting opinions to turn on them, and they make a lot of money doing it, it's all getting the money away is another way of getting the money. Yes, sure. So it becomes this. Yeah, and I'm not saying he's a bad person. I don't know if he's bad or he's good. Good person. It's like he does get some whatever 100 whatever views. He's not bad. I think if he does something going on with him too. Oh, almost like you just said it. I think it's because you're inspired by it. I'm getting inspired by it. You're doing it for 5 years. Oh, that's way back. What's up, guys? It's before 2015. Yeah. When you see this stuff is going up, and when you see this stuff actually going to be in negative coverage, this is the age of fun. He's great. He's a kid. He's probably feeling awkward. He's probably not good sports. He's hard to be a kid who shares. And so, so sometimes when you're not walking baseball, so you figure out a path. The outside looking in. It probably wasn't that fun to be high school, but he's got a positive attitude. He's a smart guy. He's not a bad person. Not at all. He's a good person. What I'm saying is that he figured out his name. And that's just not something I would do. I appreciate it. The only thing I say is there's just not a talent that he has, but I'm sure you know the same feeling when you first try it to a stage and like the crowd wins when you start getting down free, and you're just like, I know that's not the way it's supposed to be, but the crowd knows they have an idea what I'm supposed to be saying. That's kind of what he did basically when he explains when he would YouTube where he's like, it was just every day I done like what went wrong, what went wrong, changing on that. Like, yeah, it's not really a talent that like I look at it as like, wow, that's a talent. But he doesn't die for a career for so well, yeah, crush it. Of course, I'm pretty friendly staff. I want to be able to get my green light fixed. I want to be able to get my battery checked while I'm in my car. I want to do my promotion. I like auto parts. Keep that stupid Tesla on the road, right? Auto parts offers really helpful service and parts knowledge you need for your repairs, no matter what piece of truck you drive. They got you covered, man. So when you contact your professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts, that's all super friendly. All right? What's up for all things auto do it yourself? You can find it's O'Reilly. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Or visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. Hello, and welcome to Pluto Go. If you know the name of the movie you would like to see, just stream it for free on Pluto TV. Blockbuster favorites are left also wrong. And Anchorman, the legend of Ron Burgundy. Fantastic. Stomach is real. Titanic. And so much more. For sometimes, press nothing. They're free 24/7. Pluto TV, streaming now.
Have you ever thought, what else do you want? Beaches, diversity. Welcome to Beaches in the Water. Podcast on beach. Dramatic readings of the most wild and everything from Vegas weddings, services and Trader Joe's, to caves, to
Okay.
you won't believe that they take off the cameras for you to listen to some caves don't have Wi-Fi.
showed me like kind of point out where people don't know how to conversate or how to, because he's actually talking to his girlfriend. Like ChatGPT goes, how else do you feel? Explain, and in a way that like he's not even so melodic that I'm like it's kind of fucking freaky. Well, my son before discovered a vacation, and he's asking her all the questions. And Alexa was to my son, like did such a good job. We were like, we gotta get away from this. Where now it's that brain out of your brain that makes you so and starts to shrink into. You're just like, you're just another fucking just like you're treating me like anything, which is not good for a human to human relationship at all. I used to do like this too, like they ask great deal of all the answers, but it's not, we're not necessarily, you can't live on just answers. It's like you know, the old saying, you can have all the answers, but you're not getting closer to the truth. You know, it's like, okay. This guy was dating this girl, he's had a girlfriend for 4 years, and at one point in on the dating goes, what's and I'm just like, what kind of fucking robot is what's fun to you? Like to do? How about us? She went, you talk to like a human. How do you feel about that? I'm like, yeah, somebody just I talk to you. What's your why? Fuck off. What's your why? Fuck. What's your why? What's your why? I was sir. I said, I went, why? That's amazing. This was about 5, 6 years ago. It's sad. Because you're 60. What do you mean? But I thought it was cool at 16. Don't be sad. I have a good life. Generation they never spoke out. My generation doesn't either. It's younger kids, and then beat out to you see these bosses now. See this management. You see these bosses now. These people take mental health days, and bosses are like, I can't run my company with this shit. We need mental health. Suck it up. Yes. I mean, real quick, what was tripping out because I'll see you finish and see chapter 2. I told him, I feel like in the future, I'm going to be doing this all the time. He's talking about this stuff, using that in life. Make sure I talk to him. Yeah, I see it too with like married couples when they talk to their kids, like it looks like oh, see my kids is like, oh, so I see my wife too. So it's like, and when I see people go, yeah, click, I'm like, that's like, yeah, I know that. And I do, when I think that's because of tax, because of when they start coming up, like, you know, what I mean, without saying that, they come back and like, what the fuck? I'm like, what happened? What did you do? Just let me show this one. So she can listen to it. We'll see this over. 17,000 tickets. That's so fucking cool. So cool. 76,000 tickets. Ulysses now be proud. World record holder for most tickets ever sold by a solo comedian with 76,212. This is not WrestleMania. It's not Muhammad Ali. This is Joe. So that Guinness show up to my shows, the least amount of people who've ever shown up for comedy shows. It's so crazy. It's wild. So I never started shit. That's right. The Guinness Book of World Records shows up to your comedy show. That's fucking crazy. Alright, kids, where are you gonna be? Because that these kids were driving right there on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's easy. Yeah, it's an easy one. Yeah, that's an easy one. That's a good one. Yeah. And then I'm in Canada. Month. Friday and Saturday are still really well. I really like the Thursday one. Yeah. Everything's looking good, but like Thursday's a little thing. I'm like, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, that's it. Really? It's like kidding. What else? Okay. When you see lessons that take things like dedication, where you gotta talk to yourself years, all that, it's somehow, it's very angry. We expect it because it's something that we do the best to do. It's okay. So, it's not creating a popular creating. Some people do that's what's wrong.
that's weird. When I use ExpressVPN, I use it for absolutely everything. I never browse the internet without it. I love ExpressVPN. It makes me feel there's a layer of security. There's files, no people. I have it on my phone. Now my trainer is with the internet. Sadly, and it's trying to define when you run to express your devices, hides your IP address, something tech is used for exposing so ExpressVPN makes your activity harder to trace and sell to advertisers. ExpressVPN offers a high percent of your internet data to keep these from hackers and gatekeepers on your network. It's why ExpressVPN is ranked number one by CNN, Wired, and Radar, and countless others. What's about how easy it is to use. Download it from the computer. Stop handing over your data to the big monopoly. And sell your information and protect yourself. We trust us online. Visit expressvpn.com/Kiltony. That's expressvpn.com/KILLTONY. Free. expressvpn.com/Kiltony right now to learn more. Hey y'all, contrary to current headlines, several industries are getting free hiring spring, including e-commerce, healthcare, and hospitality. It's one of the most predominant business industries to other service positions, managerial positions, and back office operations positions. To hire qualified candidates ASAP for any of these industries or any other industry you. Powerful matching technology the qualified candidates for your job. Easy to send it private to job flexibility like training, providing industry. This young lady was 19 years old 8 years ago. Since then, she flourishes. She sells out all around the world. Allie. It's on tourallymccoffrey.com for tickets. She's going everywhere from Atlanta, San Diego, Vancouver, Sacramento, and Dania Beach. Allie, thanks for having me. Hell yeah. A veteran of the game and 20 years started like a whip.
Work like a motherfucker. So you say you're a pimp. It's not in your profile. Oh, it was, but just kind of a little floored. You know what I mean? Nobody's a pimp. Yeah. Warning, Rabbi is a pimp. Yeah.
Blaster. Austin security guards. Security guards in the world. How about a hand? And all the way to somebody picked everybody. The keyboard, the electric guitar, a little bit more for the amazing concerts that it's also available here right now. Hey all, here we are, 2023, this new year. You got rules and factors here to help you achieve each and every one of them. Fuel up fast, ready to eat nutritious meals delivered straight to your door, leading you time and energy to do everything on your to-do list. Keep and maintain your 2023 goals with Factor. Get America's #1 ready to eat meal and start saving time, eating all and living the best year. I absolutely love it. Super easy. It's amazing. It comes straight to my door. Never frozen meals are ready in just 2 minutes. So all I do is enjoy. I'm a busy guy, so this stuff is priceless. Your lifestyle, peppers, delicious flavor packed meals to help you live up to the full resource. Routine plus options on the menu each week from chefs and approved by dietitians. Each meal has all of the ingredients you need to be satisfied all day long. Speaking of keto, calorie smart.
What up, baby?
Seriously, whenever I keto, it's one of the hardest things to try to find the keto food. Constantly
Are you
cooking
there?
keto food. After doing 34 dietitian approved weekly options, there's always something new to try. Plus, you can round out your meal and replenish your snack supply with an assortment of 36 sweet smoothies, juices, and more satisfying add-ons. Want to cut back on takeout? Get Factor instead. Not only is Factor cheaper than takeout, but meals are ready faster than restaurant delivery in just 2 minutes. Get Factor and enjoy clean eating without the hassle. Simply choose your meals and enjoy fresh, flavor-packed meals delivered to your door. Ready in just 2 minutes. No prep, no mess. No prep, no mess. Head to factormeals.com/KillTony50 and use code KillTony50 to get, wait for it, 50% off your first box. That's code KillTony50 at factormeals.com/KillTony50 to get 50% off your first box of food. One last time, factormeals.com/KillTony50. Get healthier, be smart, do it fast with Factor at factormeals.com/KillTony50. Biggest clouds, the coldest smoke, the smoothest experience. If you enjoy smoking the good stuff or CBD but throat burning, then you gotta check out today's sponsor, Freeze Fight. Freeze Fight makes a unique line of freezable pumps, bubblers, bombs, and more engineered for cold smoke over 300 degrees. Freeze Fight is your answer for the smoothest way to light up. I gotta tell you, I've been doing a lot of yoga lately and a lot of cardio, and I think I'm in the best shape of my damn life. And I've always been an extreme corn smoker. I'm friends with Snoop Dogg and those types of people. The orange smokers. It's the world, if you know what I'm talking about. However, lately I've been using this amazing freeze pipe to keep my lungs nice and clean, super clear, and under control. And freeze pipe is the best way to do it, Rick. And you've been doing this yourself. Oh yeah, I've been using it every day. The secret is the freezable glycerin chambers that come on in repeats. Pop one of these in the freezer for 1 hour, and as you smoke, it passes through the icy chamber and instantly cools it down for a dramatically smooth and chilly toast. Glycerin is a non-toxic fatty gel commonly found in food and sweeteners. It freezes quicker than water and stays frozen longer. Putting ice in your lung is one thing, but chilling smoke through a frozen glycerin chamber will change how you light up forever. With a 4.4-star rating and thousands of reviews, check out Freeze Pipe's entire lineup favorites all at once. We all work together forever. He and I worked in a comedy store together for a decade and a half ago. She is in one of the stars, truly, of Saturday Night Live. I was that. Not only would have you stand at the bar at the front of the comedy store during the fun patio, we would get drunk as fuck and talk about how maybe one day fucking sell leather jokers to romance the shit. Treats them true. You ever read any kind of tell ladies about and everything's going broke right way. Special tickets for shows. However long this was a long time ago. Oh, you know what? I appreciate it. This is my first time doing it. Well, that's probably really good. How do you know what the fucking show you're in right now yet? You really know that completely over every single week with the opportunity to stand out on the sideline right now or packed into the corner. Comedians make some noise. And you guys back there, you gotta stand over. You're gonna scare a bunch of woke and lions before. Anyway, I pulled her into the bucket. They had 60 seconds. You know, the time is up into the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up better. So they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. We followed this hero all the way from Los Angeles and just we'll go for the time, cuts them off, and then I interview them and we find out more about them. Altogether, the whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen at any given moment. You guys ready to start this fucking show? In fact, it is one of our great regulars. He starts off every single show we watch the boy go from sleeping in his van, eating fucking he's all day all night. He's rich. He just sold out a whole weekend in fucking Hawaii. He's a gentleman. This is Tim. What are you gonna do? Shoot me on the streets anyways. Try again. That's true.
up there. Like that. And your jokes are so nice way. Yeah, like you said, it's amazing. He's not going to be on TV. That's what people love about him. Texas style comedy. That's how I know. We love you. You're so obsessed. We love watching you grow. It's very, very, very hard to write and perform and do it every week. Thank you. That was on skin. That was on skin. So what can we do? You can free to some crazy shit. I promise you anything. We're gonna start off with someone named Cheyenne, perhaps Bianchi. If he ready is any indication of what we're in for, it's about to get wild. Shane, Celine, would be Shireen, Herb, Shane, Bianchi. So yeah, when I do that, I'm not worried that I get some beers. I was just wondering if it's still my emotions. I just go to my mind and I can forgive my dad last night. Eating your own dad. Like, thank God. Found out recently. Penis. Yeah, that's true. It's fat. You know? And so, hello, how are you? Thank you. Yeah, almost like Danny and that story. Because he's weird and he's socially awkward. That means he's great. Absolutely. Monkey, what do you think?
Really funny. You set up punchline like super, furnished to me, and you made a bathroom chemist and all some shit.
Extremely well. Do you have like a grounding performing or is it just like
No,
what else other than maybe like for a hobby that you're passionate about or something other than stand up? I told you, you fucking weirdo. Going out.
green bones.
Can you catch this? Tony, here you go, everybody.
this has to be what, your first time doing stand-up, right? Okay, first of all, you have to lose the joke of all time, the HBO joke. I have been 16, 17 years continuous. I can't imagine how long because I'm starting to get married. 5 years, probably out of 5 years. Continuous. So, 45, and you've heard it. So, I'm pretty sure that predates even HBO. And so, when you were doing the HBO show, Columbia. So you've been doing stand-up for 3 weeks. Some old ass fucking bullshit like joke. You're all having a joke book right now. You're sick of it. So let's talk about what you actually could be talking about. Talk about something. Your perspective on that. Look. I don't want to work tonight. I hope the fucking mom wants a what? That's awesome. Okay. What is going on here tonight? It's a special Halloween episode. Someone I work in the cemetery. John B is getting us you know music stuff. Yeah, this is like some remix. Okay. Fine art. Like, how old are you? Like a special 40 verse or something. 44. What do you do? You have a this is where you would start finding out. Other than writing obituary, that's one thing. You're retired 40 years on planet Earth. You can't say anything, right? I fun in the ice cream shop when they open any rock. Steroid. What are you doing at this ice cream shop? I'm trying to figure this out. Are you just in charge of building the ice cream? Oh. shitting on you.
Get some water.
You know what? I want you to look at your paper. Say stuff, but you're not like that can make it funny. Don't know about that. So besides you put the Victories, that is hilarious.
Bribed ones.
Yeah, tell us the true story.
Yeah.
You know, I want you to work on believing in yourself. Because you got a lot of people that you don't believe it's funny, but if you don't work on it, then you're going to be crazy. I don't think you have to at all. At all. I'm still over here cooking up jokes about I used to scream and shit like that.
You kind of remind me of some friends. Do you love it? Do you? What's your sex like? Are you gay?
Okay, say, yeah, you're just yourself. Right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the episode. No. Ladies and gentlemen, there was the Kiltony debut. Philip. All right. What do we got? Absolutely. First joke writing and fucking roasting skills. He does it every single week. One of the baddest motherfuckers on planet Earth. It is Nathan Lucas, everybody. So that's everybody.
It's like we're happy to be in Nigeria. Like, I mean, it's like, I don't trust. She's this. I know that it's a bitch without
Every single week. Calling out everywhere. Calling all over the place. My man.
if you read the word.
Oh.
So, we need to be in the fucking. Don't have to. Right?
How many bites did it take? 8 bites. I love your wearing car covers.
I got that one. That's like Drinking for
time is ever. I just hope for each time that you remind me of a film. It will fuck.
my house up. I
I'm looking at a TV show. Audition for that. People need to lose a couple pounds.
Grand Theft Auto.
Forget about standing and do a fucking sit up.
What? Clean. Clean. It starts with a K.
She did.
They'll sing it. So it's pretty interesting. So I get to watch him do it for a little while. And you're like, shit, if he could do it. So you guys go and sometimes they do it together. And yeah, we would do it together with shows together in Rochester, New York. Is that where you live? Around there, pretty much every couple months ago. Congratulations. You visited us for 2 months. What do you love about us? Father fully here. He's going to visit soon though, but he's not here. It's great. I don't know, just like that. We actually do probably more than twice a week. Like in Rochester. Yeah, we're going to upstate New York. His health. We've said many times on this show. It's really one of the most depressing problems there. You see it. I literally said it. This is said it years ago that I would never go back down to the anyway, sometimes we'll swing by Buffalo. Deaf or is he? Yeah, so your uncle has making this death. I never told you about him. Yeah. First, into your uncle about how he made your father death. That never came up in conversation. He interviewed a joke in the family of comedians. No one ever said, Mercury. Somebody's gonna fucking acknowledge the awkwardness of the situation, right? You're still fucking up. Mercury is always the retrograde. You know what I mean? Like, some acknowledgement of the fact that fucking old people, you know what I mean? We're like, sorry. Is it okay to make fun of deaf people in front of you? I don't know what the code is. Do you get along with deaf people, or is that like a thing? Like, do they annoy you? Sometimes you guys are in the same line or the same parking spot or some shit. You got hired by a deaf guy? Oh, yeah. God, you're so nothing like this. So, what do you do for actual life living? I'm trying to find it now, but you're a felon? Yeah. Breaking into women's underwear stores? How do you feel like, there's like you were the only guy. Example of like how you would sell drugs. You can just say you're a concert right now. And you sound like those things. Yeah, you have it just sells itself. Really good sales. So how'd you get caught? Was getting sending all these.
running a sting operation on you guys. It seems like it would be believable. It seems like a very, very straight and narrow. I didn't think of it at the time. I'm scared. It wouldn't have worked at all. So you can't get they look at that record and you can tell like it was just Molly. Yeah, he's an international drug dealer. Yeah, there's no reports for Molly, right? They're basically heroin. Might as well be. Yeah. You can be a Lyft driver. I'll try it. Yeah, we can do that. Is it recruiter? And it's out here. The old Rochester special. Another living in a place where there's nothing to fucking do. Get blacked out. Fucking. You get a DUI. It was one of those days, you know, where you start drinking and the one that these used. And then some young dude broke your heart. I don't know why I said I meant Dave. I just following like the rules of the road. That's one way of putting it. Was there a rule specifically that you fucked up on? It was funny because I didn't even get caught by the police. So I got it. I was like, I'm going to call this guy, call the cops. Oh, shit. You got citizens. You know you're guy leaning out of his window like, yeah, I was from my house and he was rocking my bumper. I got in the car. I was like, what the fuck? And then he didn't say anything. Like, the next thing he turned around, he was like, I'll just let them deal with it. He goes around the corner. All right, Katie, you know her well. Congratulations on getting on the show. Anything else? You guys, here you go. You want one of these? For a joke book. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a golden ticket. Never even performed here in Austin. You guys have never been on this golden ticket forever. We met this young man in Seattle, Washington. I believe it was 5 or 6 years ago. Literally one of the very few golden ticket winners ever in the history of the show. Here's Austin Keltoni debut. Make some noise for Tom Royce, everybody. Somebody good. One more time for Tom Royce, everyone. Boston. Want to make sure that was a typo. It's a typo. Don't type. Waiting on my mom because when I was a kid, she didn't mean she wasn't like one of these parents that let their kids be gender surgery. She did let me grow my own teeth. So I do it for that. Yeah, I'm sort of like this. I am married. I've been married for 15 years. My wife was once. My wife has seen my dick a couple times than I have. Todd Roy. One of the few golden ticket winners ever, just waiting for them to get such a great performance on a road show that it can check in and be on any episode. From then on, it's been at least 4 years since we've seen you. 3 years was 2 weeks before you shut down.
Vancouver. Yeah. He lost a lot of weight. I'm doing 3.5 pounds. It's a flex. The strength of my legs. I mean, come on. Yeah, I mean, if you do that with those, I can't imagine what's in it. Elizabeth, I love the way you're looking at me. I love it. China. T-shirt on this guy. Fucking American West. My new wrestling name. Yeah. Special. So what's been going on with your stand? You know, your the Seattle area. We saw you in Seattle. We saw you in Las Vegas, and then I got fired. I do. I'm actually doing a tour down here. I'm doing it here in Austin tomorrow night. What's the job? I think it's the fire. I was working for a credit company. I was doing credit. Okay. Shows coming up in Burbank, Kansas City, DC, Philadelphia, Tampa. You're gonna be in Bitcoin? Jim, what do you think about Bitcoin? You on the move? Way in there. No. Yeah. Thank you. You know what? They've cut out a lot of things. John Panetta is going to come back, and okay, there's one. Every time. An old school kick. How big he was. And room along somebody made the jump really can't whoever it was. Did you hear about John Panetta? They thought he lost 40 minutes. You just being fat. You just way your thumb. Yeah, I love material I'm working on about small and big. Is it small? Is it small on your body? I think it does. So I don't know. Are you okay? She thought you were a lesbian this whole time. Big man. Did you know I'm a big man? I just want to tell like the skinny guys, like, you have no excuse to have kids all around the phone. You're like, the only excuse to them is the motherfucker that look like they're you have no excuse. Like, holy, you can't touch it. Like, oh, okay, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. And like, I'm not getting motherfuckers. Hey, it's it. Get your shit together. You're all funny. But I don't want to like, okay, I'm gonna shut up. You just gave away the fact that she actually does stand up while people. We thought was such a true. she's changing a light. Went out. She's fucking doing her fucking rounds at Costco right now. What's the wife up to? What is she doing? What does she do for work? Yeah, sure. What does she do for work? She's a dietitian. I'm honestly quite shocked that Todd Royce made it through the global pandemic. Supposedly, we were supposed to be so worried about it. Meanwhile, we have guys that we have 700-pound guys that we haven't seen in 2 years. Like, yeah, I know the name. What's up? Fucking shit. They tried to shit on the country for that shit. This guy's out here shaking his tits. Fucking 200 pounds. Literally, so your next meeting, dig down like everybody, dig down like, how many are gonna suck on comedians do good on this? Good stay. One more time for dig down. Like, all night for this. Chance to dig down. Like, 10 points. Wow. Real talk. Cold redneck with a full beard. That's a story in itself. But it made me wonder, why was it too fucking hot to eat? Without a sense of smell, and I almost have people to me that like to say, it's kind of like, your mom asked, see that? Well, you see, like fresh out what's that right now? Drinking all day, like, I don't know what's going on. You walk madness. You're right now. So interesting. This is one of your first times. The first time. First time. God for that. I'm going to say you're 10 years bad. I'd be fucking impressed. What mean you want to start today? 49? You're 30. You're 30. Fucking. Are you kidding me right now? Are you fucking fucking? Are you messing with me? The guy who gave you this opportunity here. I mean, are you fucking serious, bro? Have you just been in your hard work and continuously working on a rooftop? Like, create an option here. For a glass of water. You? White bread? Not else. Like someone told you you never stop working no matter how much the job is. There's no way you're 38. You're fucking with me, dude. Oh my god, I'm the same age.
that?
Yes. Okay. The money comes from the bills.
Okay.
Cobra sold.
Perfect. So what else? What do you do for fun? Like, what's your deal? You play music? What kind of music do you play? Like what? What do you mean all kinds of music?
I was like, oh shit, Dad. Shut the fuck up. I want to do my absentee now. Shut not as not nearly as good. Check into the very fucking Johnson. I don't want to say that. What is that? First of all, we should have put percussion on your fucking shirt. Percussion ring on his shirt. You do all that shit. I'm not comedy though, just like drugs. Mike, you playing that shit like somebody. Rest with somebody fucking you. Third hour. Here he comes. Everybody hearing it. Speaking of the unions, Saturday nights, whacking off the rocks all night. I'm working on it. So they're putting it out to a gig. All right. The reason I go over this show because sometimes I go through the YouTube text. Kill Tony. So this question. Think about Taylor Swift. My wife's in the kitchen. She knows what I'm doing. This is what she's supposed to be doing. Right. Art for everybody. This is another very special. Goodness. This is your first time doing stand up. Second, where was the first time? Pretty easy open mic. I was the only one that. Okay. Guy that's been doing it 100 years. I know. I love it. Is that a? What is that? Yeah. It was actually blessed by a doctor, and I think that's the reason that you called my name, dude. Don't do that. She caught it. Very. I think the food is working, but not the way you think it is. What's going on here? You want first? Any of it. Got here in '84. Sorry, how I was.
The 84 is birth year, they 65. Okay, so you got here any?
And
What do you do for Best Buy?
number 2 in the country last quarter.
Alright. What are you selling? What are you slinging? Molly?
35 people from my store in the country during COVID. I have to sell fucking coffee pots like refrigerators.
Why are you screaming?
Oh, I don't know.
It's like a Smash Mouth, just
So they can hear me.
comedy.
It's a musician, rock band.
You're a musician.
Yes.
Oh my god. You do everything with your mom?
Yes.
Is that the lady that you
100%.
Wow. Wow. I think this is some cool rock and roll shit. You're just you're pretty showmanship out here to your own wife. What instruments do you guys play?
I'm the guitar player.
Okay. It's like a thank you. Very good. It sounds absolutely terrible. How long have you guys been doing this?
14.
Demon, hear what a fucking
Melody too. That's what's fucking cool about it.
It's not that cool. I mean, your name. All right, very good.
Parents. Actually, my first name is Will.
Shut the fuck up. Let's hear you fucking. Let's see if you guys are any good at music.
I got a pig.
Oh shit. Knock on 800.
We get 2 mics.
What show on getting you guys are from? Few options here.
Intervention, probably.
Stars meets porn stars. I love it. Damn. Where's the fucking pants in this relation?
She's the lead singer.
Okay. Alright. Here it is. Here, this is incredible. My musician friends love that one. White. Alright, here they are. Clint and his wife. Everybody. Well, I don't know why I'm doing this, but.
stuff. John, she was not gentle by any means. She started off teaching the bottle with her thumb. Like she was putting a lawnmower. And it turned into a hairbrush. And she was edge of a fucking Christmas tree, ornament string of fucking steel balls. She had to be there tight. She's starting that fucking model. I gotta get my prostate checked daily now, not because there's anything wrong with me. We gotta figure the fuck out.
Seen you. You've been doing a bunch of shit. You haven't done much. And then, what can I do?
I signed up and no commercial. That's exactly what I'm taking acting classes, dude. They're not going well.
What do you think about it?
I just love experience. A lot of people fucking horrified. Virginia team, you know. And the chicks too. It's a big fucking tumors, you know what I'm saying? Got the lesbian here. Out here looking like a bull that I lunch lady. Come on, let me get you a
He does not know what to do here right now. We're seeing her. He's not well.
You of all people, I lost with the butt stuff. You got a do-rag and a beanie on it. You lost it in the butt stuff. Dealer gazing, dude. I've been missing phone cookie. I'm sorry. I was missing phone. My mom was hooked on rings and never got hooked on phonics. You know,
And we
G-spot. I found out.
Listen, you can learn to work the clitoris with your crazy cut shit. Teach you a couple things.
Tony, I'm going to make that laser thing so you can turn it's a chance. If you go back to that party and you start seeing you dance most of the God, I cut a fuck. I'll cut that clip. That's fair. Okay. I don't want to be a pound to the wall. Very sensual. Why y'all be talking out loud? Relax. Sexual is that very. I got this headphone. I'm not over the head. You ever put your kid with a 2 inch battery and it shocks you? Just like that. You better believe it. I hate that you're singing, baby girl. Oh my God. This guy is cutting with lead covers right now. I think I say one thing. Speaking of cancer, I'm going to shoot my shot here. Double milk, it's going to work. Okay. There's a young lady that has a hair at all. I'll see you out there. What's going on? You might be here for cancer. I'll tell you what. Is there are you kidding? She looks incredible. That's all I wanted to say. I'm not trying to touch your clitoris. I just wanted to say you believe you after 20 minutes when you treat it. You're being kind to this girl and the kindness of your other people. I just want to give you a compliment. I don't want anything in return. I think I want to share an offering. I see it. I believe it. And I believe it. I will tell you what it is. It's wide range of windows. You know, I feel good for you. It's me. I'm trim box now. Throw in the shade. You're a little apologetic because he insulted the shit out of the way. Shit up your ear. That's why. That's because of all that, I'm gonna have monkeys and you later bird eating bird pudding. Goddamn right, that was good. Goddamn right, that bitch was gonna eat cornrows. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the sensation and some monkey champ. See what I mean? We're gonna get a girl up here representing some monkey to feast her eyes on. This looks like it's like a Venus handwriting. Mia Chan M-I-I-A. Let's see what happens. So you guys still having fun? We're getting into the depths of the show now. Here she comes. She's been on the show before. You see everybody is Mia Chan. So, redneck
I've been to 34 states. That's not one of my goals. Oh my god, I got some alerts. I'm from Taiwan. I'm here from Taiwan. There's white people. Okay. So I have to migrate. I'm sorry. It's like a lot going on there. So it's like this, okay? If you're Italian, you go to a little town. And then if you're school and then you finish all your homework, you go make and that's like the best you can get. So that's what I'm here. I'm trying to, not just like make products for them.
That jacket is one of the most ancient things I've ever seen before. You just had to show your straight A's. From everybody. Straight A's on the inside. Not having all tests. You're the one that wanted to come to my office. Anyway.
And I'm like, I don't live forever.
Okay. Those little CD cups having a game.
So like this.
Cheers. Do you have dark area was? What the fuck is that? It is 2023. You're putting everybody at risk. Do you have dark area? Should be how long have you been standing? 6 months. Before.
So I go to school for them, but I have enough money to pay. Yeah.
Senior agent trans. Taiwanese. That's very unlucky. Now that you have the representation.
I hope you'll text me or something. I didn't do nothing. It was not.
All the best for you.
Texas cop is a little crazy. Texas cop.
The Texas cop is crazy. Did he show up at your home?
Yeah, they all.
They were all there. I don't know how it works because
It's like a
human being and I don't put laws in the big reps. Yeah, a good person.
it's just like, no, I don't talk about this out of the court. Okay? I don't know. Like, I came here as an exchange student, and then it's like, I just think, why do people talk?
Why did it affect you though? Because you're supposed to be a professional.
Yeah.
Right.
So I was an exchange student, and then they placed me in Indiana.
Oh, wow.
It's just like small girl. The fans be watching. You need to talk about other stuff. I know what first of all, but you whatever you just did for that minute, not whatever that's what I thought was funny. I thought 30 seconds of it was taken off the track, and I knew it was going to take a clown back. But I do think that you have potential to win. It was funny, right? So if you're gonna talk about we made the police that should bring your baby in, like because we want to know. Really know. Oh, I'm just telling you that I think you saw these and it might be important. Stop talking about this because start pulling from other sheets, talking about their sheets. I've been in there, trying to put my so I'm telling you, you got potential. You think stop talking about your legal issues, rich on national movies. entire history of the city zone, the Memphis Strangler, the Great Machine. Holy shit, I literally gotta go. This YouTube video. So I obviously bought 500 I got today. But I thought I would just read these. I recently realized that I'm giving my girlfriend advice that I don't apply to my own life, so I started doing this thing anytime. I'm about to give her advice. I just apply whatever that is to my own life, and I gotta say, I've gotten really good at giving myself a blowjob. Holy shit. You will in that season. We could be in Disney World. Literally, I got fired. People more likely to think you want to be an ass post-COVID, and I have to say, and my only reaction to that is thank you. Holy shit, you say no thanks. Fucking people talk on our team. Words but the hip of they don't actually say the same size as the bathtub. Some piece of shit fucking vacuum ripped me off. Shit, tell me that. Swear to God, I thought the hip of this thing the same size as the bathtub. They don't. They keep it. Alright, that's all I have. Wow. The man who's done more material on the show than anybody ever in the show's history finds a way week after week after week to creatively reinvent himself and his hustle. I was joking when you said I've had really good fun this week. There's something you told me, I think you'll remember this past week. I had an elephant collection in collecting elephants. I was young. And Tony asked me about the elephants where the troops was down, and sure enough, I did. And Tony got rid of the walkways. And I still been having the worst luck game of the week. Tony, why did you tell me to get rid of those fucking elephants? What did you do
Saturday, and my fucking electricity goes in, literally fucking time. Some of the bills were from my grandmother, Tommy. And you told me to get rid of them. You said I like what Jake, and then the fucking power goes out. My 500 fucking fortune cookies are going to cost me $100 for 500 fortune cookies. Holy shit. This is one of the fortune cookies that 2 pieces of paper. So you wrote the joke out and then put it back inside. Yeah, I went really I swear to God, I was doing it for the biggest hour before I got here. Stuff those fucking things. I had to wrap it back up. Do what? How'd you wrap it back up? Sing a little slower. I swear. You trying to get me a back? Oh, that's it, man. 500 fucking place never had. It's a wild man. Tony, I swear to God, they called squatters and my apartment yesterday. They called squatters, and it was the first time in my life I killed someone where I was going to justify to do it. It was the biggest run. It was squatting. I was in the fucking plaza, and I just waited on his ass. And how did you kill this guy? And honestly, I was screaming like I put some fortune cookies in his fucking mouth. But yeah, it was the first time I was feeling it was justified killing somebody. So that's pretty insane. How funny was that thing? Did you get any passionate about it? It was that Tony, I swear to God, I ate my whole thing last night. Yeah, never heard of it. Can you explain to us what that is? That's cream on the outside. I don't get it. Just the Oreo cookie, just cream it, just using cream. Oh, okay. I've never seen that before. So there's double stuff. Oh, double stuff. That's even double stuff. I love it when you double stuff. How much do you like? Almost more than what I'm feeling. I swear to God, I scared the shit out of him. I jumped out of the fucking closet. You had no idea. I've been in there for like 5 hours. That's weird to say. So surprised. I've been in there like 5 fucking hours. So what do you plan with the rest of these fortune cookies? Do you think this is going to be like a new thing? Or is it just put some fortune cookie going how long is that on the road? And there's 75 fortune cookies? Yes, that's what I'm thinking. I start doing the fortune cookies. See what the first night I can say it's going to be on the head. Fortune cookies. Like halfway up. Okay, Williams, I'm trying to figure out exactly. Did you power back on? Yeah, back on. Did it go on? Sunday. Sunday? Sunday? Yeah, it's not Sunday.
had to break up with a couple people a couple days ago. I broke up with her about the weirdest fucking thing. One thing, they did all about the respect of fans and art. Because quickly, so many people think, that's okay. This was not this way. This was you need to know people that came up before you met them. For sure, this is weird. As it was my lips, I just thought to myself, these motherfuckers, these motherfuckers taking the lead. So I want to know, I didn't you been mad? No, I wasn't mad. I want to take my phone and get up. I mean, what am I going to get up? I do it everyone. So maybe they need to stop. But I'm never going to stop. How long can this place get for SNL and the Comedy Store Zone? Punky Jones. Quarantine. Watch their podcast. Watch them on tour. Do everything that they tell you to do. I fucking love you guys. I can't believe I was able to have this much fun with all three of you here tonight. In the fucking greatest city of Austin, Texas. Enjoying what you to Zim. While you all sat there hanging out through tonight's episode. That's what it looks like all the way from. Oh shit, he was eating. Blaster D80 vodka. Chill Blaster available in stores absolutely everywhere. And the Austin security guard service on the info. Security guards in Austin. Austin security guard service. It sounds like a good name. That's what they're called. And of course, Canberra Whiskey presents the Kiltony Band, everybody. They are right here. One of the best musicians on planet Earth. James is on the drums. John Dees on the keys. Steve Atkins on the bass guitar. Mewling on the electric. Old Beaver on the horns, everybody. Before we start today's episode, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that make this episode available for you here right now. Good evening. If you're trying to improve your health, hydration is a great place to start. IV is the hydration brand that fuels your well-being. Their hydration multiplier is the one product you're missing in your daily routine. In just one stick, you get 5 essential vitamins and 4 times faster hydration than water alone. Use it first thing in the morning, before workout, and when you come down after a long night and on long flights. I use this stuff all the time. Everybody around me uses it. Everybody swears by it. This is like if the old school Gatorade actually did what it said it was always supposed to do. Liquid IV is an absolute godsend. It is a pure product. It is one of my favorite sponsors, and this is something that my man, me, and the whole crew uses all the time. It is the best. Right, man? I'm subscribed. I buy every box of Liquid IV. My favorites: green, orange, strawberry. One stick of Liquid IV and 16 ounces of water drinks you 2 times faster, more efficiently than water alone. It contains 5 essential vitamins: B3, B5, B6, B12, and vitamin C. It's 3 times the electrolytes of traditional sports drinks. It's made with premium ingredients. Yum, yum, yum. So Liquid IV in bulk nationwide. Or you can get 20% off. Go to liquidiv.com and use the code Tony at checkout. That's 20% off. If you order, shop better hydration today. Promo code Tony at liquidiv.com. Hey, y'all, look. Some people have some high highs, some low lows. Life is crazy. It's coming at you at 1,000 miles an hour. If you spend time with your family, I apologize. I'm sure that stresses you out. I'm telling you, there is a new system called Talkspace. It makes it easy to find a therapist you will like. It's convenient and it's online. You can do it at home or wherever you're most comfortable. Talkspace is making huge differences in many people's lives. Right, man? Do you think a therapist or a psychiatrist would be helpful? You don't have the time to actually find one and meet them, or you can't even afford them. Talkspace, by doing everything online, Talkspace is getting the help you want. Easy, accessible, and affordable. And you know how weird it is to go in and meeting somebody when you go in the room and stuff. Well, now you just do it through Talkspace. Because sometimes we'll wait until bad things happen to talk to a therapist. Why wait? You can get a therapist through Talkspace. Therapy can help you shift your perspective, find tools to cope in difficult times, and be a guiding light. Getting started is the important part. Talkspace makes it easy and affordable. At Talkspace.com, you can sign up online and get a personalized match with a provider that's right for you, typically within 48 hours. Incredibly convenient to have virtual sessions with your licensed therapist from the comfort of your own. Talkspace lets you send messages to your therapist so you don't have to wait for your next session. If you have something during the week, send it with a text message right then and there. Talkspace is secure and private, using the latest end-to-end bank-grade encryption technology to store client information and complying with the latest HIPAA regulations. Talkspace is affordable and in network with most insurers. And as a listener of this podcast, you will get $100 off of your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com and use code Tony. To match with a licensed therapist today, go to Talkspace.com and use code Tony to get $100 off your first month, and you'll be showing support for this show. That's Tony at Talkspace.com. Hey y'all, one of our most awesome days of the month is is when our box of awesome for Beast Folk post arrives. So we're just gonna go ahead and unbox this thing right now and tell you guys what we got. I'm gonna tell you that I opened mine and I am so excited about it. I got the gadget. This multi-tool comes from SOG, a company with deep roots in the U.S. military, which just happens to be the greatest military on planet Earth. Anyway, the products are regularly field by Navy Special Forces. I'm telling you, it is really one of the coolest things about these photos. Every unique item is hand-created from a small business, same otherwise. From cozy essentials to travel must-haves and cocktail kits, Box of Awesome has everything you need this month. To get started, take the use of boxofawesome.com. Your agency will be the right Box of Awesome for you. Brandon, you know all about this.
Yes, it's great, man. It's like Christmas once a month. I love it. Recently, I got Scorch, which is a bunch of hot sauces that are all from small brands all over the country. With some from here in Texas, Nevada, California, and more. They release boxes every month across a ton of different categories. Each box is valued at around $70, but you only pay a fraction of that price. Plus, with each box of awesome, you're supporting small businesses. 90% of everything that comes in your box of awesome is from a small up-and-coming brand. It's free to sign up, and you can skip a month or cancel anytime.
That's right. So get 20% off your first monthly box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter the code PILLTONY, all one word. Check out that's boxofawesome.com, code PILLTONY for 20% off your first box. Boxofawesome.com, code PILLTONY. Yeah, you guys ready to start tonight's show? What? Everything we guide to the best of the playing about this show is we remember to my favorites, two people that I've literally been working with for 16 motherfucking years. And regulars at the Comedy Store, monster comedians we're lucky to have them here in Austin. Welcome, my friends, Brian Moses and Ty Rivera. Yeah. Creator of Roast Battle. Ty Rivera, totally with Tim Dillon. Come on and make yourself multiple time guest of the show. You know what they're doing here tonight. We're going to have fun. Moses is a young black man. Creator of Roast Battle. Almost 60 years ago, like, Chris. Don't like love. It's a here.
just like always aware. Positive rates. What else has been going on in life, Hans? Just been touring Dania Beach with some couples, very platonic relationships we have with each other. Sounds suspicious. Slide, what did you do with these couples? Drunk them. Rest. Treats every week like it's a field trip. It's not far away. So to his show's yawning and exhausted. It's a wild. Yay. That is freaky. This is the first. It's Tyra Bear. I'm back here. Asian fetish. Oh, shit. I believe him. Ramen, big ramen. That's what we do with a guy like Ty Rivera. Can you imagine? Through a metal detector. Flip over. Oh shit! I can't even imagine. Get some magnets. I'm already drawn to you. Magnets. Sounds like a fucking party. Hans, how did you kiss it? Let's talk about this. So I did a little beat after the show. Meet. Yeah. Couple was like, hey, you can kiss her if you kiss me. And I was like, well, we're here for the fans. It's really about them, not us. Okay. So the girl was hot, so you wanted to kiss her, so you kissed him. Exactly, yeah. Oh, like a makeout or a little peck? What would you consider? Girl, dude, I could have closed my eyes. He wanted something extra. He did, yeah. Wow, that's deep. Tony, we had a threesome with another guy recently. Are you like starting to as fuck? Yeah. Something that you see perhaps becoming part of the haunted experience? Are you going both ways? No, not really. I'm to be honest. Ways are homophobic. It's like, he's like, no, you ain't throw up over their flannels over here. Shit going on over here. Go hunt. You guys know it's all the time. See, it's the dude. What else? I went swimming. Your goggles? Yeah, I did. He takes goggles on the boat just in case he goes swimming. So much fun as always to get the show started. Again, there he goes. Hey, Dad. I'm setting up.
just some fucking wild time for anybody. Somebody's first time, could be a local legend that's trying to get up and finally gets pulled. Anything can happen. Your first local tonight goes by the name of Samantha. Here she is, everybody. Samantha Minnie.
Hey, I don't know if you guys could tell, I started going to the gym last year. I realized I was being out from that lifestyle. I ended up being in a group chat with a bunch of like gym bros. I got a text at 1 a.m. like, who's trying to get some late night games? I was like, dude, I don't even get on top after it. I do feel like I do need to get back to it. Like I have to do something with this. Because right now I feel like the most threatening thing about me is it look like I keep debating. I'm not on birth control, and that's a threat. And I have a loose uterus. You know who doesn't like that I'm not on birth control? Planned Parenthood. They hate that. I went in for an appointment. And they asked me, like, oh, so you don't take the pill. Like, what do you do for birth control? And I said, I only sleep with guys that look like they have a lips for. You ever been to Taco Bell drive-thru?
Squeezing it all in. Correct? How long have you been staying?
5 years.
5 years. Where at?
I lived in Buffalo.
The home of John B. What's your favorite thing about Buffalo?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. What do you do for work?
I work in Cap City and
Okay, yeah, that's how I Here we go. Absolutely. Now it's all working together now. You've been working on Capsule for how long?
September.
You love that's a work like this. All it's been going on in Capsule. I still keep it up. So much more on the company. It's just like crazy. So, how's it going? Capsule.
It's good. I don't see the shows either.
It's a nice room. It looks nice. There's a
The same mural that they all have, yeah.
okay. Samantha, what's your what's the resume like? You stand up.
Sorry, I don't know. I just, yeah.
The rest of your life, anything you're into, anything else.
Like looking out the window, waiting for water. It's all fun, you know? Like, it's fun, you know?
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. We needed you had a meter something. That was you, anything is fine, man. What's the most interesting thing that's ever happened to you? Talk about Samantha that we'd be surprised about. Something you've seen or done, or maybe maybe you died and something. Fucking lot. It's right now. Just one thing. Talk about it right now. Studio.
Christian boy should have much of
No, I exclusively don't give blowjobs.
I love it. I mean,
It's a part you don't pay with.
have more to talk about. It's somehow caution. That's warning signs. Samantha, it's nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on and fun stuff. Here's a little jump up. There you go, Samantha. Maybe you hi, being a gem. Back to the book we go. You guys understand now. This is a real show. There's no wrong to groups with these people. I don't know what was happening. Next comedian goes by the name of Wow. We knew this young man. He came on the show 2 weeks ago. He fucking impact. Ladies and gentlemen, second time ever on Bill Cody. It's very Milano. Shit doesn't even turn right now. Wearing the lucky second fucking wolf for the show. It's gonna take a second to get here he is, everybody. All the way from Canada. It's second time ever on the show already. A Bill Cody legend. You're gonna get to see him right now. Make some fucking noise for Aaron Malloy, everybody. What the fuck was that, guys? Come on. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here in the wild, clap for Aaron, everybody. Hello, name is Aaron Malone. Now handicap. Trouble is, Karen from the internet is not to say handicap. It's offensive.
Hands in the word and more. It is offensive to disabled people.
Listen, brother, a handicap, it's not offensive.
You have to decide what is offensive or not to disabled people.
Who the fuck does that? I saw a two-legged white woman on Facebook. It's probably commenting on your phone from a handicapped bathroom stall. I'm trying to be accepting of everybody, but these woke middle-aged white bitches just take it too far. Aaron, come on. Second entertainment we see came on fucking decimated last week or 2 weeks ago. How are ya? What's going on? What are we talking about? A couple weeks ago that we should all not be talking about here. This is the first time I've seen it. Love it. Absolutely. What do you think of the career in a while? I gotta be honest. I've always wanted to see what look like. Son of a bitch. Still funny, still fun. Retard toe. You can call me the I was just gonna say. You can talk about it. He does. It's not saying it. It's that thing that white. That's why. It sounded like his voice was shaking. How are you? It's from the called Snacks of San Diego, everyone. How loud? Like his I love Tiger Bear. You're sexy. No, I've been here before. He's been getting around Austin. I love so when you said the name, I didn't know it. I was wondering what was taking him so long. And then he came around and I was like, no, told. Don't say anything smart. I'll cut off your fucking speaker. Yeah. This is why we're scared of AI. I totally get it now. Cerebral ballsy. Incredible. I love it. In the house, second time. That's why mine. My goodness. I fucking love it. And you've been having fun in Austin. What do we think? What exactly is it called? Like, I don't know if we covered that. Because it's like,
You asked a question, the episode that's airing tonight. You never met somebody who you. Is that something like you don't have the vocal cords or your brain doesn't connect the wires? And you never answered it.
and it's a way for me to make Red Band. So like a pill I can slip into his fucking. I would love that. But like, yeah. You've never like talked. So
You know?
I can't. Right. Right. If you can't talk, you can't say no. Motherfucking rip. It works for you. Oh, know that. Action.
And it lasts 10 minutes longer.
Oh my. Oh. I can't do what you fucking is like. I'm going at it. I'm about to come. My load on tits.
I'm disabled, but I've been around. I'm cute, kind, and loyal. One you can legally fuck.
Stop. Hey. Built for this shit. Absolutely.
Legally fuck you, but I don't think you guys really discriminate.
In sign language, what is the sign for you?
Fuck up. Microphone. This shit up. Jesus Christ, these fucking stupid questions. Better than a sign language question.
Do I look like I know some language?
It's unbelievable. I got the arm there. So handy. Like, like Lance Armstrong or something like that. Oh shit.
all his muscles are in his right thumb. How dare you? Aaron, you into anything that would be surprised? Like, you have other hobbies or anything like that? Like, you fucking collect something, or you skateboard? He does know a little sign language. Little Canadian birdie this summer. Like you got a little something up your sleeve. About that left arm, but I feel like there's more to Aaron. Really interesting. I'm just gonna some trivia. I lost the answer to that question. Hell yeah. I think that was it. I make mental. I love that. People creating laughter. It's the best medicine for most of us. Pretty sure there's enough laughter in the world to fix it. I want to see how long about being a JBL. About 12 to 13 hours. Tony has been taking hormone treatments to have the tennis player. That is true. It's actually true. I'm not there yet. Still, I need a lot more injections to get. You remind me, except the fact that Peter Pan was less articulate than you are. And also, Peter Pan didn't throw handicap people on the stage. In the chest, I will send you in the caution's way. That's true. And you ain't the type she's gonna catch. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna fucking watch the deck, dude. She's gonna take your cane and fucking shit the sun to a lot of places. This guy's a bully. Fuck. He really is. Are you from Canada? Canadian? Yeah. See, you get American healthcare, everybody cut that shit up. I told him last week you can really do a job they put the vaccine in. You know, dirty Texas. Aaron Balak. Aaron, you are absolutely a star. Let me ask you this. The last time that you were on, I asked you some of these, but I literally said, what do you want? And you said, what was $30,000 for an immigration lawyer so that you can become an American. In that very moment, there was a big one sitting in the front row, a Harvard law graduate that literally said that he will take on your case pro bono and make you an American citizen. In fact, I found out later that he broke his girlfriend's heart and she introduced him to Tony, or he broke his girlfriend's heart who had introduced him to Tony, and it was his way of trying to impress her to get her back. Amazing, because now she knows who we're talking about, the Iraqi Harvard law graduate, one ever. I'm thinking, wow, he is a good guy. You heard anything from him? Has been following through? Is there any good news on the front? A lot of questions. Someone else. Is there anything else we can bring in? Please. Throwing up a belt. Anything to do with it. You. Like it started to do something else. You ever about to say, is this going to make people laugh? Is it going to advance the conversation with you? That's a good question. Just what? Sure. I can. I remember Jamal Baji. Boy. Andy. We are more right. Just it's like real. Yeah. I don't know what to do with you, Aaron. You are absolutely a fucking star. I love your style. I hope you think that there's a good chance you're going to move to a place like Austin, Texas. But your main goal when you get to leaving America is also the place for you. Maybe New York or LA, where they also lean a little left. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be nice today, but I was accidentally an asshole again. You wanted to what? Be nice. Oh, yeah, you know it's. Put that on the scene whenever you can. Live in Austin, Texas. Wild. It's got a baby gig. Makes noise for one more time. Hell yeah. Love that shit. It's really bad. Where? We should do that. Another one for the up here. Next game. Writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. One of the great writers in the show that's commercial. This is the one they did with Lucas and everybody. That's like the neatest thing to do to someone. It's just like, yeah, whatever. Hey, gentle back up. Bleep. Also, he's watching. No, you'll be fucking women love you. Got a couple of cousins who will fight him anyway. Hell yeah. Lucas, what do you guys, crazy, bro? Me and Ty, we used to do, this tribal cafe that had an open mic. It was so loud. It sounded like a car radio. Probably got excited because it thought you were another refrigerator. Motherfucker pull over, what? Goddamn right. That motherfucker Thai, Italian, What's your history? Rose Battle. Rose Battle, yeah. And nigga, though. Have you seen what Oh, yeah. I don't even know what it is. It's your worst nightmare, dude. Shooting like a penguin. That bitch. My goodness. I've known David forever, and I'm afraid to put the mic close to my mouth because I know he'll fucking ding. I don't want none. No, we're good. No, I only roast Tony. What is that, man? It's time y'all to get your feet. It's like this, Hey, I got a question for you for Black History Month, Tony. We back in slavery. How much did you pay for me? By the pound. That's Moses. That was Moses did that to me. Moses is out there giving me jokes like I'm his fucking JBL Bluetooth speaker. I've never been on Bluetooth before, but we just Yeah, I was just saying, nigga. I'm legitimately terrified. Rose Battle is. Rose Battle was so good, bro. I was not right, and people would take a point to prepare, and I still be. I would call people. I'm like, bro, this is an idea. Slice of Rose. Oh yeah, I was. What's the white boy? Jim Crow. What's the thing? The dude who I call the ghost of Michael Jackson. Oh, Corey Feldman. I wrote some. Incredible. I love it. Peanut roast. What was your favorite joke that didn't get? Y'all know y'all black girl, probably like 60. And I'm way prettier than her. And so the first joke that came out of my mouth, I said, I said her name 3 times in my air fryer came out. There was 2 that I wish. I said, Mr. Flair had killed some BLM, let them speak at their rallies. And then I said, didn't get on. I said, Mr. Flair stole his style from Mr. Monopoly, and it makes sense. All brown people like to roll. Oh, right. Yeah, I think it's a little too real. Icon. Selling shows everywhere. This is the work that you've done.
hang up now? In Vegas. What's that level? Wise guys. I'm at Vegas. Wise guys. March 3rd.
There he is. Absolutely. Great. David Lucas. Everybody make some fucking noise for him. Back to the fucking movie. That's it. Thanks to Ellie. Here he is. One more time for Ellie. So long. I've got the money. It's all right. I don't think my confidence is anything that we don't know. Some of the reasons why you're not happy. Not that you just feel like so. That's why rich people are like depressed. But people depression, sad, that's a disease. But if you're not sad, how do you know? It's depression, just a shitty life. I was so my friend, she's like, is this all right? And I was like, no, I'm trying to my brain was ready. I was just writing something like 700 words. Thank you so much. I love it. Rubbing up some real funny. You have your own style. You have your face. You know, some rock star. How old are you? 31. 31. How long have you been stand up? 6 years. 6 years. Where are you? You just have to look at somebody that's never wanted to work. Just for the job you want, you know, that's what 31 years without work. I have the best job I've ever had. I would say I was a week and that's great. Did you like a week delivery? Yeah, you do your uniform. It's a standard. Like one seat walking up, like you might be another calendar. Try to find something that seems to be the opposite. Yeah,
choice. Okay, very cool. You still keep up with it?
I do, but I recall that.
So,
Yeah. And
how? What's your love like? It's like I mentioned, you just plow through all five. Creating one of the latest stories, obviously.
that's, I
It's so fast.
don't know. Yeah.
It's running at you a blast. Rivera.
Yeah. Easy for me.
So, what's your favorite type of lady? What does she look like? Certain type. Is she a little bit gothic?
Gothic. Also, I meet two people in bars. I meet people in bars. I thought I could meet some people in bar. There, and they always alcohol. Good thing. Everybody goes to somebody in bar, they're an alcohol.
Yeah.
Kill Tony debut. This sort of the elephant in the room. Hi. I'm so fat that it's hard for me to find clothing choices. Back to the elephant. This is cover up my belly. I'm so fat that even D-Man. Sorry. I'm so happy that D-Man I was fat. I was walking up here because he felt the change in activity. Also so fat because I'm running up front. So just got to Austin and I'm really excited to excuse me. Really excited to because it doesn't involve me running. So that's good. So hey, you come on board, okay? You'll have to accept me as a part of the trans community. So well, I gotta go ahead and go get something to eat. Appreciate you. Exactly 1 minute. Great. Chaos, my friend. It's a long time you're the first senior college. I love your first stand-up comedy. Terry, which is hard to do when you make ice cream. So it's hard to do. Let's talk about it. First time to stand up. What made you want to try to get tonight? I just go with more drive. I never had the opportunity to just go down here. Where you from? Just over by Galveston, Texas. I used to be in the aerospace industry for a long time, so so I had to go work. What's the disability? Face. I'm a dentist, and I got surgery. I got a spinal cord stimulator. So that's what do you like? I don't do well, so I'm trying to do this for someone else. Here's this how you thought it would go, like surprised you. Describe to these people what morning your first time is like. Nervous. Did a lot of things. Do it myself right now. So that's, I'm surprised I'm not out of breath, but I got to push through and make some jokes. Ty Rivera. I wasn't sure if you were nervous or if you were dying. And if it's a second, I'm just has to get someone down. That's the reason I came and do comedy right now. It's going to stop, so might as well get it done. Question. That would be hilarious. Yeah, that would be. Trying to kill it. To do another one of these. This is a kind of crazy thing about your you've seen Tommy right there. So my day. And well, I was just a little kid.
See, my mama gets on the internet. She says, "Hey, darling, they're saying you're doing all these drugs. I'm with some. It's so much. You know what I'm saying? Tell you what. See what I'm saying? So she said, first, you want to go in that bathroom. It's not right. It just feels right. That's what we want to fucking do. But then, a couple hours later, it says, you're at a fucking stranger's house in his fucking garage talking about politics with the dude that does Uber Eats. Okay? And then, there's some soft, chubby six that's been staring at you all night. You're fixing to lay her down on that stranger's chair. Give her the old days. Literally makes you can't get your dick hard because that cocaine has fucked you up. Tell her, listen, darling, I swear to God this never happened. But it does all the time. Every single fucking time it happens. Eat your fucking heart out. Texas juggernaut. He's like all the time. Calm it out. It's early. Free lunches, street coffee. He's like during night time. When I'm snoring like this. Up in Texas. How are you, Tony? Now listen here, Tony. It's Bobby's birthday. We all seem to be dressed up. He wore that best fucking sweater. Take that fucking hoodie off. Well, let me see that suit. What we really were. Funny, you call it goofy because it's actually you close. You don't want to see this. I don't want to see you talk. You're fucking sexy. You're back in bitches. Gosh, there, Tony. You gotta be just funny. That's right. I do a little bit sweaty. How about that Super Bowl? How about that Super Bowl? Shout out to I had $14,000 on Eagles. Yeah, I felt good at halftime. I really did. That's exactly what I told all my friends. You're gonna feel good at halftime. I think you do all your friends. Yeah, the Eagles up by 15 at halftime. Last one. It was 10. Third time. Tony goes, is there a straight up. And she's let me tell you what I want you to listen to that and hold the final drop before you have that money. I have laid down with Dr. Coke machines and held their tire at night time and he held Chucky's Schuster and fuck my tears. But with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and pay your fucking $1,000. I'm Mr. Always makes us dance right now. Right. I'm always attached. There is a dollar bill, and it wouldn't mean much from anybody else, but I love taking your phone. This one, you know, many mountain dew boats see this thing, you know. How many cereal boxes I had to put out sending me that?
time.
I mean, all the fucking time. I'm a fan. I am a friend. Those boots you're rocking tonight.
It is special. Actually, aren't my boots. All just for my best friend Bobby. Playing up here next. Around. Today, David, whiskey and water for my famous. Not only is it Tony, it's the uncle. Boots here, you see. These are ostrich with the ant. That's illegal in 37 countries around the fucking world. Can't find these or that is a fact. Ty, you keep looking, but you can't afford them, I tell you. My God. Everybody on that you got to know again. I traded a horse, donkey, and sheep, and they still want
I don't even know what you was.
that's right.
The donkey and a sheep. What do you treat them
Into submission.
It's a
What? Oh, your mom. Like it.
6 months.
I have to the lucky duck. Like a shitty prom. 17 women were ready to just take found.
Fucking pro. Fucking.
I like that.
Super lazy. That night,
They went out to the store to get I was just a little depressed.
but this is absolutely.
That's my big brother.
Is it really?
They sat him right on the bench, but maybe fourth quarter, he'd be soaking it up somewhere with his.
I will join.
Yeah, no, it's coming. Got the same hair coming up, huh?
You think those are still right?
I was Houston, Tony. I was Houston. Moms.
Believable. I love it.
Yeah.
Sold out.
God, you're incredible. You're incredible. He's doing this. He's doing this while his hair is thinning in the back. Why don't you take a bow for us, you guy? Bow for us.
All of us make our haircut our entire keep
Okay.
in your little Billy goat. I'm not happy on this. Ladies and gentlemen, sensation. How fun.
Suck a butt.
There he goes, everybody. My great uncle. Should we go to this again, huh? All right. Let's see what happens. Wild up here. Fun.
one time they fucked my hair up so bad, I walked outside and I got the job. So I did looking for one here in Austin. It turns out the best in Houston. So can't wait to take off. Will be that. I got a buddy of mine even getting into astrology. Been a really boy with the way he's trying to get me into it. Last Tuesday he hit me up. He said, "Hey man, let's go to the club." I said, Tuesday. He said, "Oh, I know. It's just Mercury's. I got the hoes out tonight." I was like, "All right." I said, "I don't think that's how it works, but okay, you know." Hey, let me tell you, the hoes were in the buttons that night. It was a good night. Now I have a telescope behind me so I can track Mercury. We going out today? I'm like, what's that? Oh, that was incredible. 17 great stuff. Mark, I did it I started in Milwaukee, and I did the next few years in New Orleans, did a little stint in Chicago, and now I'm here trying to live a dream. So, New Orleans, almost non-existent city, Milwaukee, Chicago. How long have you been there? I've been here for a month. Yeah, just one good month. So far, Texas, Austin, standing out to you, something that you like about it? A lot of Mexicans. I love them. I like them. Yeah, I'm into it. Hell yeah. What is it that you love so much? Also, they're nicer than you don't know Spanish. You know what I mean? Like, I was very, like, I don't know Spanish. Like, I want to learn Spanish now. Very. Yeah. I love it. I mean, Marcus, what do you do for work? I'll be working at. Okay. Yeah, that's a cool place. Open a new location. Line cook out there. Oh, line cook. You're going to be on line. Got it. Slap me. So the wine thing is so America looks like about a week when you're not doing stand up. What else? Do you have any hobbies or anything that you're like? Bro, that was a challenge. It's always a challenge. I like that. I play. I don't like fun. Just keep. Yeah, I'll see y'all when I'm 40, you know? Yeah, but you keep your head down. You're fine. Minute, perfect. System of media tells us you love the people like you. It's fun. This is where it happens. Should we do one last fucking fully thing, huh? I love this. This young lady, for the third time ever, going to be lost. She was actually up on the road. Her first time, she was in the secret show. She just opened for me this weekend in Houston. Here for her third video ever in promoting history. This is should be straight up on everybody. Another one of the greatest stars of the future. You've been all night, but do it one more time.
For me, guys, I'm already down a quarter of a pound. Down a quarter of a pound, didn't even go to the gym. Took a really big shit. I'm taking big shits. For me right now, taking a shit is the difference between being able to see my pussy and not being able to see my pussy. Do you understand?
By storm. How did you feel this weekend in Houston doing sold out shows?
It's absolutely phenomenal. Thank you for that opportunity. The largest crowd I've ever performed in front of, so really good experience. Yeah.
Timing and beats and everything are different.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there was definitely some things that I never really found funny about my jokes that got laughs that I want to dive deeper into. Just like certain parts that I think are cute, like so. Like when I make my character jokes. There's a part where I'll say it's like a little poetic rock, like I know for a fact that one crowd. And sometimes that can fly a little bit under the radar, but when there's a lot of people, it pretty well.
Yeah. Crowds.
Yeah.
What else is
That's not much. So I am in the process of writing a book with one of my friends.
wow?
Yeah.
Is it
So,
my flight logs.
I am single. I haven't dated since I've been here. Changed this year.
Okay. All right. I think I need to.
I yeah. I'm not picky with men. I like somebody who has a little bit of common sense. Someone who is kind of healthy. What else should I add? Skills. What have employed, and probably is
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Excellent. How are you today? I'm well, thank God. I to speak with you. Um, so for StreamYard, as I have utilized the software in the past, after the discussion, I should stay in the call to let it upload. Is that correct? Oh, excellent. Okay. How long do you usually go? Excellent. And if it's all right, we can talk a little bit about my project. And I'd like to get into time Eshel, the Israeli space agency whistleblower, and his claims from 2020, and additionally his recent interview in 2026 regarding the Galactic Federation. Does that sound like it would be of interest to you and the audience? That'd be great. Sounds beautiful. Thank you for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to be with you and your audience. Well, certainly. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have archived more data on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, guys. And when I do, I'd like to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I'd like you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Great question. Prior to the pandemic, I lived a traditional Jewish lifestyle, much more than I currently live streaming, where I'd be attending synagogue 3 times a day. I certainly was not someone who had really much of a social media presence, nor did I have much comfort being on camera for as much as I did. However, as in addition to being an Orthodox Jewish rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional, and my position as a project manager for a major Fortune 100 organization went remote. So I went from going into work every day in a suit and tie to opening up my laptop and being on camera anywhere from 8 to 10 hours. And then from there, even some services and classes within my Orthodox Jewish community
went online as well. So that increased the amount of time I was on camera for another 2 or 3 hours. So I was approximately during the pandemic spending about half of my day on camera when previously I never did before. And I recognize that if I'm already on camera for as long as I am, and I am already sharing more than half of my life with strangers, essentially, I wouldn't necessarily think of it to be that strange to share the other part of my life. And it was during the pandemic after work, each night after I would be able to leave my remote position and my classes had finished, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and hit golf balls. And I wanted to see what my drive looked like and what my swing looked like. And so I took out my phone and started recording myself. And I would make little jokes while on camera, knowing that I was on camera, whether I topped the ball or sliced the ball or hooked the ball, whatever it was. And I thought, you know what? These are interesting videos that perhaps my future family, God willing, may one day want to see what their dear old dad was like during the pandemic before he had met their mother and they were even a gleam in my eye. And so I began uploading that data after work in the evenings and recognized that each night it was becoming quite a responsibility to do all of this uploading. And I thought, you know what, there's got to be a better way. And really, the better way is to stream it. And so I thought, all right, well, if I'm going to start streaming, I want to do it better than any person's ever done it before. And I had in the past seen the movie The Truman Show and certainly seen the television show Big Brother and thought, well, I'm not too different than most people during the pandemic. Many of us are having to become more comfortable being on camera. So why don't I buy some equipment that is dedicated to live streaming? So I bought some laptops and Chromebooks and tablets and iPhones and Android devices, you name it, put them around myself in 360 degrees, and created my first YouTube channel in fall of 2021. And as they say, the rest is history. Well, it's certainly a legitimate concern. And as I had previously stated, I was not someone who was really comfortable being on camera, at least not knowingly. I've worked in financial institutions in the past, and perhaps I was on security camera, but I don't really control those, and they're generally closed circuit. Certainly, the change occurred with me with my position going remote and also classes and some services also going remote, which caused me to have to get comfortable being on camera, whether I liked it or not. And I would say that my anxiety of being on camera, that really many people experience when they don't have a lot of time live streaming or even just being on camera in general, was reduced. And then you get into the more, I would say, private areas of your life that you're live streaming. So no longer is it when you're just in front of the screen. Now you're sharing your entire body. You're sharing yourself sleeping, eating, drinking, even bodily functions and showering from the waist up. I'll keep the camera up to avoid any types of major privacy issues, or I'll wear swimming trunks when I'm participating in some baths or showers or whatever it may be. But I do my best to give the viewer a portal into my life that I think will be studied in the future. Just as in the past, we had people who were journalists, or people who would write in journals, or diarists, people who would write in diaries, and we've learned from a historical standpoint much of how the world operated during that time of when they were documenting through their lens of generally a pen to paper. I felt that I could use a camera as a medium to be able to do the same. And really, once you start streaming many times, you recognize that you're on camera, but you also recognize that we're all not that different, that we all laugh and experience joy and humor, and we all are, at times not as happy, or perhaps can experience sadness. And I think that the people of the future will find this to be a fascinating project to be able to study not just what's going on in my life, but also what's going on in world history, because 24 hours a day, I keep a radio on in the background. So you can literally go back to any moment of any day, essentially for the last half decade, and know not only what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. So everything that we just experienced with the World Cup, or with the 250th anniversary of the United States, or with wars or peace or whatever it may be, I've been able to archive that. And so people can literally use my stream now or in the future as an archive of human history. And in addition to just the historical aspect, I think people in the future will use it to understand more about humanity and about human biology, about things like eating habits, sleeping habits, circadian rhythms. Perhaps I use my stream as a dream diary. Things like the idea of hygiene and different biological or biometric patterns that may be able to be studied by people. Really, I think aging as well. We don't have one person who basically has been on camera for this amount of time to be able to study the aging process over long periods of time. Yes, we have people who take maybe a single picture every day for an extended period of time, which is a great data point, but it's certainly not continuous as video is. So I think that those are just a few of the ways that people might be able to study my life in the future. And because I understand the potential value in this type of data, my anxiety of not necessarily wanting to be on camera all the time was lessened. And then eventually I have embraced it. I enjoy the fact that my life is archived and that I've created this digital diary for the people of the future. But in answer to your original question or statement, you don't just become comfortable immediately sharing your entire life with the world. It does take time. Certainly, I've definitely streamed at the store and definitely streamed at the doctor. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. And generally, I have to reduce the amount of devices with which I'm streaming from my normal 33 or so different devices at any given time, from a localized area, basically within my residence, to perhaps one or two iPhones that I generally use using data, which does have its limitations. Phones have battery issues with which you need to be concerned, and certainly data. You have to run into cellular throttling and overheating of devices and glare and all of the other app crashes. You name it. There are some issues with which you do into which you do run. But I also do my best to back up any kind of live streaming that I have when I do IRL streaming in real life with GoPros. So I'll wear a GoPro on my chest, or even just have it with like a selfie stick, so that I have myself with a redundant stream, or a redundant backup of any kind of data that I am transmitting, in case I run into a low cell signal area, or I do experience an app crash or whatever it may be. And while I do have a lot of footage from IRL streaming, It's certainly not as convenient for me because I have to lessen the amount of streams, and I'm much more concerned with that, uh, with how many devices I can use at once. And I also don't have the ability to manage my community. So, in addition to live streaming, I also am live 24/7 in Discord. Your audience can find me whenever they'd like at discord.me/rabbi, where they can connect with me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, to inquire about questions that they may have, or to watch a movie together or play a game, whatever it may be. And certainly when I'm doing IRL streaming, I can't manage that community as well or as easily. But generally, the outside world has become fairly comfortable knowing that people are many times FaceTiming their family or friends or whatever it may be, and that there is some idea of video communication that happens that perhaps a decade ago or two would have been foreign. And thus, if you see someone who's got a couple devices and maybe talking into one of the cameras or talking to an audience, it's not as strange as it once was. And in terms of, how do you go to the store? Well, many times just out of ease, I do have things delivered to me. But in the case where I do go to the store, I will go to the store just really like most anyone else. But while knowing I'm on camera, and I would say I make comments on camera, and to not just the audience that's watching me, but also to make the stream a little more entertaining. Generally, when I'm at the store and I'm not recording, prior to this project, I would be silent like anyone else, and I would just, view the different products and put them in my cart or whatever it may be. But in order to give the audience a little bit of a view into my mind, I may be a little bit more vocal. So that does change some things. But generally, because society has become more comfortable with people using devices in public, I don't run into many issues. So I really live my life generally while on camera in public as I do while the cameras are off. Yeah, I have. So I do have people who live alongside me in my Discord, such as at this very moment, and they've been there for over a year, 24 hours a day. They have connected with me. They think it's fascinating, and just due to where they are in life, they're able to literally live every moment of every day alongside me. But then I have had people from an IRL standpoint or in real life come and visit me because they've been so fascinated by it. People as far away as 8 hours. I've had people from Northern California visit me in Southern California. I've given them tours of my residence, and to show them my different devices. And these are total strangers who I have invited. And we've gone on picnics and gone to the park and really just in many ways connected as friends when normally I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be that open with my life. So from both an in real life way, I've connected with individuals, and the digital way as well. And I do find that people are fascinated by this. They many times say to me, I wish I would have thought that. I wish I would have thought of that. Or I've always wanted to do something like that, but I just couldn't because I was married or I had children or I had a job or whatever it may be. And generally, 99% of the people who I encounter online, especially and IRL, are very positive towards the project and recognize that it has the opportunity to change the world. If we can see that one individual, an influencer, so to speak, isn't that different than the rest of us, this has a very uniting effect potentially that may be able to impact people from a diplomatic standpoint. I have a world peace theme to my streams. I want world peace. And also, I have a futurism theme to my streams. So I like to talk about things that people find fascinating. And hopefully, it becomes more of a trend. I have found other people who are doing similar streams as well. They haven't been doing it as long as I have. I've surpassed over 1,700 days 24/7 of archived footage from multiple streams. But I have found people who have been live streaming their life for about a year or so. And then there are certainly people who are streaming their life, but they don't archive it. And to me, what's important is archiving it. If it's not archived, did it really happen? Is kind of a question that I pose. I think it's important that you can go back to any moment of any day of my life for the last half decade or so and know exactly what I was doing, not necessarily just saying, "Oh, I streamed it, but you can't watch it anymore." I want people to go back and be able to view it. So there are people who find the importance of archiving in addition to streaming, but no one has done it nearly for as long as I have, nor have they done it from as many different angles as I have, which I think make it really interesting. But in answer to your question, yes, I have had people reach out to me, certainly from a digital world and in real life. Excellent. It is. It has different names. Many people call it life logging, where you basically log every aspect of your life. Other people call it life streaming, where you literally stream your life. So it doesn't have one necessary name. It is unique. I certainly understand that, but um, to me, it's become part of my everyday experience, and really, I would like to do it for the rest of my life, God willing. I would like to give the world a nice digital archive that people can study, not just in the present day, but into the future, into centuries into the future. Just like we look at people's diaries or people's journals or ancient manuscripts about what life was like, and those are studied by historians, I think people might do the same with the internet. We may have uh, maybe some type of internet archaeologists of some point at some point in the future, and they hopefully don't need to discover my streams. Hopefully, I've gone viral by then. But if they needed to, they'd be able to understand what life was like in the present day, what life was like during the pandemic, and then how life has changed. And really, another interesting aspect of this is the AI revolution that we're experiencing. So I was live streaming beginning in 2021, fall of 2021, and I was an early adopter of OpenAI's ChatGPT in November of 2022. So I have over a year of my life that I was streaming before large language models became commonplace within our world. And I was a user when ChatGPT formally launched November 30th, 2022, and I've been able to see the many different ways that AI, for both good and bad, has been able to affect society. And then the competitors of ChatGPT and Gemini and Grok and Meta AI and OpenSea and all of the uh, all of the other um, I would say in perhaps historical events that have occurred just based on AI. So I think that it'll be interesting for people in the future to look at my stream and understand how AI has affected the human experience as well. And of course, within AI needs human models or at least examples on which to build its AI models. And I have more human data on which AI could model than any other individual ever, which may give me a prominent role in perhaps how AI understands some aspects of the human existence. So I think that my project has an interesting AI impact in addition to the historical importance that I mentioned previously. Absolutely. First and foremost, for anyone who is listening, I'm a major advocate of disclosure and ufology. I believe this is a science that should be studied in a more serious manner. And I'm very positive to the fact that humanity is seemingly becoming more comfortable with understanding that we may not be alone in the universe. And so, for anyone who may be unfamiliar, I'll give some background on who Chaim Ashed is and what his claims were, and then some more recent developments that occurred. So, Professor Chaim Ashed is an Israeli aerospace engineer, professor, retired military officer, and former senior figure in Israel's space program. He became internationally known in December 2020 after making extraordinary statements regarding unidentified aerial phenomena (UAP), extraterrestrial intelligence, extraterrestrial intelligence, a supposed galactic federation, and alleged government knowledge of non-human intelligence. Before those statements attracted global attention, Ashed had already spent decades working with Israel's aerospace and defense communities. He was recognized as one of the central architects of Israel's satellite capabilities and has been described in Israeli media as a major figure in the development of the country's space program. I've heard him described as the father of the Israeli space program, or the grandfather of the Israeli space program, or certainly the father of the Israeli satellite program, or grandfather of the Israeli satellite program, to give listeners an idea or a view into the Israeli space program, and more so his role as a military officer. At any given time, there are only 24 generals within the Israeli military, and he was one of them. So you can imagine that this is a very high ranking official who was making these claims. And to give you an idea of some of his career and technological development, he served in the Israeli Defense Forces, including within military intelligence structures. He became associated with highly advanced technological development programs, including work connected with intelligence technology. He was part of a very secretive group called Unit 81 that has to do with advanced technology. He served in Israel's highly classified Unit 81, which is an organization responsible for developing technological solutions for military intelligence. The units associated with advanced electronics, surveillance technology, specialized intelligence systems, and innovative military engineering. Working in such environments placed Ashed among engineers dealing with some of the most advanced technology available. He became a leading figure in Israeli space development. He served as the director of space programs for Israel's Ministry of Defense. He was the chairman of space-related committees and a member of the steering committee of the Israeli Space Agency, and really has been reported as having led space activities for nearly 3 decades. Moreover, he had a major role in Israeli satellite programs, specifically the OFEC satellite program. This program developed Israeli intelligence satellites capable of Earth observation, strategic monitoring, and intelligence gathering. And in 2007, he was involved in the launch of OFEC 7, which was an Israeli reconnaissance satellite. He has been extremely decorated. He has received the Israeli Defense Prize 3 times. It is the Israeli Defense Prize is among Israel's highest honors for contributions to national defense technology. The reasons for some awards remain classified because they relate to sensitive defense projects. So actually, 2 of his Israel Defense Prizes, we don't necessarily know why he was given those because they remain classified. He received the Chief of Staff citation in 1967, one of the IDF's highest military recognitions. And really, what we're talking about here is perhaps one of the most decorated officers within the Israeli military who made these claims in 2020. And to give the audience in understanding, this would be in a similar way to perhaps a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff making a claim about extraterrestrial intelligence within the United States, except this happened in Israel. And in 2011, Chaim Eshed retired from government space leadership, and really he then became a professor, a lecturer, a consultant, and a participant in discussions regarding future technologies. His interests expanded beyond traditional aerospace engineering into questions about artificial intelligence, space exploration, the future of humanity, and the possibility of extraterrestrial intelligence. So that gives us a background on Chaim Eshed. And then moving into 2020, he was born in 1933, and so in 2020, he was approximately 87 years old when he made the claims that he did. His major UFO statements became public in December 2020. The importance of his age and at the that stage of his career, he was speaking after a long professional career. He had already achieved recognition in aerospace, and he stated that his reputation was established and that he had little personal incentive to seek publicity. His supporters viewed his age and career history as reasons to take his statements seriously. His critics argued that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence regardless of his background. Now, in 2020, he specifically November 2020, he had written a book, and then he had an interview in December of 2020 that changed his public image. In December 2020, he gave an interview to the Israeli newspaper Yedioth Aharonoth, in which he discussed claims regarding extraterrestrial civilizations and secret interactions. He described UFOs as being unexplained technology. He argued that certain unidentified objects demonstrate capabilities beyond known human technology. He stated the UFOs perform maneuvers that cannot be explained by existing human technology. His argument focused on advanced propulsion, unknown physics, and technology beyond current aerospace understanding. One of the more controversial statements that he made was that humanity had contact with an advanced group he called the Galactic Federation. He claimed certain governments were aware of this relationship. The relationship involved cooperation, and that the beings were studying the fabric of the universe. He also stated that the aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. This statement introduced one of the central ideas of his disclosure argument. The issue was not simply whether this information existed, but the issue was whether humanity had enough psychological and social maturity to accept it. He also talked about Mars and artificial structures. He stated that, at least from photographs from Mars, he believed showed some type of artificial structures or perhaps some type of manipulation. He argued that if confirmed, these discoveries would create new scientific fields, including archaeology of Mars. There's also been the discussion of xenobiology, basically a study of biology from perhaps species outside of Earth. The reaction to his claims was immense. There was a great amount of global attention from these statements, and many people focused on the contrast that was had between his decades of conventional aerospace work and his extraordinary extraterrestrial claims. Certainly, with any claims like this, one might be met with scientific skepticism, and the same is true in this case. Scientists and space officials responded cautiously. NASA has stated that humanity has not yet confirmed evidence of extraterrestrial life, and many of Chaim Eshed's critics argued that there was no publicly available evidence supporting his claims. His reputation alone cannot substitute for verification, and of course, extraordinary claims require publicly testable evidence. Now, specifically, this there was more criticism as well, because Chaim Eshed was promoting a book known as The Universe Beyond the Horizon, Conversations with Professor Chaim Eshed. The book was published in November 2020 by Yedioth Books in Israel, and it was also distributed through Geffen Publishing House. It is only available even to this day in Hebrew. So the information that I am communicating has been translated. Additionally, the interview that he did with Israeli media was also in Hebrew. And if I may say to the publishers of this book, if they wanted to sell more copies, and even to this day, if they wanted to sell more copies, this should be made available in English. But even up to this day, it is not. The book is about 232 pages, the majority of which was reviewing his life and his background. It was written alongside an author, Hagar Yanai. The book is not written as a traditional autobiography solely by Eshed. Instead, it was structured as a series of conversations between Chaim Eshed and Israeli author Hagar Yanai. It goes into his childhood and personal history, his engineering education, his military and aerospace career, the development of Israel's space program, his views on humanity's future, and then his thoughts regarding extraterrestrial intelligence and disclosure in the epilogue. Now, with going into the epilogue and what specifically he stated, it begins with the idea, are we alone? And Ashed discusses the UFO, UAP phenomena, possible extraterrestrial visitation, alleged government knowledge, possible advanced civilizations, and the future implications of contact. The argument presented by Ashed in terms of UFOs and unexplained phenomena is that some reported unidentified objects demonstrate characteristics that challenge current human technology. These include objects displaying unusual flight capabilities, phenomena that appear inconsistent with known engineering, the possibility that humanity does not yet understand all forms of technology, and he frames the UFO question as a scientific issue rather than merely a cultural phenomenon. The Galactic Federation concept, which is probably his most controversial claim, he states that there are advanced civilizations that exist, that humanity has allegedly interacted with these civilizations, and certain governments are aware of the interaction. He then goes into the psychological argument that humanity is not ready for disclosure. Some of the reasons are fear of societal disruption, psychological shock, religious implications, political consequences, and related topics. His most famous subject specifically on this is that the aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet, which represents the idea that disclosure is delayed because humanity must mature first. He talks about Mars as a possible archaeological location. He discusses images of Mars missions, possible artificial structures, and the possibility of ancient civilizations, and really feels that the archaeology of Mars is a new scientific discipline, that traditional Mars explanation is focused on geology, climate, and searching for microbial life, but he suggests that there should be an expansion of this vision toward ancient structures, artifacts, lost civilization, and planetary history. He talks about the relationship between science and speculation. The book has an unusual combination. One of the unique aspects of the book is that it combines established science, things like aerospace engineering, satellites, space exploration, and technology development, with speculative science, extraterrestrial civilizations, UFO phenomena, and galactic cooperation. The public reaction to the book was quite unique. After excerpts and interviews were translated into English, the book gained worldwide attention. Media coverage focused primarily on the Galactic Federation claim, alleged government cooperation, his Mars statements, and disclosure themes. Now, the major themes that he discusses are that space is humanity's destiny. Humanity must expand beyond Earth. Exploration is part of civilization's evolution. He also says that technology uh, and scientific progress changes what humanity considers possible. He states that the cosmos may contain intelligence beyond Earth, that knowledge requires responsibility from a disclosure standpoint, and humanity must develop psychologically and ethically. And the discovery of another intelligence would redefine human history. Now, the specifics that people may find of interest within the book, specifically within the epilogue, are perhaps, I would say, unique um, opinions of Eshed. One is the idea of cosmic encounters. So many may have heard in the audience of Close Encounters. We certainly know of the movie from the 1970s of Steven Spielberg, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. But Chaim Eshed expands on some of these ideas. He states that from category 1 through 4, these are Earth based encounters. The first kind are visual observations, reports involving unidentified objects observed in the sky. These do not have direct physical interaction, and these represent the basic level of unexplained observation. The second kind are those types of encounters that have physical effects, reports involving measurable effects such as electromagnetic disturbances, physical traces, and effects on vehicles or environmental changes. The third kind, certainly the most famous of them to date, reports involving witnesses observing beings associated with unidentified craft, and he moves the discussion from technology to biology and intelligence. And then the fourth kind, human interaction, reports involving communication, medical examinations, direct encounters, and alleged abduction experiences. The the transition from observation to physical evidence occurs in his category 5, biological evidence and non-human remains. He introduces a category involving alleged examination of non-human biological remains. The scientific consequences would transform biology, evolutionary theory, anthropology, medicine, and the understanding of life itself. Category 6 involves objects within Earth's orbit, extending the phenomenon into space. Eshed includes observations of unidentified objects beyond Earth's atmosphere. Object, objects operating in Earth orbit would represent a technological mystery, a security issue, and evidence of possible non-human activity. He moves into Category 7 with astronaut observations. He references accounts involving astronauts perhaps observing unexplained objects in space. The importance of astronaut testimony. He states that astronauts represent highly trained observers, and these observations carry significance because they occur during carefully documented missions. And then moving into the final category, he references artificial structures beyond Earth, moving from UFO research to cosmic archaeology. The category represents the largest conceptual expansion. The question changes from are objects visiting Earth to have intelligent civilizations previously existed elsewhere in our solar system. He then discusses within the epilogue of his book some historical events and alleged ancient technology. He references a 1994 event, the Comanche Point or Grand Canyon case. He describes an ancient craft discovered in the Grand Canyon region of the United States. He presents it as evidence of long-term presence of advanced technology. Allegedly, the craft is described as approximately 4,000 years old, and the arrival is associated with approximately 200 before the Common Era. A quote that's attributed to him is that the internal structure showed that the alien crew were human-like, short, and oxygen-breathing. He states that there are archaeological implications that this case presented is potentially connected with ancient artwork, regional traditions, and historical mysteries. He then references a cave Ukraine artifact discovered after World War II, that an arrow-shaped craft component was found underground, and the internal technology allegedly contained control systems, advanced equipment, unknown technological components, and there may be some type of Sanskrit connection. He states that the markings resembled ancient Sanskrit, but not that it was ancient Sanskrit. And the historical implications of this, if verified, the case would suggest advanced technology existed before modern civilization. Human history may contain unknown technological chapters, and he references these before going into a 1968 case, the Timmensdorf, Germany incident, where he describes a disc-shaped craft containing 12 small bodies. He suggests that these beings were not natural biological organisms in the traditional sense. A quote that's attributed to this 1968 case of Haim Eshed was that the bodies seem to have come out of an assembly line as a product of cloning. The idea of artificial life and its implications raises questions about cloning engineered organisms, manufactured biological entities, and advanced biotechnology. He then goes into some of the perhaps understanding of what's going on in Mars, that there perhaps is some type of fortress there, at least from the photographs or evidence that he has seen. And he proposes a new scientific field, the archaeology of Mars, and that exploration, when it does occur, should involve excavation, preservation, and analysis of possible ancient structures. He states that new areas of research will open up, for example, archaeology of Mars, and perhaps future astronauts going out to Mars will have to be trained in archaeology. Now, the ideas that he references in terms of the Galactic Federation specifically is the idea of cooperation between humanity and advanced non-human civilizations. He claims that certain governments have knowledge of these interactions. According to Eshed, secrecy exists because humanity lacks the readiness and is just generally not ready, and that we have to move beyond Earth-centered thinking and think of humanity's cosmic responsibility, and that this is a beginning of a new scientific era. Potential future disciplines include xenobiology, cosmic archaeology, advanced physics, and interstellar diplomacy. And these aspects of the book certainly made waves, but where there were even more waves that were made were in his newspaper interview. And so, as I previously stated, this interview took place in Yediot Aharonot, which means latest news or recent news in Hebrew. The Yediot means news or pieces of information, and the Aharonot means last, latest, or most recent. This is a major publication within Israel, and it was unique to publish this type of information that created this international UFO controversy. On December 2nd, 2020, Professor Chaim Eshed was interviewed, or at least the interview was published. And the idea is that not only do his main arguments from his book, not only are they referenced within this interview, but additionally, he goes into some more specifics, including the fact that Donald Trump allegedly is aware of the disclosure movement, and the idea that Donald Trump was aware of the alleged extraterrestrial situation, that Donald Trump considered revealing the information, and that the alleged extraterrestrial group, meaning the Galactic Federation, supposedly discouraged disclosure because humanity was not ready. A publication of this interview was also published in the Jerusalem Post, but it was this was an English language and did not go into the specifics. The original Hebrew discussion contained more detailed explanations, more background regarding Eshed's reasoning, additional comments about the UFO phenomenon. Now, what becomes really interesting is the fact that after December 2020, we don't hear very much from Chaim Ashed at all. So he publishes the book in November 2020. It is never published in English. He does an interview in December 2020 in Hebrew and then disappears. And there were many different questions. What happened to Chaim Ashed? What's going on? Well, it turns out that perhaps conveniently, we have the introduction last month of an interview that Chaim Ashed did with Uri Geller, the famous super uh, paranormal researcher, and what occurred was that on June 10th, 2020, Uri Geller interviewed Chaim Ashed. They're both Israeli, and this interview occurred in English, which was unique. Previously, Chaim Ashed had generally had his communications solely in Hebrew, and they address the public inquiry. Geller opens by acknowledging that there were thousands of inquiries regarding Ashed's multi-year silence following his controversial 2020 revelations, and Chaim Ashed references a Men in Black encounter. He attributes his withdrawal to a visit from mysterious, untraceable figures at his apartment. These individuals demonstrated intimate personal knowledge of his life and questioned him on sensitive topics, including nuclear physics. Ashed chose to cease public discourse on the subject following this encounter until he could consult with Geller. The idea that what Chaim Ashed shared in 2020 was not recanted. If anything, the information that was shared in 2020 is reinforced. Ashed details in this interview his background in special units focusing on developing advanced non-conventional solutions to penetration and transmission. There's a technological focus. Chaim Ashed describes his work involved quantum technologies and advanced scientific concepts that remain beyond common description, and he expresses a duty to share his knowledge when humanity is prepared and claims that his findings are supported by semi-scientific references from various nations. He reinforces his and reaffirms the existence of the Galactic Federation. He states that they that the Galactic Federation posit that the world is not yet prepared for full disclosure. He and Geller have a discussion. Geller describes the potential impact of physical alien contact as an atomic tsunami, and the two express a shared hope that extraterrestrial knowledge will eventually help humanity end wars and eliminate nuclear threats. The idea that Chaim Ashed was perhaps threatened is similar in UFO lore, this Men in Black archetype. Ashed's account of being visited by untraceable figures parallels historical reports of Men in Black categorized by their sudden appearance, detailed knowledge of witnesses, and disappearance. Despite his lack of physical evidence, Ashed's distinguished intelligence career lends gravity to the discussion within the context of ongoing global UAP unidentified anomalous phenomena interest. Geller and Ashed indicate a forthcoming collaborative project aimed at presenting this information to the public more effectively, and there are historical parallels. On June 9th, 2026, Geller framed this collaboration against his own 1970s experiences with the Council of Nine, linking the current disclosure to the long-standing history with channeled communications and figures like Gene Roddenberry. And so, really, that is an overview of what Chaim Ashed stated in his book in November of 2022, and in an interview that he did with an Israeli media organization in December 2022, and his most recent interview with Uri Geller in June of 2026. And while we don't necessarily know exactly what is going on because Chaim Mashed wasn't able to provide any evidence aside from his words. Uh, that isn't to necessarily discount what he has said. These were some major statements that made an impact in ufology in general, and perhaps the end of the story has not yet occurred, as we did have some recent developments just last month, and perhaps Chaim Mashed isn't done with revealing any more information that he may have, or that similar um, officers and whistleblowers have. But generally, Brandon, that's an overview of Chaim Mashed and what his statements in 2020 were and in 2026. Do you have any questions? Certainly, he feels at his older age, when he first made these statements, he was 87 years old, and then now being 93, that he had nothing to lose. And he goes into some more detail about consciousness, death, and the possibility that consciousness continues after the body ends. And perhaps he's becoming more comfortable with his own mortality. In terms of how does he know this information, he doesn't really go into too much detail of that. It's not as if he says, I sat at this table and they briefed me, or that I had direct communication with aliens telepathically. We don't have a good understanding of how he acquired this information, aside from the fact that it was acquired during his experience with the Israeli Space Agency. And the fact and lack of evidence uh, is disheartening, but we do find that that is somewhat common within ufology and with any whistleblower, that if he did have some type of direct evidence, that he could potentially have some type of compromise, or he may be compromised in one way or another. This could be against perhaps non disclosure agreements that may have made, or perhaps other types of agreements that were required due to classification, or some type of military intelligence compartmentalization. So it is disheartening that he doesn't have any proof, so to speak, of what he says, aside from his extremely gilded and extremely, um, I would say, unique role within the Israeli military and Israeli space agency. Do I believe what he has to say? This is consistent with other whistleblowers who have stated the idea that perhaps there is a galactic federation, or at least the idea of the Kardashev scale. For those who aren't aware, the idea that was proposed by Soviet researcher uh, uh, Kardashev, basically the idea of humanity not necessarily being a what we would consider, what is referenced as a type 1 civilization, that has been we have, as humanity, been referenced as perhaps a type uh, perhaps something along the lines of a point 0.7. For people who aren't aware, a type 1 on the Kardashev scale can harness all energy available on its home planet. It includes solar, geothermal, oceanic, and nuclear capabilities. Type 2 harnesses the total output of its star, and Type 3 harnesses energy across the entire galaxy. And Nikolai Kardashev, uh, again, a Soviet physicist, poses these these different types and where humanity may fit. And we're not yet at a type 1 civilization. So that type of understanding that we have to mature to get to this type 1 civilization and eventually get a seat at the Galactic Federation is in line with some other physicists and whistleblowers. Additionally, the idea that Earth civilizations or really nations on Earth having had this knowledge, um, and they have to keep it classified, and it's much of what the classification in the intelligence realm, one of its major responsibilities is to not necessarily leak this information. That is consistent as well with the intelligence community and whistleblower claims. What I don't necessarily get all on board with in terms of Chaim Mashed are some of the specifics that he talks about with Mars. He does go into the idea that there is some type of base perhaps on Mars that is a joint collaboration between the United States and the Galactic Federation. There are some major technological issues with getting humans off Earth safely, and especially to be able to travel all the way to Mars does lend some questions to it. Uh, I would also say that I do think that um, the idea of Chaim Ashed knowing something and being of sound mind uh, is 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 apparent. Even at 93 years old, if you watch his interviews, his interview, he doesn't seem to be forced to be making these statements. He seems comfortable. And another interesting aspect is it does not seem like he's doing this for money. If he were, he would be on the book tour circuit. Of course, his book he would really be an advocate that it would be published in more languages. He might put out documentaries. This was not done, which was quite unique as well. And I think that his interview really remains one of the most important UFO disclosure discussions in the modern era because of his role and some of the claims that he makes. Do I think that we can believe absolutely everything that he states? No, perhaps we can't do that with anyone, but at least for someone as high ranking as he was and is, and how um, respected he is, at least within the Israeli space community, it should his statement should be taken with some interest, and uh, his background does lead to some credibility. But in terms of can you take it all as truth? Not necessarily. And as previously has been stated, these uh, great, great claims that he makes need to be backed up with evidence. And at this point, that evidence doesn't necessarily exist. So for the time being, it's an interesting disclosure that he makes that perhaps will be able to be verified in the future, but at this time it cannot. I'm in agreement with you. I am an advocate for whistleblower amnesty, which is generally what this is known as, and the fact that there has been generations of people who have been compromised within the intelligence compartmentalization, and they've been threatened, they've had their families threatened, and when people undergo such desperate events, they are willing to keep their mouths shut. And I think that it's time that we handle this discussion of disclosure and our overall not being alone in the universe with maturity. And so I'm positive for the developments that have happened recently, including today, and the pushes of different hearings that have occurred on the UFO subject or UAP subject, and the topic at hand. If you ask the average individual, according to Pew Research and CBS News and other polling organizations, a majority of people do not believe that we are alone in the universe. And this is really unique, meaning those of us who are advocates of disclosure are the majority. And it's just taking time over the course of the last century or so, really more specifically, probably just the 79th anniversary of Roswell happened this month. And so it's taken maybe arguably a little more than or less, give or take, 80 years for humanity in the modern age to begin taking this subject with the severity that it may require. And I'm positive toward more and more disclosures, whistleblower amnesty. We had in 2017 the topic of ufology being taken very seriously on the front page of the New York Times. And so no longer was this some type of fringe theory. This is being taken as seriously as any news story that has ever occurred. And the important thing is, this is the most important news story perhaps to ever occur. And that is why it has taken so long to be legitimized, because if it is true, it affects every single person on earth, it affects our history, and perhaps more importantly, it affects our future. That's true. There's no doubt about that. And while you and I may have our finger on the pulse of ufology, or the UAP movement, for the people who do not necessarily have the knowledge, we have to be patient with them. That disclosure perhaps may not happen overnight, that we are in a period that is known as soft disclosure, perhaps, and that we need to be patient with those people who aren't as familiar with this topic, perhaps, as we are. But I'm in agreement with you that we have to be individuals, perhaps, who take this information not without verifying. I think the phrase is trust but verify, and we need to do that with all the information that's coming out regarding this topic, and not to take anything really in life with complete belief. And that's part of the scientific mission, that nothing is ever debunked, that we need to continually and routinely go back and study even that which is considered to be science fact, and to ensure that it continues to measure up in the modern age. And the ufology question and the idea of trusting but verifying is, I would say, very important for us to continue to do. But if anything, it's a very exciting development that we have been getting over the course of really the last decade or so. It seems that the government has become much more open to the idea of disclosure, and I'm sure you and I are anxious for a day when everyone knows that we aren't alone, potentially, not just in the universe, but perhaps not even on Earth, and that even our origins as a species may have been manipulated. The idea of panspermia, the idea that life could have come from a different body, and perhaps the idea of even guided panspermia, where an extraterrestrial species could have helped to guide our evolution here on Earth and the evolution of different species on Earth, may be may have more truth to it than perhaps we were once willing to grant it within our understanding of our origins as a species. And the more that we are looking to learn as we continue to have in depth discussions and whistleblowers and really disclosure of this movement, and how that's going to change society. The idea of anti gravity and antimatter just alone can bring into the idea of traveling faster than the speed of light, or perhaps ideas like time travel become realities when you can manipulate space time and travel great distances nearly instantaneously. That is going to have a major impact on society. I don't know if we're ready for it, but I would like those who hear what we're discussing to take this with certainly some seriousness, recognize that we can trust but verify at every step of the disclosure journey. And for those who this may not be, who may not have familiarity with this topic, I really encourage you to do your research on the topic. Watch documentaries that are available now to you on a streaming service or on YouTube or whatever it may be. You can't necessarily take every word as perhaps truth, but you will find that the whistleblowers that exist and the evidence that has been accumulated in the modern age is quite interesting. And whether you get into Roswell or the alien abductee phenomenon, or perhaps the more recent whistleblowers with the Tic Tac incident, or even what Kaima Shed, the claims that he made, you will find quite a bit of evidence from people who have verified backgrounds that we are not alone. From my perspective, I was once a major skeptic of the alien movement. I thought it was, frankly, science fiction, and I would debate people publicly that this was not a real phenomenon. I was a young person, and this was about more than 20 years ago or so, approximately 20 years. And I just hadn't really delved into this world. And it was during my research, specifically watching a press conference known as the Disclosure Project of Dr. Stephen Greer, which was a May 9th, 2001 press conference at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., where Dr. Greer gathered more than a dozen whistleblowers from all aspects of both government and non governmental entities, both American or United States whistleblowers and international. That was the first time I had ever seen multiple verified, vetted individuals who risked their entire reputations and their credibility to lend credence to this topic. And it was from there I saw this around 20 years ago or so. And it made me delve into the subject, get really deep into it. And I had to have a uh, I would say I was humbled by this. And I recognized that I did not know everything, and that really no one knows everything. And I think that it takes a strong person to admit that they were wrong. And I was wrong on this subject, that there's much more evidence in terms of humanity not being alone, then there is for us to be the only species in the universe. And so, for those of you who may be skeptical of this subject, I invite you to reference and watch and research some of the 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 references that I've made, because you will find perhaps for yourself that there's a lot of credibility to the whistleblower claims, to the idea of humans not being alone, and then moving forward, where are we going as a civilization, and how can we perhaps utilize some of the technology that we may have been able to reverse engineer, and the idea of us maturing as a species to eventually be able to sit at the Galactic Federation that Chaim Shed references. I don't know if we will have one event, a hard disclosure event, where we have everyone on television who knows that we are not alone. We may continue to have some type of soft disclosure event. Um, what has been proposed is some idea like Project Bluebeam, where perhaps there will be some type of event in the not too distant future. It's only been perhaps I would say um, hypothesized, but for those who don't know, the idea comes from Sergei Manost, a Canadian writer who began publishing claims about the alleged project in the 1990s. And there may be some idea that we would have different stages of a disclosure. Basically, stage one would be the reinterpretation or disruption of religious beliefs. Stage two would be perhaps massive visual displays in the sky. Stage three might be some type of electronic or telepathic style communication. And then stage four might be a manufactured global crisis leading to political transformation. This idea may be the event that people have perhaps prophesized or foreseen or predicted in the past. If it does happen, we must recognize that there have been people who have predicted this, that we may have types of holographic or projection concepts, that these UFO disclosure narratives have been around. I don't know if this will happen at all, and I don't know if disclosure will necessarily happen within the next 5 years. I would certainly say within the next 50 years. And the reason why I say that, really, with people recognizing and the freedom of communication that we have found in the internet age, it's very difficult to keep this topic a secret. And the idea, I think, is becoming more normalized that we aren't alone with younger generations. This is no longer seen as a rejected theory. And frankly, the skeptics are lessening and the believers are growing. And so, to give a timetable on this of 5 years, uh, I would be more comfortable saying something perhaps in the next 15 years we may have more disclosure. 5 years is just within the cosmic age, is just a short period of time. But certainly I would say within the next 15 and certainly 50 years, the idea that humanity understands that we are not alone and that some type of general consensus of disclosure occurring is a much higher likelihood than perhaps maybe some people will want to admit. That's absolutely true. And then how will that affect humanity from religious connotations? How will it affect international organizations, political organizations. Will this usher in a one world government? These questions remain unanswered. But if anything, we're going to force a one world government, this would certainly be the topic that might be able to do it. There's an argument to be made that the United Nations has a role as a one world government, but isn't really as perhaps aggressive on that topic as has been hypothesized that if there were some type of disclosure event and an ushering in of a one world government, what role the United Nations may have. And I think the questions remain unanswered. And at this time, we have to be comfortable with that. We can't necessarily prophesy or we can't necessarily predict exactly what is going to happen, but it does seem perhaps that in our lifetimes, and probably the lifetimes of most of the audience, that some type of disclosure may occur, whether it's continued soft disclosure or perhaps a hard disclosure event like Project Bluebeam. I'd love to give the audience an opportunity to find me. The easiest way is to go to my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You'll find all my social media there, including links to my YouTube channels and my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. For those people who want to view my life 24/7, 365, the easiest way to do that is just go to YouTube and type in Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI space ROTHSCHILD, and filter by live. And you'll see I am live on multiple streams 24 hours a day. You can observe my life and goings on whenever you'd like. For those people who want more support in life, they want a friend, they would like some type of pastoral figure, I invite them to join my Discord community, discord.me/rabbi. We play games together on a nightly basis. We watch movies together. We certainly have these types of discussions together. I lend advice to individuals on topics such as employment and relationships and academia. Really, if somebody's looking if somebody hears me and they want to feel like they're not alone, I really invite them to join the community. We have people who are live 24 hours a day alongside me. We have thousands of people who are in the community. We have some people who just like to sleep alongside me to know that they're not alone. We have some people who just like to interact with me on a daily basis. And these are from countries around the world. You don't have to be Jewish to be a member. We invite people from all backgrounds. The only thing that I ask is that you are an adult. I really just want people to understand that many of the discussions that we have um, are mature discussions, like alien abductions and the idea of alien disclosure and perhaps other topics that really I want to ensure that the people with whom we're having the discussions are going to be able to have them in a mature fashion generally. And so, if you are an adult and you want to join, feel free at discord.me/rabbi. If anyone would like to read my writings on these topics that we've mentioned, as well as many other topics, including artificial intelligence and technology and social justice, I invite them to go to my blog, which is rabbirothschild.medium.com. You can find every day I publish at least generally 2 articles there, and people can learn about what my interests are and what my perhaps positions are on certain subjects that are really, I feel, for the benefit of humanity. And just in conclusion, if anyone out there ever feels alone, know that there are people out there who care about you, who love you, who may have never met you before, but think about you and your lives and your families and just your overall benefit constantly. I have humanity on my mind. I have world peace on my mind. I have these types of topics on my mind because I really want a better world in the future than what we've had in the past. And with that, Brandon, I want to thank you. I want to thank your audience for the opportunity to share some of this research and to share some of my project. And would love to do it again sometime, God willing. Excellent. It's been my pleasure. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you to your audience. You as well. God willing. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And if you don't mind, I put some links. I sent you some links. If you could put in the description whenever you get a chance so that people are able to connect with me directly. And I'm not sure what your schedule looks like, but if anything, uh, 1 year from now, perhaps at the latest, I'd love to connect with you again and do this as like an annual reconnect to see what we were right about, what we were wrong about, and where we've moved forward in the disclosure process, if that sounds good with you. Excellent, Brandon. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. If you need anything from me, you know how to communicate to me, and I'm always here to support you, and thank you so much. You as well. Bye. How did it go? Really good. Really well, I should say. Yeah. Anything you would have wanted to go differently? Yeah, I would want to make my documents more searchable. I want to find a little bit more on some topic of China and its role, just really quickly on it. I could not find it. But that was fine.
When I was, I don't know if this is high school, I got ACF certified as a junior culinary. Yeah, so it's pretty cool for like a 17-year-old. Kind of carried it to the rest of my
Creations like these are getting
How's so Tony, he's been holding injections, and so while we were in the green room at the Houston Improv, he was checking out his ass in the mirror.
I found out that I had been asked now. I had asked for the first time in my life.
He doesn't have an ass.
How dare you? Let me tell you something. At least when I
I want an ass.
Here's what I'm going to say is that I do have an ass. If I look so I can see my person. Bored away. Is a job. Only one way in industry like this, ladies and gentlemen. It's a fun time. Let me present to you the regular that has done more new minutes than anybody ever in the show's history. This weekend in Houston, as well as 2 weeks ago in Denver. This guy is the first person to take the stage in my shows, and he does so to a standing ovation, and he leaves on a standing ovation. Where he goes, he absolutely destroys. He's sending out everywhere. He's making $60,000 a month on Cameo. Ladies and gentlemen, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, everybody on the room, everybody on the lights out. Oh my God. Apparently, 3 radicals were found dead in the basement of a Michigan apartment building. And that's it. I'm not letting myself become a rapper. Holy shit. Gets my wiener prematurely ejaculating like gentrifying head start sinners. 319 million brain was discovered in England. I had no idea why I've been traveling in the UK. And Tony, I actually went to a Chinese restaurant and got a couple fortune cookies. So I thought I would just maybe open up a couple and see what was on the fortune cookies. That band's so old, yo. We listened to the porn on AM radio. So, like, free fortune cookies. Wow. Great stuff. I don't know if you saw it. I was actually also on a commercial last night. I don't know why anybody's talking about it. I was on the Pringles commercial last night. You were? What did you do? I said, you don't stop. Seriously, I'm rolling it. It was is it fucking on it? I'm saying once you it's not your Pringle commercial, everybody's fucking talking about it. It's the biggest thing that's literally ever fucking happened. It's like, They all talk about David, and he didn't even say shit in his fucking commercial. No idea. Incredible. How much did you? $4 million. Wow, $4 million. It's you don't stop. Absolutely. That's so interesting that they would have you say it like that. It's like that. It was really weird. The guy got me into his office and like we need to talk like for this. I'm not black. Like it's a Pringles commercial and fucking the Super Bowl, and he just kept on insisting. And yeah, so I did. Once you walk, you don't fall. That is. But seriously, once you pop, fucking bring up. People? No. What are you talking about? Commercial. Nobody get off the stage. Oh, God. Super Bowl commercial. No shit. Where the fuck? God. Twilight is literally the opportunity of my life. Thank you. I've been kidding.
I need these files.
Yes.
I can't believe that somebody wants to these files.
No one is safe from Williams' massive. I don't know what's going on. It's
I
been
love
like,
this
what, a year? You and a half of working together, and it's been the past 2 months. You've seen reports that they built up the HR office of Williams and it's not been getting a whole word. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I didn't even want to leave my apartment today. Hold on, excuse me. You just told us now. I don't know why they kept on telling me to say it like that. It's like, I don't know. What does that fucking mean, Red Band? Are you insinuating he's fucking drinking tonight? You know what the fuck is drinking? Why would you seriously do that? I was. What else is going on in here? Claw machines. Oh, claw machines. Putting so much money in these claw machines, but I'm getting a bunch of stuff. I have a bunch of Bugs Bunny stuff. I have a bunch of. After I got my Taz tattoo, I started collecting a bunch of Taz stuff. I have a bunch of Taz's. Some Pete's Dragon stuff. I thought it was really cool. Pete's Dragon. You don't even see that around a lot. Yeah, that's a lot of claw machines. Do you have a method that you use to get the things off the machine? Is there a certain type of, like, is it timing? I stand there for like 4 or 5 hours just watching people to see how the machine kind of works. They all kind of have a mind of their own, but I'm watching people at an arcade and play a claw machine, and then you go in and it's in the Cracker Barrel. It's not at I cannot step in here. It's not in the Cracker Barrel. You think about the Cracker Barrel. God, it's always filled with fucking old people, and those are the only kind of types of people I don't fantasize about killing. I swear to God, I got much better at it now. If you watch old people in the fucking Cracker Barrel, I can just really kind of enjoy what I'm eating, enjoy the ambiance. Tell us more about what you love about Cracker Barrel. Type of people other than the Riverside said that you know. Yeah, well, weirdly enough, there's a bunch of fucking blind people that show up at the barrel. Wait a second, I'm not buying this for a second. Are you sure they're blind? No, I'm just enraged right now. I'm just trying to keep my composure right now. I swear to God, I was scared to come here tonight, Tony. I didn't even want to leave my lucky place because I knew I would end up interacting with Steve Evans. Steve Evans, I thought we were friends. What even happened tonight? Oh my goodness. Really now to pick your battles. Would you, I'm serious, dude. I couldn't believe that what he was talking about this morning. It just made me feel salty. So I went to the Cracker Barrel. What do you want when you go to Cracker Barrel? Grandma's pancake breakfast, Tony. Yeah, I mean, you're working with some sausage. You're working with some fucking eggs. You can make the sausage, egg biscuits, and then you get blueberry fucking pancakes, Tony. Unbelievable. Holy shit, man, I love you, blueberry pancakes. I can't even stop eating blueberry pancakes. Who is this black guy you're listening to a bunch of junk. Honestly, I've been listening to a bunch of junk. I started doing this with the Pringles set, and he was like, stop doing that. I'm like, what? Yeah. I met him at the airport, too. At the actual airport. Yeah, I was starstruck. Yeah. What did he say? What did he say to you? I said, job for inspiration for me. Actually, in the middle of filming a Super Bowl commercial. He's like, oh, that's cool. He's like, what are you doing? He's saying, what's your talking about stuff? He's talking like a real person. It was like, I've been listening to a bunch of your mixtapes and you're my inspiration. And I gotta say, I'm like that. And he's like, you get the fuck away from me. But I got to say, I didn't get a picture. Just what did it sound like? It's like, very neat. No doubt about it. I'm pretty sure you're getting your black rappers confused. Maybe you have to at some point in this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, that's weird. Okay. William, you're an absolute icon. We love you. No one would this show like you. Get him on Cameo while he's still William. Brian J. Brian Moses, ladies and gentlemen, it is fucking unbelievable. Look at that thing out there. Ryan Chicky out of Los Angeles across every episode as it happens. That is tonight. One more time for my guest, roast battle creator, Ryan Moses. Has a very, very, very fun YouTube. See him live. See Moses live. Go to the website. Support these fucking guys. I've been working with them forever. They put on unbelievable shows. The new roast battle league is happening. At roast battle, all one word on social media. Hello, one more time for the best in Orlando. Super Bowl week ever with me, man. Look at James Atkins. John Diaz. And Matt Mueling are all in a band together called Sketch. Follow at Sketch Camp. Sketch.band on Instagram. Sketch.band. I swear to God, these guys are coming for the fucking throne. I go out and see them every chance I get. They're fucking unbelievable. All everywhere. Great music all the time. The best in the world. One more time for the great Game Madness here in the Big Empire. One more time for the Ball Dealer on the horns. Thank you, Rick Rose, Yellow Rose, Stephen Good, Mr. Austin Superior, Triple Peanut Butter Whiskey. Thank you, Austin, Texas. We love you guys. Love you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
special announcement, and we want you guys to hear it first so that you have a chance to buy tickets. Tickets for the next 6 months of Kill Tony shows go on sale this Tuesday at noon at ComedyMothership.com. So Tuesday, noon Central Standard Time, you actually have a chance to get your shot at tickets. You're going to the show as well. Chance. So, yeah, Tuesday, noon, 6 months of Kill Tony. Comedy Mothership. Good luck. All out here in Austin, Texas, business is booming. All around the country, several industries are heading for a hiring boom this spring, including e-commerce, healthcare, and surprisingly, hospitality. It's one of the areas with the most growth. Not only does this industry need to hire for service positions, but also managerial positions and back office operations positions. If you need to hire qualified candidates as soon as possible in these industries or any other industry, you need ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony.
ZipRecruiter uses its powerful new technology to find the qualified candidates for a wide range of roles. See a candidate who would be perfect for your job? ZipRecruiter makes it easy to send them a personal invite so they're more likely to apply. ZipRecruiter also offers attention-grabbing labels that
No doubt about it. Let ZipRecruiter keep your team growing strong, no matter what the industry. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony. Again, it's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Hey y'all, today's episode is brought to you by CheapUnderwear.com, and I love this sponsor month. Let me be honest, we say that about all the ads that we read, we say that we love, we say this stuff. These things, these sheath underwear have literally been connected to my butt, his butt, our genitals, everybody that we work with closely's genitals and butts, every single episode that you've ever listened to. Once sheath underwear came into our lives, we literally threw away all our fancy brands and all these popular things and this and that because there is no doubt they are you can basically have.
How you living, bro? Wait, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You came.
You're doing something to do your podcast.
No. Yes, query. How are you, man?
Good. How are you? I got to sleep. Or you still got your podcast, right? I'm going to it. It's class. And we got to take that. That's just nice. It's time to get it together. That's it. Because my husband wants to curb my dad. So, curb somebody. So, okay. Go back. Yes, I said that. And I am tired. We had a busy day. And then we had like coconut ice cream. They gave us the coconut ice cream. They had chicken with us, like Mexican cones, something like chicken.
Yeah.
Like little ice cream.
They take good care of you.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good day. Yeah. I know the good day was Thursday. When I was probably with the field church. I got close, since I've been there. So yeah, I gotta do it. I don't wear it like that. So like, let me tell you that.
All right.
So how was your day though?
Actually, I did smoothly. Both of them. Didn't run into technical issues, which is really generally my, you know, you're connected with people for sometimes, 2 hours or so, and you want to make sure that your computer doesn't run into issues, doesn't break into it, light and your camera and all that kind of stuff. And well, first one I did was this one, and that was
Yeah. I'm ready to the and I thought, okay, he said, get out, come back.
yeah, and both folks were really nice. And so a few weeks ago, I did an interview with a gentleman named Cesar, and uh, basically like, hey, I want to do another interview with you in the future, but work's been really busy, so we'll have you have the time. I'm like, okay, fine. So then the other day, I get an email saying, hey, I got your email. Work has been really busy, but do a podcast with me today. And I was like, no, that's great. And I'm thinking they're the same person, but they weren't. They were both just men who had busy work. That's so I go into this one interview expecting to discuss one thing, and it ended up being that we discussed something else, which is totally fine. And so, both podcasts that we met with today, they want to have me back in the future. Which is a good thing too. That Bob, I have to say, just, now when you think that I'm speaking, right?
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. I knew I did something wrong there, Mr. Producer.
Yeah.
You and I then, I knew I went to reload. Yes, good job. I knew it was something was wrong. And then I was thinking to myself, did I go too far? I didn't get it. That's right. Excellent. Excellent. So, I did that submit thing. So, I got another person. And this was a good thing to be in. Um, Sorry to like come late to this, but I got your email when it's in the spam folder, and that's fine. I don't care if it's in so much spam folder because I'm sending out so many emails that I understand. I'd rather send out 1,000 emails and one go to spam than 2 emails that don't go to spam to people I basically for me I'm using a quantity strategy versus quality strategy, and I've tried both, but you can do it. Whether you send a day or a lot of email in a day and see what hits me. So, I'm going to schedule another one, and um, and so I've got this project on here to document every podcast that I've open should be done maybe by night strike. Anyway,
Yeah.
you're welcome. And it's going to help me document all of the contact information and then I'm going to kind of make a project to reach out to all thousands of them. And then it was a fun project. And we're good and consistent and um, that my yeah, you know how it is. As you say, like, oh, I think it's working, and then
Right.
it'll go out. So, these interviews have been that's good. I don't have anything scheduled till 2. but I will maybe get some things in the meantime. So it was a good. I got up really, really nice, and so
Thank you.
I've got to restart my streams. And it was
Yeah, let's go right back. Yeah. One day I'm gonna go there to me. Yeah.
it's over. Catch
The
up.
only thing I did was I like it, but it's hard to put that kind of stuff together. Like, they say like what like I used to like the what you call it. I was like that. That's the time you put that juice, whatever you put in the left in the juice, it was milk. I still do it like juice.
Right.
Time you put the stuff in the ice, it milk.
Yeah. You know what a solution is? First, let me say, when you went undefeated, going undefeated in friendship.
Friendship.
Yes, ma'am. To avoid ice cream headaches, place it on the roof of your mouth and ice cream headache. I know, but it's known as an ice cream headache, but any kind of brain freeze. I should have said brain freeze. But brain freeze and ice cream headache. Thing. Take your tongue to the roof of your mouth and just hold it there. It goes away immediately.
Okay, cool.
Yes, ma'am. Alrighty.
Alright.
Well, see you. Questions? Oh.
Yeah.
Relaxer. Probably take it and wear off.
Goodbye.
You're gonna be okay.
I'm probably sleeping. I don't know why. I think I take it early though. For real. Okay. I can't take it right now. If I take it now, I'm gonna sleep.
What if you take off?
Okay, Rabbi.
Well, I just want you to be comfortable.
No, I'm doing okay.
Excellent.
Go take it. Go sleep, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it is. In the morning. Yes, it is. All right.
You
So now I'm here. So let's do it for my sleep thing. All right. All right. I just sleep drink. Sleep drink.
Shall
Precious, precious, precious lieutenant value. There's a priest, moisture wicking, from